lot of work to do, but from here, it sure looks like a perfect flow.
Propulsion continues to...
Well, look at that. We are here back with another tank watching live stream at NSF. Boy, it's so good to be back, right? We are so back. Anyway, yeah, so we have here some tank farm activity already because Booster 19 is at Pad 2 and is doing pre-launch testing. It feels so good to say this. We are back, yeah. So anyways, you already know my voice probably. If you don't, well, I'm Alex here in SF. I'm gonna be hosting for the start of the stream. We don't know how long we'll be live, so get your coffee or some snacks or something like that, because it may be a long one. As I was saying, this is a booster test stream. Booster 19 out there at Pad 2 had rollout a few days ago. It's being installed on a brand new launch pad. It's a brand new booster version. There you can see it standing very proud and tall on Pad 2. Weird thing to see. And yeah, so we don't know how long this will go for. And so we'll be here for as long as they test. Of course, the road is closed and tank farm activity is starting to increase as well. You can see there. We will have here as well, because I'm not gonna be alone on commentary. I have Ryan Weber, which knows tons of things about Pad 2, so we'll talk about that. Ryan, are you excited for today's test?
This feels like the really, really old days, back to the original days of Booster 4, Booster 7, even back to the original days of suborbital flights where you're trying to figure out tank farm activity and whatnot. We do know a decent amount more about this tank farm as we've seen it get built. But it's one of those things of, well, we don't know what tests they're going to run today. They could fill it a little bit. They have been doing ambient testing over the last 2 days, basically. They've done a couple of them, in fact. But we don't really know what they're going to do. They could load it parts of the way. They could load it halfway. They could load it all the way. We could have a fully frosted booster. We don't really know right now. What we do know is that the LOX side and the methane side are in full chill down. From this view right here, from left to right, on the far left one is more or less the new Pope vent, is what we think it is. It's right next to the methane reclamation tanks. It's basically those reclamation tanks help them take methane back in, recondense it, and then kind of either reuse it or put it back into the tank farm. There's usually a middle vent, which isn't active at the moment, but there would be a middle vent in this case is the booster methane subcooler vent, which is kind of going right there. And then over all the way to the right is your box fan vent. That is basically chill down for the LOX pumps. It is also the exhaust area for all of the LOX subcoolers. So both the booster and the ship LOX subcoolers. None of the ship stuff is going today. In fact, the last I checked, the ship stuff isn't even hooked up to the cryo trench. It's all stopped. There's like lines that are literally missing when you enter the trench area just at the end of the wall. So none of that's running today. It's all booster. And I cannot wait to see how long it takes them to chill down. They've been kind of going, I think it's about since 8:35 a.m. or so. So it's going to be interesting to see how long the chill down takes, because they also have a different chill down process now. In fact, back on Pad 1, You know, we'll keep doing these callbacks as we go through this stream. I know that for a fact. Back on
Yeah, I
pad
was
one.
gonna say maybe we could like leave a little bit for later because I was trying to sort of start the intro here, but it's okay. It's okay. You already went full mode.
It's hard to. I'm excited for this, Alex. It's booster
I am
testing
too.
again.
I am too. Look, it's been 5 months. So the last time we saw any sort of propellant loading or testing or tank farm, well, tank farm activity, we've seen testing for a while without any vehicles. But now we actually have a vehicle at the pad, and it's been 5 months, right? Since Flight 11 back in October. It's been a long time, and of course the only way that we are able to support all of these streams and everything and being able to switch all of these views is thanks to the producer here, Carson Phillips, which is going to be pushing all the buttons, pulling all the levers and everything. And of course that should be basically the one and only Carson, the one that's doing most of the work lately here for producing. We are very busy at NSF. You'll see. But yeah. So because this is probably going to be a very long stream. As always, we're going to keep looking at what's going to happen and answering your questions. So if you have any questions, tag at NASASpaceflight or at NSF in chat with your question. Or if you have any comment to say, good for you, but we're going to stick to questions mostly. And of course, we'll also read your support and things like that as usual. But yeah, this is going to be a long stream. I'm already seeing a bunch of questions in our queue, and all of them, or most of them, are all about, what is it going to be today's testing about? Like, what's going to happen, right? And, as you were saying, Ryan, we are not fully sure what sort of testing they're going to be doing today, right? So it's very open-ended. It's basically going back to the good old days of tank watching. And so, we are here for the long run, basically. In any case, let's do one thing. So we have a booster on the pad. We were talking about, tank farm activity, chill downs, and things like that. But the last time we went live or dedicated live stream, that was during the rollout. What happened since then? Because there's been some activity already. They've already tested a bit the booster while on the pad, right?
Yeah, so after the booster got on the pad, of course, they hook up the QDs. It took them a little bit to hook it up, but, I'm not really going to blame them that much because, this is the first time ever hooking up these QDs to this booster, especially on this pad. We saw how long the lift took, but that wasn't much surprising considering this is the first vehicle these sticks have ever lifted. It's the first vehicle this pad has ever accepted. So that all kind of took a little while here and there. The rollout was really cool. I gotta say, I love the 3-fin design, Alex. I really do. One of the things we have noticed with all the pictures over the last few days is the rudder fin. So the odd one out fin, basically. It's actually slanted in its design. So it's got like little slants inside the fin itself as well on the outside. And I think there's a very good reason for that, and we can get back to it. But as for the other testing it did, I think they've done at least like 2 ambient tests, pressure tests, just testing like the pre-press systems on the pad. We even saw the grid fins move yesterday after they disconnected the sticks, which it's been a while since we've seen that. We haven't seen that since, Flight 11 in October. So this is all, for the first time in 5 months kind of thing. And of course, first time for a Block 3 booster. So lots of exciting testing they've already done with this vehicle. And we're hoping to see it frosty today. So we don't know how much. I'm hoping for at least maybe half or maybe a quarter tank on each, but we'll see how far they go.
Yeah, we were seeing there, so that video that we were playing is on our channel. That's a Starbase summary. We publish like a couple of those a week, basically summarizing what's happened for the last few days. Usually Das voices the English version, because we have also multiple tracks as well with different languages. And I used to do the Spanish version, but I don't have a lot of time lately. But yeah, you can see there some of that work out there to lift the booster on the pad. Yeah, the clamps release, the slides open, and then the booster lifts. Yeah, this was back on March 8th. You can see it doesn't have all of the engines installed. And we have already a few questions precisely asking about that. Like, why doesn't, for example, Dances with Mules here, anywhere as to why Booster 19 doesn't have all the engines installed yet? Like, that was, I guess, not a complete surprise, but it's quite curious that, they rolled this out and it only has 10 engines installed.
Yeah, I know a lot of people ask that question. And I think there's definitely been a lot of talk around that, oh, they may only have the Center 13 installed. But here they have 10 installed, so they've got 2 of the Center 3. They've got 4 in the outer ring, in the inner ring of 10, and they've got 4 in the outer ring of 20. So you have 10 engines total and whatnot. Now, why do they do this? Well, there's actually a couple of good reasons as to why. One, well, you don't need all the engines installed in order to test all the plumbing and test the booster. We don't know how long it would have taken to install all this stuff, but you can see that on the booster itself, there's still a lot of hardware from cryo testing still installed, which is the LOX and methane, basically inlet plugs are on there with transducers and whatnot, are still pretty much all installed on the where there's no engines installed. Now, as for the layout, well, when you set it down on there on the mount, and you were to line this up with the ridge cap and the buckets, it actually makes sense. They can test the ridge cap and the buckets in a very certain way with this engine configuration. And not only that, on the booster side, they can test all 3 different types of plumbing. So they can test the center engine plumbing, they can test the inner ring of 10 plumbing, they can test the outer ring of 10 plumbing, and heck, they could even test a landing tank static fire plumbing. They can test all of that with this engine config without having to install all 33. And Alex, as we know, this isn't the first time they have installed all the engines.
Yeah, so this is not the first time. Obviously, it is the first time for version 3, but to be frank,
Yeah.
it's the first time for everything right now for
Yeah,
version
right.
3, right? Everything right now is new for version 3. But yeah, overall it is not the first time that they go out. Even like if you count even like the SN era with the ships, they started with just one engine, right? Like they were fitted for 3 engines, but they installed one engine for the first few ships back when they were like SM4, SM5, SN6, SN8 also got, I think it was a couple of static fires with just one engine. And then they installed all the 3 engines and the nose cone and things like that. So yeah, like it is not unheard of for SpaceX to go out to the pad and do testing with fewer engines than the full complement of engines, right? So it shouldn't be a total surprise, but it's quite interesting. So that's the takeaway from this, right? And so yeah, a lot of the questions in our chat are also about, will this be static fire? For example, hell diving Kerbal. Here, do you all think it's static fire? And so just to put it out there, personally, at the very least, I don't think so, right? It would be very weird for the very first test to be a static fire test, right?
Yeah,
But I'm
I would
open-minded. Let's put it that way, right?
I expect this entire week to be. We've already seen them do pressure tests. We've seen them do testing of the vents plus the grid fins. I kind of expect today, especially today and the rest of this week, to be loading tests. So today will probably be a partial load. Maybe they do a full load or like a static fire type load. Later in the week or something along those lines. Maybe they get to a spin prime later this week if they plan on doing a spin prime. But I honestly don't think they'll even static fire this week. I think that might not be till next week.
Look at the grid fins there. This was yesterday, right?
Yeah, this is yesterday after they disconnected the sticks. It looks, I love the look of those grid fins. It looks weird how low they are compared to what they have been. It looks a lot more like Falcon 9 because there's so much more booster above the grid fins, if you know what I mean. Kind of.
Yeah.
Not really, but kind of. But yeah, that was a really cool sight to see them finally move. We've been waiting to see a full booster with those grid fins on for a while, but we're kind of here, just kind of hanging out, waiting with everyone in very classic Texas Tank Watchers fashion, waiting to see what tests they do to this booster. My money today is on a partial loading test, tanking test, and what I mean by that is they partially load the tanks with liquid oxygen and liquid methane. They hold it for a while, kind of maybe detank and reload, and just kind of test to see how the vehicle behaves with the pad and all the pad systems work together. And then they move on to a more higher load. And not only that, this could be a slow load today, and they load it faster as they go on, because a big thing about this tank farm is there's more pumping capacity. The lines are twice the size, and they have like triple the subcooling capacity. Yeah, or especially on the booster side because of the much larger subcoolers. So booster before was loaded in, what was it, 40 minutes, give or take?
Yeah, 40 minutes, 45, yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if they could load this booster in 20, 25 minutes. I would not be shocked at all.
We'll definitely see them probably working towards that. We had a post yesterday on X from SpaceX talking about, over the coming days, we'll conduct a series of tests to activate Pad 2 at Starbase, exercise new propellant loading operations, and operate a vehicle with new Raptor 3 engines installed for the first time. So that's part of the testing, right? Figuring out those new propellant loading operations that they were talking about. And obviously, that's a very important thing because they want to do faster cadence. And there's also an importance with loading propellant faster, right? Because the faster that you load it, first of all, you can get ready for launch faster. That's the obvious benefit, right? There's the post by SpaceX from yesterday. But there's also another benefit, which is you don't have all of that propellant out there sitting inside of the vehicle for that long, right? The longer it sits on the vehicle, the longer it has a chance to sort of warm up, right? And we know already that the reason why we have all of these subcoolers and everything is so that both methane and oxygen are not just at the boiling temperatures, but also lower temperatures than that, which is called subcooling, right? And by doing that, they are colder, they are also denser, and you can fit more of it in the same volume. And so that is a very important part of getting more performance, because you're getting more propellant. It's basically as if you had like your airplane, right? And in the same wing size and the same tanks and things like that, you are able to pack more propellant or more fuel in the case of a plane. And so if you're able to pack more of it, you have more range, more performance, you're able to go further away. And so it's the same concept for a rocket, where it's like you have more capacity, more performance on the rocket, and that's very important for what they want to do. Going to the moon, Mars, deploying Starlink, etc., etc. All of those different plans in the future. So the loader, what?
In the last 5-10 minutes, that the box fan vent has really, really, really kicked up. So I wonder if they're really into it. So we're going to be figuring this out with everyone here on what their processes is. That's going to be the fun part about this. This could either mean that they are really into starting to chill the subcoolers a lot, like really, really flowing liquid nitrogen through them to chill the subcoolers down, or they are chilling down LOX through the lines, but we don't see the vent for the mount yet. And not only that, one thing we saw with so we don't really know what that box fan is going to look like when they go to load LOX onto the vehicle. We don't really know what it's going to look like. My guess is it'll be kind of nuts, because they're going to be pumping out so much LN2 exhaust just from the subcooling that it's just going to be insane. So it's picking up, so it could be an indication of something getting close. We'll have to see. I kind of had to interrupt you there.
No, it's okay. It's okay because I was sort of setting up for that exactly, where we're seeing all of this activity. All of this activity is precisely preparing for propellant load, right? And that is a very important step because you don't just go nilly-willy and you're like, whatever, I'll just load the propellant, right? First of all, you need to prepare the tank farm. Once the tank farm is prepared, then you have to subcool the propellant, right? So they use this big sort of, they call it like hippos, right? It's sort of like this.
Heat exchangers. What
Yeah,
it is.
they're heat exchangers, but like they're called hippos because it sort of looks like one, right? And there are multiple of those. There are pumps and everything that are used for this as well. And in the process, you have to vent a lot of nitrogen out of those fans, right? Like that's what we're seeing here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, this is basically a bunch of nitrogen bit. So in the past, SpaceX, with how they vented off their subcoolers, we all remember the massive manifolds going over that blast wall where they just kind of vented out in the grass. Well, this time and over at Massey's, they've changed that entirely. When it comes to the lock side of tank farms, they are hooking everything into a fan. So there's two massive fans on the side of a column, and this LN2 exhaust, which is kind of basically gas at this point or whatever, is getting directed into this air column because the fan is literally just sucking in air, and then the air is going up in the column. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to mix air in with the LN2 to basically disperse it more. And I'm trying to think of the dang word. It's already been awake a while, but I'm just trying to think of words in my head. But basically, the whole point is to try to disperse the nitrogen more and mix it with the air better. And it's much better system than trying to just dump it off to the side. This just becomes a cloud that eventually dissipates into the atmosphere and doesn't really do any harm to anything.
All right. Well, that is important. That is important for operations, especially now that there's a lot more venting as we see there than in the past. It used to be that it would be like a blanket of condensation over the ground, right? And so now at least we will avoid that. Now, before we continue, I gotta hit support because this list of support here in our queue is already going too long, and it's already warning me, hey, you're you're sort of missing it. So let's see, Robert, thank you for upgrading to Red Team member. Let's see, Laura, Red Team member, Capcom, another PadRat member, another PadRat. There's a lot of PadRat members here. Launch Rector, Just Will. Wow, that's one of the highest tiers of support. That's really important. And everybody that is joining the membership program, they have also pictures, for example, from our field team out there, not just at Starbase, but also Florida as well. Sometimes McGregor, sometimes even Wallops, we have coverage as well. So if you're into Rocket Lab and all that, we also have that as well. So just saying, it's not just Starbase. Best Beer also as well, Red Team membership. And Static Fire 1387, also Red Team membership. Let's see, and now we have questions here also as well. Super chat from I don't know how to pronounce this, but that huge launchpad makes the booster seem almost small, even though the booster is huge. Yeah, so this booster is about 72 meters tall, right? That's a lot of meters. Let's put it that way. And so look at that, and it's just barely like halfway up the tower. You will have later a ship on top that's gonna sit there, and it's gonna be even taller of a rocket. Yeah.
I can't wait till they have it till a ship 39 is on top of that booster. It's especially with the way 39's heat shield already looks. It's gonna be glorious. I can't wait.
You can see the comparison there with Pad 1 and Tower 1 on the right, already preparing for that to look like Pad 2. So I've seen also a few questions as well, talking about what's going on Pad 1 and things like that. They're doing the same thing that they were doing here on Pad 2, where they built a new launch mount. the service structure and everything. All of that is now being built at Pad 1. Of course, it's going to take longer because it started later, but they're already in that process. Let's see, and of course, thanks for the super chat. We have more super chats here. Oliver Redmond. So many events. That's fantastic. Look, if Sawyer were here, he will probably enjoy that pun. Jevro gifting 1 Red Team membership. That's one more person that is now available to enter the membership program. Liam becoming a Capcom member. Ooh, Byte4, hang on. We have here a $50 super chat by her. Let's see. What? Negative Ryan is excited. It makes my heart pound with happiness that Ryan sounds hopeful. Good afternoon, Alex. Yeah, for Tank watching. Good day, all NSF gang fans. Yeah, it's good old days, right? Like, just tank farm activity, tank testing as well with Booster 19 out there on the pad. We will probably see it Frosty maybe within the hour, right, Ryan? Like, not long from now, essentially.
It could be within the hour. I'm waiting to see if there's any indications of of the bunker chill down. There you go. Good old
Texas Tank Watcher.
I still have. I think I have a mug, or I'm trying to remember what I have. I think I have an old mug from the really old Texas Tank Watcher days. But yeah, we're really going back to the old days of the Starship program where we're learning how the pad works as they do this. It is kind of hard to judge though, because it looks like they ran it for a while early on to do an ambient test early this morning, and then they kind of shut it down, and then they turned it back on again to do all this. But I can't wait to see. I can't wait to see an indication from the pad, because the one thing we haven't seen yet, and I expect we will see at some point during loading, is they'll need to vent out the service structure as they do it, because it's an enclosed space. So those vents that are on that service structure might have just like, you might see cold nitrogen gas get, you might see it vent as they purge it. And that might actually be one of the last things. When they're ready for launch and they're going to go, you might see that entire pad, the entire service structure just go, just vent out and then launch. It'll look cool. I think it'll look really, really cool. It'll vent out and then the deluge starts and then they go. I can't wait to see that.
I actually wanted to ask you, because there's already people asking, like, probably tank watchers from, I don't know how many people are watching here, like that have been watching for a long time. I already know that, I recognize some old names and whatnot, but like there might be people that are probably less regular watchers, saw the live stream and were like, ooh, there's testing finally, right? And probably are coming back, might not be fully aware. That's why we're sort of doing this sort of conversation where we sort of wrap up what's been done with Booster 19 for the last few days and whatnot. But there are people asking in chat, Ryan, like, are there things like the OLM vent like we had back in the old days, right? And you were talking about venting from the bunker and things like that. Here, for example, this question, is there equivalent to the OLM vent for Pad 1? Do we know when they're chilling down the launch mount and things like that?
So there is a vent that comes off of the mount and goes to a really small like pond off to the side. In this image, if you see there's a mound of like lighter soil, and then you can see the bollards that are in between there. Those bollards,
where it says on the ticker, like in the question, equivalent to the OLM.
Yeah, equivalent. Right? Yeah,
equivalent.
Where it says the word
above
equivalent,
that.
you go up. There are a bunch of bollards there. I made that
Fancy.
This morning. I think that's the methane. Yeah. So the OLM bunker vent is kind of. We think that's the chill down vent for it, and it's kind of this little square, it's little rectangle that comes off. We've seen it venting like once, so we think it's the chill down vent for the bunker, because I think they recapture some of it, but they also vent some of it off, and the indication is we would have to see clouds coming out of that little pond, the little rectangle that's there, to really see if they're chilling down the bunker. We don't really know. We're kind of waiting to see if there's other indications. The methane one we wouldn't really see anything. There's no exposed lines like there was on the older mount where you could see it get chilly before the OLM vent turned on. Everything is either inside the bunker or inside of a trench, and the only lines that are visible are like one methane line sticking above the basically the tank farm wall, and then the LOX pumps, some of the LOX subcoolers, and some of the other lines around there. That's about the only thing that's visible. Everything else is shielded or in a trench or whatever, so makes it much harder to determine. And we're here watching with everyone else to see what indications there are, to know when there's chill down, how long there is going to be until it. So I'll just say this: the what we think is the new Pope vent plus the box fan has been running very continuously for like the last hour and 5 minutes. So we don't really know when they would start this bunker vent. It could be any minute now, it could be half an hour now, it could be an hour from now. Don't know right now.
Yeah, okay, well, that's what we are here for, right? Just taking a look at what's going to happen at the pad with Booster 19. Now, we have more support because, I cleared the queue and then suddenly there's more support here. It's crazy. Oh, Patrick Bob, this is a regular as well, gifting 20 Red Team memberships. That's a lot of Red Team memberships, by the way. That's a lot. So thank you for that. And of course, everybody that got that membership will now have access to all of that. And of course, thanks to Patrick Bob. Ron Smith, did we miss the new grass vent? This is a good old, also like an old time tank watching thing, right?
So I will tell you where the new grass vent is. I'll tell you where it is.
All right.
Carson, if you can go to beach 3, it's a shot of the pumps. I will wait for Carson to do this. So if you see there's 5 pumps in a row that are frosty. Those are the booster LOX pumps. Now to the left of the leftmost pump, you'll see one large line. You'll actually see 2 large lines. The one that's the lower line is the main LOX supply line going to the pumps, and then the one above it is the LN2 exhaust for the 4 front booster LOX subcoolers. There's a large LOX subcooler that we can't see from this image that's kind of behind a bunch of pipes. Now you see there's 2 small lines right there, 2 small frosty lines. Next to that large one there, there's 2 little ones. I don't know if Carson can see them. I think he has drawing powers, but there's 2 little lines right there.
People are asking for Weber art.
Well, you're right.
We need to set you up for the next one.
You can see one of the lines comes up from the bottom and then goes back. That is the new grass vent. That is the new LOX pump chill down line that its exhaust gets routed into the box fan. So that's what that is. That is your new grass vent. The new grass vent is the box fan. If anyone was following me, I just wanted to know if anyone followed me that one.
Basically, the big venting that you see going up,
part
of it is the grass vent, the old grass vent, right?
Yep.
Okay.
That's basically what it is.
I think I got it then.
Okay. Got me that.
Just it's like a lot of rerouting and everything, and then it finally ends in that vent. Okay. Well,
I will say it has been a ton of fun over the last 22 months. Watching this entire pad come together and learning its entire construction, learning how the entire tank farm routes, because I've spent hours and hours following the lines for this thing. So I kind of know where everything goes, but of course their procedure for chill down and everything is always an open question. But it's been a ton of fun to watch this thing get built, and I am so excited to finally see a vehicle on it getting tested, and we get to learn about it even more. It's so awesome.
Yeah, and we have even like a question along these same lines, because of course people are asking all about this as well, which is, are they using the same tank farm as with Pad 1? And I can say that at least not anything that is being like anything that is being used today has nothing to do with what we saw with Pad 1, right?
The vaporizers
than-
do.
Okay, yeah.
So, okay,
And the ground
so
tanks, some
so
of them.
so most, well, pretty much all of the tanks, all the ground tanks are being used today. I don't know if the older methane tanks are being used or just the two new big ones that are being used. We'd have to see if there's a certain line that's frosty maybe, but we might not be able to tell that unless we had an aerial view of the whole thing. But basically, a lot of the vaporizers for building pressure and the main supply tanks, those are pretty much all the same. In terms of added vaporizers and pumps, they're all entirely different. The pump system, the subcooler system, there are some new pressure building systems added, as well as a whole pre-press system. All of that is brand new. So that's what they're testing. They're making sure it all works with a vehicle on the pad.
Yeah. And one thing to mention about this picture, because they were talking about, does this have anything using the same tank farm as with Pad 1? Ground tanks, vaporizers, those are the same. There have been now more ground tanks added than back when we were on Flight 11, right? This picture is actually a little bit old. I think it's like a month old, maybe a month and a half, right? We need to update. We need to fly again. But you can see already the outline there for an expansion. So they're doing a southern expansion, and they may be adding a bit more tank farm stuff to the south as well. So, and that may be used for Pad 1 as well. Of course, a new deluge farm for Pad 1 is important. So yeah.
So my expectation here. So if you from this picture, you can see where the line is for the methane recondenser vent, which is I think that's the actual the bog vent. So the bog gas, so the boiling off gas kind of vent and whatnot. We should see that once they really start using the methane more. We might be able to see that later on the line. But if you see that little trapezoid at the bottom of the expansion there, my expectation is once all of that's filled in and everything else, the entire methane tank farm is going to move down there. So all the methane, so basically the methane vaporizers and the supply tanks are all going to move to that little trapezoid, and then they will just there you go. They will just run the cryo lines to the methane pumps and subcoolers, and then it will get split off. They'll very likely also make a whole new pump and subcooler setup for the new pad as well, and they'll split the tank supply, is my guess. I can't wait till it's done. It's going to take a few years to finish all this. There's a lot of work that has to get done to do that, but
yeah,
it's going to look cool when it's all said and done.
It's basically like twice the size of the current launch site, basically, right? Like it's a lot of more area that they are able to expand to now that they are able to build on that southern side. And there's just going to be more capabilities, more things that they can add to the launch site at the southern expansion. Now, going back to today's test, of course, we have even more support, believe it or not. So we have here Paul Williamson becoming a PADRAD member. Then we have Sirgusi, that's weird name. With this whole thing of YouTube, not being able to have your own nickname, it's so weird. Also becoming a PADRAD Red Team membership, excuse me. Then we have also gifting 5 Red Team memberships from the Problem Solver NSF. That's interesting name, I guess. And then Glenn Taylor as well, gifting a 1 Red Team membership as well. We have a super chat as well asking, will it be hotter in the flame trench when Booster 19 test fires, or when NSF have their weekly chat? I think their weekly chat is hotter sometimes, but we'll see. I'm already seeing, so breaking news, the NASA Inspector General has released a report on HLS, on the Human Landing System, and there are stuff about, Blue Origin and Starship, SpaceX's Starship HLS that we will probably talk about this Friday. Anyways, Methane Man, a $50 tip, that's a lot. thanks to the tips.nasasspaceflight.com. I have that Tank Watcher's mug. So we were showing before the Texas Tank Watcher merch, which has been a long time. Like, look, I think we released that like all the way at the beginning, right? And yeah, so this is from the Inspector General that I was talking about before. There's a report that I can probably link the page and everything in chat for people if they want to download the report. Ooh,
Yes.
is that the booster? Yeah, the booster is vented. Look at that.
Yeah, it
Look
is.
at the top, right above the grid
Yeah,
fins.
methane tank is venting. Huh.
There we go. Maybe they kept some pressure and now they're releasing that pressure.
Yeah, that's definitely, and it's loud too. That's surprising though. What I'll say, one cool thing too, alongside this is, how there's those two tanks next to what's basically the new methane vent. Those are the two reclamation tanks, so they swap tanks. So one of them is defrosted, the other one is filling again. So they're filling one while one condenses the methane, they're filling the other, and then they swap once they've condensed and emptied again. So they're doing that. It looks like every 50 minutes or so is what it looks like they're going to do it, which is kind of a cool little addition to this. And it looks like the LOX tank just vented a little bit too. Methane tank's still venting.
Yeah, less loudly than before, but
purging gas.
We'll see. We'll definitely keep an eye and ear, I guess,
Yeah, right.
to all of this activity, because of course, as we were mentioning, we don't know what's going to happen today, but we're here for the long run. They closed the road, the pad is clear, the tank farm is running, and so whatever they do today with Booster 19, excuse me, wrong booster. Whatever they do today with Booster 19, we'll be here to take a look and see, react live to it. We hope to see it frosty today, of course. You never know, right? But there's a long test window, right, Ryan? Like, today's window goes all the way to 8 p.m. So they have plenty of time to test Booster 19 for however many hours they want, as long as they are within that window. And that's a long window. So, yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they use most of that window. They're going to want to test as much as they can in one day, because the more they can test in one day means they don't have to do as much the next, or if they get all the good data they want to, they can move on to the next test that they have in their checklist before moving up to static fire. Because basically what SpaceX is doing right now is they have a whole checklist of items they want to get through. So, roll it out, roll the booster out, get it on the pad, make sure the QDs are sealed, check the seals on the QDs, check the pre-press systems, do an ambient test of the booster with the high pressure and pre-press systems of the pad, test the grid fins, there's a whole checklist of items they want to do. And that includes loading like certain levels of propellant on board and doing it at different speeds, most likely, until they get to the point where they are comfortable with, okay, we can go through, chill this tank farm down, load this booster up in the time we want to do it, go through a countdown, and light these engines off and do a static fire. They're building to that point. They're not going straight into it. The last time they tried to go straight into it, Booster 7 happened. The spin boom. They tried to go straight into it, and that happened. So they're not doing that this time around. They're taking their time. They're doing it step by step. They don't want another spin boom. That's the last thing they want right now. They don't really want any delays to do this. They will take their time and do it right, because if they do it right and everything goes perfectly, even if they've taken their time, it's a lot less waste of a time if something accidentally goes wrong.
Yeah, and just to point this out, because some people are asking, oh, like, we're not gonna see fire today. We're not gonna see even a frosty booster. Look, Booster 18, because I mentioned it before, right? Because I was thinking about it. Booster 18, it didn't even get any cryo on it before it blew up, right? Like, We're talking about every single test that they do that is more than before, right? Like anytime they go, you were mentioning this sort of checklist, right? That they have, right? And so the more deep that they go in that checklist, it's a new thing, a new event, a new test for version 3, and also for Pad 2 now that
man.
is on the pad. Look at all that venting on the tank farm, right?
Just imagine this on a launch day with both chip and booster that have to get filled, because, mind you, this is just chilling down the LOX, the booster side. This isn't even the ship side. There's a whole other large subcooler, plus another 4 pumps that have to get chilled down for a ship. And that's just the LOX side. That doesn't even include the methane side either. This is going to look nuts on like a launch day. Is my eyes playing, or is, like, you see that like little white down there? You know?
Maybe from the OLM, from the
Is
bunker.
that? I don't know. I'm not seeing like clouds or anything. It would be like,
Maybe it's just the edge of the pad, right?
Yeah, I think that's the light playing tricks on my eyes, which, you know, yeah. I'm waiting to see so many.
One of the things of it being in the morning is that, you know, the sun is still somewhat low, and so some of the views are a bit different. Like I don't know if we may be able to go to like this view. There you go. The sun is literally hitting the camera right now, and so everything is sort of washed out, right? But once the sun sort of goes further up, then it starts being a little bit behind the camera, and then this view that it's a bit closer to the booster will be even better to be able to see some of the details. There you can see it's already okay, like, you know, for figuring out things and whatnot, but it's not ideal. I'm gonna be honest. I prefer some kind of afternoon light, and also from this point of view, since the sun is sort of behind the booster, it looks too dark. If it's behind the booster, like instead of behind the booster, sort of behind the camera instead, that will be even better. So just saying, the views will get better as we go down the closure window. But as I was saying, you know, speaking of going down the list, the list of timeline of sort of events, right, that they need to check out. There's cryo, there's, you know, static fires, and in between there are so many different shades of gray where it's like they may do a 1-engine static fire. Who knows, right? Like, I'm open to whatever kind of testing they might do, right? And so that's what we're here for. And you never know when something might not go well with one of these tests, because I was saying before, every single time they advance in that checklist, every single time they go down and take down more of these different items of that list, that means it's already something new that they're doing. And every time they do something new, there's a risk that they're incurring there, right? And as I was saying, Booster 18, it failed during a pressure check back at Massey's, like right after being rolled out, right? Like, you never know. And this is why it is exciting, because you never know when one of these things will just not turn out well. And we're not here for the explosions, of course, but we are interested in whether it goes right or wrong. Because if it goes right, this thing flies probably like a month, maybe a month and a half. If it goes wrong, well, you're going to have to wait longer. We're here not because, oh, it's an explosion, haha, right? Like, no, it's because we want this to go right, and we are interested in this kind of testing because of it. Because if it goes right, man, things are going to get really exciting, right? That's the long run, as I was saying before. We are here for the long run. Anyways, we're seeing more venting here. I'm noticing that the 2 vertical tanks, so each one of them has a pipe. One of them was not frosty, that the pipe was not frosty. The one on the left here from this view, now it's frosty.
Yeah,
Might that be part of the...
I didn't expect them to get frosty again. Those are basically I think they're the recondenser tanks, or reclaim recondenser tanks for the methane. So basically they are, because I think in my thing, I think I mislabeled the recondenser vent, but then again, we're all learning. So I think I got that one wrong. I think that's the bog gas vent, if I at this point. But I guess they're filling both they must be filling both tanks with methane, and then they got to recondense them into gas, or from gas into liquid, or from a warmer liquid into a colder liquid. Um, it's kind of interesting. I think it got frosty, and it may not be, and it may be thawing again. I gotta see though. But it's, we're learning here.
Yeah.
Just like
yeah.
everyone. I mean, we've seen this tank farm run a lot, and it does look like the box fan has slowed down a decent amount. As I say that, it picks right back up again.
Right. Right after we saw the
right
like,
as I say it.
No, but I was mentioning, it sort of died down a little bit, and it was after we saw the venting, like a few minutes after the venting on Booster 19. Maybe there's something to be correlation, some correlation between both. I don't know. See, this is what we do, right? We see all of these things appear and events and whatnot. No pun intended with events.
Well,
But then you sort of have to come up to conclusions and draw some kind of correlation in between, right?
as far as I know, there is no correlation between the box fan and those tanks. The box fan is all LN2 exhaust, basically, and chill down exhaust. And they're, from what I've seen, there's no pipe that runs to that goes through those tanks. Those tanks are methane, and they're kind of isolated from that. That vent that we see going next to those tanks, that's related to those. I think that's the chill down for part of the methane system there. But of course, I'm waiting to see a cue of all of a sudden everything picks up a bunch, and then we see something from the service structure or from what could be the bunker vent, but it could also be the Raptor engine chill. But the Raptor engine chill these days gets routed back through the QD, and as far as I know, that'll get routed back through the tank farm. But again, until we see Raptor engine chill on a Block 3 booster, we don't know. we're kind of in the dark. I know that on ship, they have a new vent off of the ship QD arm. It's kind of this little vent that's stuck off the arm. I'm pretty sure that's the engine chill for the ship now. It doesn't come out. It doesn't come off the sides, like Block 1 and 2. I think it gets routed back through the QD and then comes off of the ship QD arm there. I don't know how it works in space, so that's another thing we'll have to learn on that one there. But again, I'm watching this box fan vent speed up, slow down, speed up, slow down.
Maybe it's part of the process to have
Yeah.
it like that. We'll see. In any case, of course, there's many more questions here, not just super chats and whatnot, but also regular questions. Like here, for example, asking, could SpaceX use old versions of Starship as water towers? And I want to answer this question myself, because I know I can throw this to you, Ryan. But first of all, so if you look around, right, you look at that launch site, there's no water tower. Where do they get the water from, right? And it feels like a lot of old spaceflight enthusiasts, right? If you want to call it like that, old spaceflight fans. We are used to water towers at different pads, like at the Cape and things like that. We're used to that. But look, for example, at Falcon 9's Slick 40, Space Launch Complex 40. Do you see any water tower? And they do have a water deluge. Look, for example, let's see, at Space Launch Complex 4 East at Vandenberg. There's no water tower there either. Where did they get their water from? Well, the water is stored in ground tanks, just like the propellant and whatnot. But they push those with high pressure gas. Instead of using a water tower just uses the pressure, when the gravity, with the gravity, right, the energy, that's stored just because you have a very tall water tower there. You have the water on the tank, you open a valve, and then the water sort of rushes in and falls down, and there's a lot of pressure in that flow. That's how you do that. But you can also recreate the same pressure just by having high pressure gas being pushed through the system. Same deal happens here at Starbase, right, Ryan? Like, this may be one of the things that hopefully in the tests of this week we may see activated, right? It's one of those things
Yeah,
that I hope to see this week.
we won't see the top deck deluge go, not with a booster on there.
No, yeah.
I have a feeling the next test for that will be once they remove the booster after this test campaign. But when they go and do a static fire, or maybe even during one of their load tests, if they do like a simulated countdown, maybe they fire off the trench deluge at some point, in which you'll see the weir vent go, and then you'll see a depress of the gas generators they use to pressurize the system. It's been really cool to watch that every time. I have been curious as to why they fired it as many times as they have. I wonder if they're trying to like nail down system pressure or something along those lines. But it'll be cool to see that activate with a booster on the pad, and it'll be really, 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 really cool to see it activate during a static fire. That'll be awesome. So I can't wait for it.
Yeah, and on that same note, I should say though, even though they don't use any water tower, it is true that for a while, I don't think it is anymore, they did use Starhopper as a water tower, at least not water tower, but water storage. Let's put it that way, right? But that was really like a long time ago. Let's be honest. It's no, it's not a thing anymore. But one thing is water storage, and another thing is water tower. Fun fact: when you see, for example, the water tower at 39A, that is not storing any water at any point. It gets loaded within the countdown. Yeah, I'm gonna take some more support because it keeps filling up. This is the thing. I clear the queue, it fills up, and it's a thing. So chaotic, becoming a Capcom member, and then we've got, what were we showing here? Hang on. Oh, haha. We're showing not just 39A, but also, yeah, more tanks as well being delivered. But yeah, you see the water tank at the water tower at 39A there on the top left. It's not loaded right now. Like, the water is stored somewhere else. There's like a ground reservoir with like big water tanks on the ground, not water towers, and then that gets flowed all the way out there to that tower during the countdown. But yeah, and of course some tanks being delivered. Probably not for Starship, right? Or maybe. I have no idea, to be honest.
Those might be for Starship. They are missing 2 methane tanks because there's spots for 2 more methane tanks over at LC39A. So those may be the last 2 methane tanks required. They're also still missing LN2 and LOX tanks. So anytime tanks arrive at the Cape, they could easily be for Starship. Because not only are they going to need them at 39A, but they're going to need a lot of tanks at Slick 37.
The funny thing is, because I'm also seeing, because these are not the only tanks that have been delivered. Yeah, so this is the other thing as well that we're being pointed out in the back channel by Need Pizza, which is the transport company that they're using for these 2 tanks in particular is not the one that SpaceX normally uses, and that means it's probably somebody else. And right now, there are at least... So there's Blue Origin that is expanding their own tank farm at LC-36. They're doing also subcooling, by the way, with New Glenn. So just like we're seeing at Starbase, all of those subcoolers and the box vent and whatnot, all of those things, very similar sort of thing where it will happen at LC-36. I know they have already installed a few nitrogen tanks as well. So these may be like extra nitrogen tanks probably. Or I think they were also delivered, like a delivery of a couple of liquefied natural gas tanks from port as well, from the one on the left, I think, on the bottom there. So there have been a few tanks there. There might also be, I think, Relativity is also missing a couple more tanks as well on their tank farm. So there's still a few other launch pads at the Space Coast that might need some more tanks. But as you were saying, Ryan, SpaceX is also building another Starship launch pad at Space Launch Complex 37. And of course, those will also be... There we go. We have Carson art, I guess. Yeah, and meanwhile, the Giga Bay, it's being built as well. at the Kennedy Space Center. They have their own Starship Gigabay there. As you can see, Starbase is not the only place that you can see Starship activity. You know, we have this weekly Starship update, right? And originally it was a Starbase update, but we had to include things about the Space Coast and McGregor. Like, first of all, McGregor, we have McGregor Live, the cameras and everything. And I was the one that actually proposed putting things about McGregor, because there's Raptor testing, like 15, 20 Raptor tests every single week that a lot of people are missing. They don't know about. There's like things like patterns on how long a certain test is. They're doing relight tests. Back in the day, we used to see like TVC testing, like gimbal testing and things like that. There we go. Today, only one, but to be honest, it's still early in the day, right? But again, like every week, it's sort of like 15, maybe 20 tests, sometimes even more than that every single week. And there's things to gather, like for example, if they're testing always, I don't know, there was one time they were doing 120 seconds all the time, 120 seconds, 120 seconds, and it's like something is going on with that. And so, you know, that sort of thing, if you're not paying attention, you might miss that, right? So we were putting those out on the Starship update, and again, it was called Starbase Update at the beginning, but we were like, you know, it has to become Starship Update because it's not just Starbase where they do this kind of activity. So yeah, while we may not see any static fires of Raptors at Starbase today, definitely McGregor is the place for that. And as we were showing before, Space Coast 39A has a Starship Tower already. Gigabay at Roberts Road there on the top right. I mean, there's a lot going on. We have seen rolling out parts for the tower at Slake 37, right? Space Launch Complex 37. There's a lot of things, and soon enough we're gonna see another vehicle as well there on Space Coast Live, sitting on Launchpad 39A, and getting tested as well, just like we're seeing at Starbase today. Just saying, if you're missing it, you're missing a big part, because this is gonna be a lot more launch pads at Florida than at Starbase in the future. In any case, we are going to hit some more questions. There we go. Yeah, Carson is just hitting me here with more clips. This is the forward end extension of the arm, sort of the tip there of that arm being installed at the tower at LC39A. Yeah, there we go. If you see, like on the Path 2 view on the right, the top of the booster, the ship quick disconnect arm is behind it. They're installing sort of the left side there, the part that's sticking out from the left of the booster. But yeah, he's just hitting me with like here, and I'm like trying to move on, and like so, but it's appreciated. Look, it's really good when we have a producer that is on top of things. Thank you, Carson. Anyway,
trying to see for any kind of indication that we're moving forward with stuff here. It's, you know,
yeah.
It's not real. The box fan vent's not really that strong. That
and now look at
vent really isn't that strong.
Hang on, can we go back to the other view? Because now it's the opposite. Now the pipe on the right.
Yeah, they swapped tanks again. Or what I think they did is they had swapped tanks already. They just needed to chill down the other tank to condense everything again, is what they might have needed to do. Why is it every time I say the box fan vent is down, it starts way back up again? Like that's happened like twice, like 3 times now. Like I say it's down and now it picks up again. I'm hoping it's a sign of something. I want it to be a sign of something.
SpaceX is watching, and they have like a lever, and every time you say, "Oh, it's less active," and they're like, "Whoop!" and
they just put the throttle forward a little bit. Whoop.
Toga.
More Carson and Art here.
Yeah, there we go. Anyway, but yeah, so you know, we're talking
really
about
going now.
What kind of testing we might see today. This is what we're seeing right now.
And then it's going to die down again. Like, oh my God, SpaceX. This is gonna get frustrating.
Hey, but it's fun. It's fun because, again, technically, tank farm activity, we've seen it in the past, right? Like, we've seen them testing the tank farm. but it's not been with a booster out there or a ship out there. Of course, the ship without the booster cannot be out there. Of course, it needs to be sitting on a booster. But definitely right now they have a booster out there. It's connected to the OLM, and there's obviously some people that might have missed this. So we'll talk about a little bit, for example, about some of the changes to the booster itself, because I'm sure a lot of people might not know this. It's missing a grid fin. Look at that. Right? What happened? Like, there's only 2 in this view. There's the third one on the other side. What is going on? And I had seen a question, might have missed it already, about this. Like, what is going on? Why do they have only 3 fins? And look, it's okay. Like, not every people have to be every single day tuned into this thing. That's why we do the Starbase summaries, the Starship updates and everything, right? So that maybe only once a week and things like that, you can just catch up to the activities. So what happened, Ryan? Like, why are there 3 grid fins?
SpaceX realized they didn't need 4 grid fins. It's lessons learned from not only Falcon 9, but from the early days of Starship, the first 11 flights of Starship. Especially more or less from like flight 10 and on, where they actually really used the grid fins. Because not flight 10, that would have been flight 3 and on. Because flight 1 and 2, the booster blew up before it could ever even get to reentry. Or glide back. So they learned a lot with those, and they realized that they just need 2 grid fins opposite each other to really control it a lot, and then they needed a 3rd grid fin to act like a rudder to be able to control the booster. The 2 opposing ones are the same. They're all 3 the same size, but the 3rd grid fin has a slant to it. To the exits and everything, and that's more or less because
during thinner, right?
No, it's the same. It's the same thickness. From what I've taught from what Nick at Ring Watchers has looked at, based off focal length and everything, it's the same thickness as the rest of the things. It's slanted, so I think it's playing tricks on people's eyes. But when you take the actual thickness and you compare it to it, it's looks like this. It's the same.
All right.
But it's slanted. So the reason why it's slightly slanted is because when you go in at the new angle, the new higher angle of attack that they want to go into, if you were to keep that grid fin like straight, the pass through of air straight for it, well, the booster's gonna want to pitch. It's gonna want to pitch its aft upwards because of the way the airflow is going through the grid fin. But if you slant it the right way, the airflow will keep the booster pitched the correct way that you want to keep it pitched at, and then you can use it as a rudder to control, left and right, control yaw on the booster. And then the other 2 fins control the roll and can control the pitch as well. So that's why it's only got 3. If you were to put another grid fin on the other side, it would be completely out of the airflow, thus it would be useless. So they took that grid fin out, and then they made these larger so they get better control authority with them, and that's why it has 3 grid fins.
There you go. It's just like a tail on a plane, right? You've got the pitch, right, and then you've got the yaw.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, there we go. You're the airplane guy, so that's why I'm talking to you about that.
Yeah, you got the elevators that are running your pitch, you got your ailerons which run your roll, and you've got your rudder which runs your yaw. So, and they're able to do that between the 3 grid fins. So there's that, and of course it's got the integrated hot staging ring. We've got, of course, different chines as well. A few people in chat mentioning, they're different sizes as well, and that's part of the whole thing, right? Yeah, the chines. So the funny thing is it has bigger chines than Block 2, but they've gotten rid of the CO2 system because they no longer have the really, really intricate booster Raptor engine shielding anymore. Mm-hmm. And instead have been replaced with all the chines now hold the avionics, the batteries, and a a boatload more COPVs. Both Block 3 vehicles have a lot more COPVs. I know the ship has at least like 32 of them. I think Booster is in and around that number as well. It's got a lot. It might not have that many, but I know it's got a lot on it. It's been increased by at least double, if not more, for the number of COPVs that are on the booster. It could be up to like 150% amount of COPVs that it's got on board, and these are all used for, pressurization of the new landing tank that's installed, because it's now like Falcon 9 again. Am I right? We'll go back to that in a second, but basically the COPVs hold purge gas, Raptor spin-up gas, igniter gas, as well as pressurization gas for the landing tank, Alex, which is like Falcon 9 now.
Yeah, on the side they have that landing tank to hold. That one is for liquid oxygen, right?
Yes, liquid oxygen landing tank. Yeah.
There you go. And it's separate so that they are able to, once they are in that high angle of attack, if they were to do that with just the main tank, the level of the oxygen will be so low that some of the and because it's flying at a high angle of attack, right? That means the level of the liquid oxygen will be not covering all of the inlets to the engines, and that's one of the reasons why they have that landing tank. Because a lot of people, and I remember, for example, excuse me, back when we were covering even the earlier version of the boosters, those also had landing tanks as well, and people were asking, but wait, it's not like the booster is not doing the belly flop like the ship, but it's still coming in at a relatively high angle of attack, more now on version 3 than previous, right? And because it really doesn't take a lot of propellant for the landing burn, if you think about it. They're running with 13 engines for like maybe 10 seconds, if I'm not mistaken, and then 3 engines for another 10 seconds, 15 seconds. When you do the math, it's not a lot of propellant, and 80% of that propellant is liquid oxygen, and it's the one at the bottom, the one that is directly connected to the inlets to the engines, right? If you only use the main tank, because you have such low amount of liquid oxygen remaining for that landing burn, then with a little bit of an angle on that entry, right, when it starts the engines, you will not be able to cover those. And so that's why you have a separate one where you are able to then have a reservoir, so to speak, where you draw from, and you're able to then properly distribute the oxygen to the engines, right? And so that's why they have the separate landing tank, and that's a very important thing. Now they have put it on the side. Maybe the next version will have it back in the center. We'll see. But it's very important. It's very important for them to be able to keep that separate and ensure that the engines have proper supply.
And a really interesting thing about it, too, is with the new landing tank design and the new manifold, which it looks like a spiderweb manifold. And the only way we saw it is because, B-18 sneezed its guts out during the ambient pressure test over at Massey's. All 13 center engines that can gimbal can also be supplied by the landing tank, which means that with the methane transfer tube and there's also a little methane landing tank just below the transfer tube with the way it's kind of separated out. But from what we can tell, that plus the LOX tank, SpaceX has an incredible redundancy in the landing burn. So when they go ahead and do the landing burn, they originally ignite all 13 center engines to do the initial slowdown, and then for Block 3, it'll down select to 5, and then it'll down select to the final 3. And if any of the center 3 don't work, they can keep one of the inner ring of 10 on as a backup, and that'll just take over. So it would be it'd be a very catastrophic failures for the booster to land without 3 engines on at any time with the amount of redundancy they have. They don't have the same redundancy on ship but they have an incredible redundancy on booster to be able to have 3 engines at all times for landing, which is kind of cool.
Yeah. And that is the important thing as well. We're having questions here as well about the engines, because we saw the so there's many things in general, not just the engines, but also the aft end of the booster, which we saw during the lift. And like Nikki here asking, why does it look like one of the engines on the very edge of the booster is not flush with the aft? It looks like the engine cap protrudes slightly further out from the aft. Will they cover that? So if you look, for example, on engine 87 there, serial number 87 on the left, there's a cover there. Now we're talking about, you know, how Raptor 3 doesn't have shielding and everything. Doesn't have heavy shielding. Doesn't have a little bit of shielding. You can see there at the top, there's that sort of cover, and it's sticking out. And now there's also I obviously have not pulled this out on the Q&A and everything, but there were also people asking, why is it that the 20-hour engines are literally at the edge of the booster? And I feel like this is probably because the previous version had the shields and it was not noticeable, right? But it has been pretty much all the time that the outer 20 engines are on the outer rim of the bottom of the booster. The thing that's changing now is that there are no outer shields, or at least a big sort of skirt that we used to see with the previous version of the booster. There's still some covers here and there, minimal shielding, weighs basically nothing in comparison, right?
Yeah, it weighs basically nothing compared to what they used to have.
Yeah, exactly. But there's still some of that, and you can see that's a little bit that's sticking out. Whether they'll cover that or not, we have no idea. I have no idea at the very least. But we'll see. This is not the finished product. It only has 10 engines, right? That's the important thing. That this is not finished yet. And a lot of the things, for example, here, there's wires sort of just sticking out. There was another question as well, which is somewhat important, but different, which is why are there so many exposed thin pipes and lines? Can they survive reentry? First of all, the wires are not going to be exposed. That's one thing, because wires there are probably mostly about the testing here on the pad. But the big pipes that you see there, the ones that sort of go around the aft end of the booster, those will be exposed. Ryan, what are most of those about? Like, quick sort of rundown of what those are for.
So each manifold, one of the manifolds, I have to look back at one of the aft sections to 100% see again. But one of the manifolds is the LOX autogen. So it's the autonomous repressurization system that SpaceX uses for both tanks. One is the LOX one, which pressurizes the LOX tank, and one of the other ones is the methane one to pressurize the methane tank. Now there's also a engine chill like collection manifold. There's also the igniter gas, spin up gas, data and power lines that go around, and each of the boxes you see goes over where there's a port that goes to an engine. So there's 33 total boxes that go to engines, and then there's a couple of junction boxes in between there that are kind of basically a junction box for the high pressure data and all that other stuff, which then feed into the QDs and, work like that.
So basically, some of those are high pressure gas then, right?
Yes, so some of them are high pressure gas. I had them labeled here. Stand by. I can find a label somewhere. I had them labeled somewhere. I'd have to go look for it though.
Either way, the bottom line here is that a lot of those pipes, even though they are exposed, they are high pressure gas, for example, which means they are going to be pressurized during entry. They're going to be carrying pressurization gas through their pipe. So that means it's going to give it more structural integrity, let's put it that way, right? And also you got to think about this. The engines are right next to it, like right below it. And when you are re-entering, the engines push away that air. And so it creates this bow shock, which means probably right where the pipes are located, maybe there's not a lot of friction and contact with the air as much as you may think. It probably will get more contact even like when it's doing the landing burn, when it already slows down and there's no such front, right? That shockwave in front of the booster, right? That sort of warps around the whole thing. That's my thinking at the very least. That you may think that maybe that part will get a lot of friction, a lot of aerodynamic loads and things like that, but maybe the engines pushing out the air and whatnot, because they're gonna be further down. Those are probably gonna be protecting the aft end more than we think. You found it yet?
No, I think I stored it somewhere. I have to organize all my pictures somewhere, but
All right.
yeah, I have to go chase that thing down at some point. But they're based off of all the everything we've seen. We kind of have an idea of what's what and where goes what. You have to find. It's just following all of the lines that come off of it. But I like the design. It's simplified. It looks real. I think it looks cool, honestly, on the bottom of the booster. And
it saves mass. Right?
Yeah, there's a lot of the stuff that's now consolidated. And I'm also glad, thank God, they don't have separate Raptor QDs anymore. Basically a lot of those manifolds replace the Raptor QDs. As in the ports are still on the booster, but instead of going to 20 different QDs, all 33 go to a full manifold, which then goes to the 2 QDs and gets split off. That's basically what it does now. Rather than having a bunch of different QDs and everything else, it goes to a manifold, which then goes to the QDs. So they've changed the design a little bit to have it more booster side than pad side, which I honestly think it works better that way.
Yeah, and to sort of deconstruct a bit some of the jargon there, maybe for people that might not be aware. So before, right, they had a launch mount that was in charge of starting the outer engines with connections directly to those engines, the 20 quick disconnect arms, right? And those 20 outer engines were supplied of all of the startup gases, from the spin-up gas to be able to spin up the pumps, right, at ignition. Also, for the torch igniters, they used the gaseous methane and gaseous oxygen, right? So all of that, what was being provided through those quick disconnects. And on launch, once the booster started going up, with the ship on top, of course, then all of those arms had to retract, along with the hold downs and everything. So that was a lot more hardware that you had to then protect against launch. And now it's a lot easier because you only have the clamps itself, right? And also the clamps are redesigned and things like that. Like, they have simplified a lot of these procedures and different kinds of hardware. And now you've got these manifolds, and now you route these things through the quick disconnects. It's true that you have a bit more mass on the booster side of things, right? But on the flip side, you have a bunch of these things running on the outside things. That's the booster engine ignition shot. And so, yeah, there were 20 arms, apart from the 20 hold down arms, that also had to retract. Now, all of those are not there on Pad 2. And so that's a benefit. They also had, if you see those purple sort of connections to the engines, those were also for recollecting chill down. So when they condition the engines so that they are cooled, and like the pumps, right? They run liquid oxygen, liquid methane. It's very, very cold. You need to condition that. But when you condition that, you flow that liquid oxygen and liquid methane through, and that flow of liquid oxygen and methane makes whatever you put in to essentially warm up and turn gas. So those, in that case, those were to pull up the liquid oxygen side of that chill down. So basically gaseous oxygen, and it will collect that and then dump it overboard. All of that is gone now also with Pad 2, which is there's still there's still some like this functionality is done differently. Let's put it that way. Like there's still chill down, right? That they have to do on the engines. There's also connections and things like that, but not directly to the engines. Not this way. It's much more efficient, and that is good for things like basically turnaround times. The pad, you don't have to work on it that much. You have to do a lot less work in between flights, and that's the end goal, to be able to be rapidly reusable, right? On the topic of engines and pipes and whatnot, we had also a question because we were seeing the engines before, and it was true already on version 2 that the center engines were a little bit lower than the engines, but it's much more true on version 3 because of the shape of the bottom of the booster, right? Where the engines are connected. And the reason why we're showing this is because Anonymous here was asking, will the higher outer engines affect the lower inner center engines? And I feel like a lot of people have not realized that SpaceX already has experience with having a group of engines that is higher than the other, right, Ryan? Like, we're seeing here the ship.
Well, the bells are about the same level because the dome lowers the center engine bells about the same height as the RVAC bells. But, like, it's not going to matter that much of a difference, especially because exhaust plume-wise, it's just your high pressure is just going to make it into another massive Mach diamond again.
Yeah.
That's all it's really going to do. It's not really going to interfere that much with it, especially because you're going to have such a massive, like, at liftoff in the atmosphere, you're going to have a massive low-pressure zone like right under the booster, just above the nozzles, because of the immense amount of pressure, high pressure coming out from the exhaust plume is going to create a massive low pressure zone in that area. So as you get higher, the exhaust is going to expand, and of course your pressure is going to get lower anyways because you're going out of the atmosphere. You're getting higher and higher in the atmosphere. It's not really going to do that much, honestly. It's not going to affect anything. If it was going to affect anything, SpaceX wouldn't have designed it that way. Let's be honest here. They've done their computer models. They're I'm pretty sure they know what they're doing. I don't know. Do they know what they're doing? They might. It shouldn't really affect it that much. But I gotta say, since we're on the topic of that, I cannot wait to see a full 33 engine Raptor 3 exhaust plume, because I have this inkling it's going to be more bluish,
that would
maybe
be cool.
bluish purple. But then again, I don't know until we see it fly. I can't wait to see it fly.
One thing that you were mentioning, because you were talking about the low pressure and things like that. Wait. Go back, because I wanted to point out one thing. So, sorry, Carson, because I was actually going to be talking about this as well with another thing. When you go up in the atmosphere, the pressure goes down, and we always talk about how the plume expands, right? That happens to any rocket engine, pretty much, where as you go up in the atmosphere, it goes into more thinner atmosphere, right? And the pressure goes down, and that means the exhaust can expand. And here, the ship, this is Flight 11, by the way, this is a screenshot of that. This is already 144 kilometers in altitude. It's pretty much near vacuum, right? And yet you see, I don't know if you see what I see, but I saw this live, and I was impressed when it happened, that even though it's in near vacuum, the exhaust of the RVACs, the outer engines, right? The Raptor vacuum engines pushes in the exhaust of the center engines, and they have, like, instead of widening, instead of going out, the center engines, you can see that the exhaust sort of comes back in again. Like, it still forms like a mini Mach diamond of sorts. So I really wonder how that will look like with the booster, even when it goes up into space. Because the booster doesn't go up as far, right? It doesn't go 140 kilometers or anything like that. But it still goes pretty much in your vacuum as well, right? And the exhaust expands and things like that. But I'm really wondering and looking forward to what that exhaust expansion will look like on this new version, where the difference between the outer engines and the inner engines is more pronounced and it's more visible, right? That will probably do weird things to that shock and expansion of the exhaust. But yeah, those are the views of the ship from the ground. I cannot wait until we see this again, folks. Like, we might be maybe a month and a half, maybe 2 at most, right? And I just cannot wait. Like, every single step, every single test that we're seeing here just is one step further, closer, I guess, not further, closer, to seeing this back again. Like, it's bonkers. Look at that. Like, this is when they dump the propellant from the ship. It also was a very nice time of day because we had sort of like a jellyfish effect downrange, right? And so it was more dramatic. Look at that. Yeah. This was D, if I'm not mistaken, who went out there. There we go.
Yeah,
as soon as I say it, they appear.
It's the VDYs.
But yeah. It's so cool. I just cannot wait. Anyway. Oh boy.
Everything's still chilly down here, and I mean the box fan vent's been kind of picking up and going down, picking up and going down. Makes me wonder if they're like running through tests on the tank farm first before they really do anything with the booster itself. But you know, we're live because it's Texas Tank watching. We don't know if how much they'll load the booster today or if they'll load the booster today. That's kind of one of those things. But we have a lot of tank farm activity, so that's why we're here talking with you guys, with everyone here. We want to kind of talk about this. Plus, there's a lot to talk about with how new this booster is.
Yeah,
the pad is. There's so much new stuff to go through. It's kind of nuts.
To be honest, I'm even struggling to keep up because people keep asking, and it's fair. Like, you keep doing it, folks. Like I'm not complaining at all. But there's also like questions and support to go through, and so yeah, it's a lot. I'm gonna run through some support because it's already yelling at me this queue here in the back channel. That diabetic kid gifting you 1 Red Team membership. Then we have a $5 tip by Darthmac. Thanks for all the coverage. Just for fun, technically the booster will do a hop test with just the 6 center plus mid-ring Raptors, right? Really wish they ever skip. Look, it will have been awesome to see a booster hop, but I'm also glad that they just, they focused on building pad 1 and building a booster, even though it sort of didn't work. But hey, they concentrated on the interesting part, which is the booster. Obviously, without that, well, we wouldn't get the full stack flights, and we got those. So, but yeah, it would have been cool. But on the flip side, we got full stack flights. Anyways, another person becoming Parrot member, T. Jess Pujel. Yeah, this is the thing. Yeah, this is the thing with YouTube. It's not my fault that somehow they change nicknames to be now your like original name or something like that. And so people, they sign up to YouTube back in the days probably with some weird names, right? Anyways, store message by Anonymous. They didn't want to leave their name, but they did leave a message. Keep it up, waiting for my coffee mug to be shipped. Look, like, this is good old tank watching, right? Classic tank watching. And so a mug, that is probably the best thing that you can buy right now. Because some of these windows are like 8 a.m. Central. If you're in the Pacific Coast, for example, that's 6 a.m. for you, right? So you're going to need a lot of coffee if you want to keep up with these tests. So thanks for buying that. And, this is a reminder. If you go to the shop, as since we are live, you can leave messages when you buy something on the store. So if you want to say something or leave a note or whatever, you have that opportunity. Patrick Bob, wow, a $100 tip. That's an incredible amount of support. Thank you, Patrick. I know they're a regular. Like, every single time, every Raptor site, I'm always like listening to our Raptor, and it's like Patrick Bob or gifting membership or tips or whatever. So this is like, I know I I don't even know what to say anymore, right? It's like I think we've thanked them already enough, but also at the same time they keep supporting us. It's like, wow, what should we do, right? Support a booster test stream. Yeah, that's really appreciated. We're very busy here at NSF. You might see some other stuff going on as well. So just saying, just living it out there. Wilbur Baggins with a 2.69 super chat, I guess. Two curly L's. Perfect after a busy morning. Well, that's one of the things as well. If you're in Europe now, it's afternoon. I think Wilbur is from the UK as well, right? So it's probably tea time now as well. So if you have your tea, you can also use the mug for that. There you go. Anyways, Kleincar becoming a Capcom member. If you're Capcom or above in our membership program, you also have access to Discord. So just saying, maybe we'll see you on the Discord server. Anyways, going back to questions, because there's so many questions. Again, I'm pulling here. There's so many good questions. Like, for example, let's run through some of these a bit more quickly, right, Ryan? For example, just to put one of these, why are there only 10 engines, or what are they limited to do with just 10 engines? There's some questions along those lines. We answered some of these earlier, but what can they do with 10 Raptors installed?
So with 10 Raptors installed, they can do really any kind of engine testing they want. They can test all sorts of different plumbing, and they can test the ridge cap and the buckets in certain ways. So it's kind of like a 50-50 test between the pad team and the booster team. Now, I know you're asking, would the thrust be asymmetrical? Well, you have to remember, when SpaceX goes in static fires, they fill the LOX tank to the max, and a full LOX tank on this booster is like 4,000 tons. Even at max thrust, which they could run all 10 engines at max thrust to actually help test the deluge, wouldn't be enough thrust to push the booster up, because you also have the weight of the methane and the hold down clamps. So they could run all 10 Raptor 3 engines at max power, and even at max power, max theoretical power, which would be 300 tons, but we know they're running these things at like 250, 260, give or take, or a little bit higher. They could run these things, each one of them at 300 tons, and they still wouldn't have enough thrust in order to push the booster up with a full LOX tank. And so like asymmetric thrust really wouldn't matter that much, not when you have that much weight pushing down on it with liquid oxygen. I wouldn't be surprised if they do a full 10 engine max power test to really truly test the deluge, because it's not the same as all 33 engines, but it would still provide really good data on how the buckets and the ridge cap would fare under somewhat launch conditions. So they can do all sorts of different things with those engines, and only having 10 on, that means they don't have to install all the engines at once. And you don't need to risk that many engines, although I don't know if that really is that much of a concern. But there really is no reason to put all 33 on. I mean, really. If all you're doing right now is trying to activate the pad and get your first set of testing done with the booster, you don't really need all 33. In fact, you can use the open spots to keep testing equipment like transducers and how the vehicle vibrates under a static fire and all that other stuff, which is still on the booster. There's a ton of test equipment on the bottom of that booster. So, they're using it to test a lot of different things, and there's the box fan going really, really crazy again. Maybe that's a good sign. I don't know.
Maybe we'll see. Again, we are here for the long run, right? Like this is a marathon stream. We don't know how long we'll see activity here. Again, road is closed, pad is clear. There's nobody out there. They're doing all of this tank farm activity. We don't know when they may start loading things on Booster 19. Maybe they don't. Maybe they see some kind of problem, or maybe it was not even planned today. But they're doing stuff, and you never know, right? And we are interested in what might happen, because if it goes well, we might see a flight really soon. If it doesn't go well, then it might be a little bit more, right? As Sawyer will say, those launch dates may delay a bit. So that's what we're here for. trying to cover all this, trying to see what's going on and try to deduce what's sort of the different things that they're doing as they test the pad.
It looks like the frost off of the 4 subcoolers that up front. So those are booster subcoolers. There's one big one in back that's covered by a bunch of pipes, but looks like the exhaust for those is losing frost, or it has lost frost. Maybe they're cycling them or something, or I don't know.
Interesting.
Huh.
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
I'm waiting for like some kind of frost or something from either the booster itself, the QDs maybe, that the QDs are getting a little bit maybe they're getting chilled down. Maybe that the vent I've talked about, which could be an OLM vent, but it could also just be the engine chill vent. It is a vent of some sort because we have seen it vented, and it could only really be LOX that would vent out of that, but we don't know its exact purpose, because we were not able to really tell where that line came from inside the server structure, because by the time they installed that line, all the shielding was already installed, and I'd have to try to go back to see when all the shielding was off to see if they had a line running or not, or if it was added late. So that's kind of an unknown. But yeah, I'm hoping, as they keep picking up here and here, we'll finally see some kind of indication of maybe loading or something, or maybe they chilled down the tanks. Anything.
Yeah. And Ryan, because I was seeing some comments in chat. For example, like, you remember the old days when we were like during one of these streams and whatnot, and then suddenly out of the blue we will see some kind of cart going down the road and going out to the pad, and then like a group of people will go into the tank farm and try to fix things in the fly, like right in the window, right? That's one of the things that you never know. Like, we might see that today as well. Who knows, right? They may go down there and trying to fix something before they go again and test stuff on the mount. So you never know. Now we have more more questions, I was gonna say. And this one is important because we're talking about they have increased the number of COPVs, of those composite override pressure vessels, and they've been problematic in at least 2 times within the Starship program, with Ship 36 and maybe also Booster 18, right? And Cyber Valkyrie, they're asking, like, has the SpaceX started testing the COPVs themselves yet? I understand they bought the COPV company in the last couple of months. Are we seeing any of that?
We've definitely seen them take their own. They've been taking a lot of COPVs to Massey's to test them by themselves, pressure test them before installing them on vehicles. I think it's an extra step, and they really started that after what happened to Booster 18. So that might give a kind of some indication as to why 18 failed. But of course, until SpaceX tells us something, if they ever tell us what happened, we can only really speculate on exactly what happened. We may get a line from them, like when they do their like update about Flight 12 before they go to launch, which it might be 6 to 8 weeks from now, or who knows at this point. It's not going to be in 4 weeks, like Elon says. Sorry to burst your bubble.
Yeah, Elon time is a thing, right?
Hey, I'll just say this: with Elon time, at the end of January, he said 6 weeks.
Yeah, that will be now,
right? 6 weeks.
Right.
It's been 6 weeks. This is what I'd be right now. But anyways, they started testing their own, but maybe SpaceX will drop a line or a paragraph on what happened to Booster 18 when they release their full update for Flight 12. Maybe we'll never know. It's possible we'll never know exactly what happened to that booster. So, and honestly, SpaceX, they stacked this booster in a month. It took another month to get it ready. They got it out. They cryoed it. They brought it back. It spent a month in Mega Bay 1, and now here it is on the pad. It's got 10 engines on it, and they're doing pad commissioning and activation tests. And I can't wait to see this booster frosting, and I can't wait to see it fly. So hopefully everything goes well.
Yeah. I'm seeing some people asking about EJ. Don't worry, I think he'll be later on. Again, we have already planned for this to be a long commentary stream, and we have a lot of things going on. I know there's like one question here, for example, about any updates on the Firefly launch tonight. We don't know, or at least I cannot tell you, because it's not like I should know. You have to follow the official socials of Firefly, and of course we're providing launch live stream services, so whenever they are ready to launch again, you'll see that. But it's one of those things that it's part of NSF, right? It's those launch live stream services, for example, and so people are busy, right? And so we need help from other people as well, and we have here a long commentary stream, so it's not just gonna be me. I'm not gonna be here forever. We're gonna change voices at some point. Just saying, expect more voices later on. Anywho, let's see. More questions. Again, if you have any questions, tag at NASASpaceflight in chat or at NSF. I'm gonna be grabbing even more here because there's not a lack of any questions, but hey, add it to the queue. There is, for example, from El Hulto asking, do you think they could do more than one test within this window? Like, maybe do more than one propellant load test? Of course, they have not loaded propellant yet, right? But if they would right now, do they have time to be able to run a few of these rounds of propellant loads and things like that?
In theory, yeah. Will they? I don't know. I mean, it's one of those things. I mean, they could probably, if they loaded boosters, they could probably load it, detank it, then load it again. I wouldn't be that surprised at them being able to do that, but I would be, honestly, if they go and load a booster, they would likely hold that load for a little bit, then detank it and look at the data, make sure the tank farm worked out well, the booster worked out well. Ooh, that's
wow.
The methane subcooler booster subcooler just kicked on hard. That's new. Both just, I think
interesting.
The booster subcoolers just kicked on. That's what just happened.
Okay. So does that mean okay? Go ahead.
This could be loading. Could be. I'm not gonna say it for certain, but with them this kicked on, they could be loading prop.
Interesting. Okay, so we are getting into big action, I will say, because that is quite active. Wow.
Watch,
yeah.
I'll get proven entirely wrong here, but I mean, it's
you never know.
Here we are. This is a guess.
Yeah, I mean that is one of the things that we were talking about before, right? Like SpaceX with the dial, and or like the lever and whatnot. But yeah, so they are right now. That tank farm is currently like getting a lot more activity now. Wow, yeah, that's super cool. Okay, so now we'll stay tuned to the launch mount and see if we see any sort of activity, because of course that could be where we see any sort of yeah, I'm really excited now, because that could mean we're getting into propellant load. Hopefully, let's see. Yeah. Can you imagine when they have a full stack here?
Yeah, right. Yeah, wow. They must their chill down and quenching must be done. So they could be into, I mean, we'll see. Let's see if we see a frosty booster QD or condensation start appearing on booster. I mean, let's see. We'll see. Maybe not.
Yeah. First, so let's go ahead.
I'll say this: the vent on the right is, well, it's the fan box vent. So there's fans that are kind of help pushing it up. The vent in the center there's no fan there. That is a pipe that's coming straight off of the subcoolers with a valve system, and that there's no fan there that's pushing that out, which means they are pushing a bunch of liquid nitrogen through those subcoolers. Now, usually the only reason you do that is when you're trying to subcool a boatload of propellant. Usually. So it's kind of like...
Yeah. So one of the things that I also want to ask, Ryan, because we saw, at least during cryo testing, because this booster went first to Massey's, right? And conducted a cryo-proof testing campaign, right? It went out there, it got loaded with liquid nitrogen and things like that, right? And it got tested individually apart from the pad to look for leak checks and things like that, sort of to be able to qualify the booster in general for operations. Now, one of the things that we saw was that the booster was getting frosty before even they loaded anything liquid. Like, it was getting frosty just with gas. Like, are we gonna see this here today as well? Like, or was that just for cryo testing? Like, it's one of my main big questions of the things that I want to see today. It's like, will that be repeated here?
It's a big question, and I think what we think that was for, and I think we'll see that here. I'm just waiting to see if something happens, is because they want to load props so fast on booster now. So they, as I talked about earlier, they likely want to get their load times down to the 20 to 25 minute mark or so. Like, they want to load this thing really, really quick because turnaround times, all that other jazz. Now, part of that would be, well, when you load stuff that fast, you don't want to shock cool the tanks. Like when you go to chill down an engine, you don't want to shock cool it by just introducing a ton of fluid. So what the plan would be is to take basically pre-pressed gas, like really, really cold pre-pressed gas, and pre-chill the tanks before loading a boatload of propellant in really, really quick. So you don't shock cool the tanks and you don't crack them or damage them or anything along those lines. So that was the theory behind that, and whatnot. I haven't seen it yet, but then again, they may not do it for this tank loading. They may do it tomorrow, or they may do it in a couple of days. They are obviously just figuring out how to load it to begin with now. They may go down to the quicker loading time later. So it is something to watch for.
Yeah, and to be honest, the venting that we saw from the tank farm, that's nitrogen. Okay, so that's part of the air. It's not like pollution and things like that, because so people might be confused about what they're venting. That's nitrogen. And to be fair, the only things that they vent, like apart from nitrogen, is also oxygen. Guess what? That's also in the air, right? The only thing that is sort of damaging, in quotes, right, is that if you have a lot of people close to the nitrogen, that displaces the oxygen, and that is not good. But there's nobody out there. Right now, the pad is cleared, the road is closed, nobody can go down there, so they can safely vent that. And in fact, it's now safer than before, right, Ryan? Because now they have the fan that blows that nitrogen up instead of sort of staying around and lingering near the surface. Before, in the old times, it used to be that it would linger sort of near the surface, and that's actually more dangerous for people if they approach there and it's not clear by then and things like that. Then it's not great. That might also help. For example, reopening the pad after a launch might be helpful when you have, instead of having that lingering nitrogen, just have the thing thrown up in the air. But anyways, I think it's time. I was sort of teasing before that we're gonna have changes of commentary and voices coming in and out. I don't even know if he's clear to join, or if I'm clear to introduce him, but I'm just gonna introduce him anyways.
Introduce
Shuttle, horses, tea, soccer.
Hang on,
no,
someone
hang
said
on.
shuttle.
Football.
Someone said shuttle. What the heck? The thing is, the shuttle always automatically turns my microphone on, so luckily I need to be speaking, otherwise you'll be hearing nonsense, because it's exciting times. It's Booster 19. It's all getting very venty in the tank farm. We're hoping we're going to see a frosty booster today. I hope. I mean, that's the plan, isn't it, Alex?
Yeah.
A frosty booster.
Yeah, definitely. They're going down the checklist. We were talking about this before. It would be a pity if they were not to be able to go through with propellant load operations and whatnot. But they also have a long window, and also, I mean, they have plenty of time in the week, in the month. Like, we want them to take this slow. We already saw what happened with Booster 18, right? So even if we were not be able to see today's like cry or things like that, I still like this testing. First of all, we're getting surprised with all of the tank farm activity. We're here, like, Chris, you should have seen us, like, whoa, like, venting here and there. We saw venting from the methane tank as well of the booster. Like, the booster vented earlier as well. So all of this is new, right? And we don't know what to expect, and that's what we're here for, good old tank watching. And I don't know, like, I'm just like that.
You know,
I also want yeah.
I've noticed, because a lot of people are going, oh, Booster 19, first V3 booster. Oh, first Block 3 booster. Oh, it's the Flight 12 booster. I'm going, hang on a minute. It's also a brand new pad.
Yeah.
Don't forget that. You know, I'm sure a lot of people are excited about a brand new pad, but it is something that is 50-50 with this, because it's all well and good them testing the booster on the pad. It's all well and good, but also we've got a brand new pad, brand new system.
Hey.
Oh, look at that.
Frost. It is loading.
Have I invoked Frost?
Either this is either this is Frost for chilling the tank, or they are actually loading. And that looks like it's going fast. Holy cow, you can see the line going up on its own.
Wow.
See that?
It's half
See
a
how
ring
quick
now.
that
More
is?
than half a ring now.
Oh,
I'm waiting to see the
Yeah, look at
common dome. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see the common dome at some point. Yeah, that's going quick.
Okay, we're
She's
talking
going
about
quick.
Frost. Look at that. We're already seeing it.
ladies and gentlemen, this is not a time lapse. This is real time.
No, that's
Hey, look at that. You can see it from the other
see
side.
the frost on there. You can see that solid
Right.
frost. That looks like a solid frost line of actual LOX loading, is what
Yeah.
that looks like to me.
Yeah, I don't
so
think that's
that-
gas. I think that's the
Yeah,
actual liquid
yeah.
oxygen.
Gas is usually far more uneven in how it chills the tank, so you wouldn't get like a solid line. You would usually get like it would be like an off even like a frost. That's a solid line. I think they're actually truly loading sub-chilled liquid oxygen on this booster right now.
We are so
So-
back.
So back. It's already.
I was going to say,
so fast.
it's no exaggeration. This is super fast. I mean, I assume, Ryan, this is all part of this short loading time that Block 3 has.
Yes. The biggest question I had is whether or not they go straight into the fast loading time. It looks like they are. So we saw that it's literally like a minute ago we saw the frost line just appearing, and now it's 2 rings tall. Not to mention the ring below that through the bottom of the booster.
Yeah, there's more booster down below.
Yeah, this is going quick. Like in like 2 minutes, it is, or less than 2 minutes, it's gone like 3 rings.
3 rings already.
That's nuts.
Wow.
This is nuts. How quickly this is going. Like
Look at that.
I am
I'm waiting
designing a tweet with a little
Yeah.
Bandicam clip. The clip is 10 seconds long, and you can see it rising on 10 seconds.
already above the QD hood.
I've gone flight. Hang on, I should put flight. Starship.
I'm waiting for the common dome to get frost here. They're probably in the middle of trying to fill that. Well, here's the thing, and actually we have to remember this too. While it is going very quickly on this, you have to remember how much of the methane they have to fill. That massive transfer tube. They gotta fill that thing.
Falcon 9 sized
They have
transfer
to fill
tube.
a Falcon 9 size transfer tube before you even get to the common dome.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, here we go. Right. I'm going to tell you what. Anyway, I'll put it in chat as well. I've gone Starship Flight 12 Booster 19 prop loading for the first time on Pad 2, and wow, it's fast.
Yeah, it's fast. Holy cow!
It's not a time lapse. It is going that fast.
Yeah. Does everyone in chat retweet that? No, I'm joking. I'm not one of those people. But oh my word. It's 2 rings.
And I'm just going to say this right now. There is no indicator whatsoever on the mount itself for when loading starts. All we will see is the subcooler vents pick up like crazy, and
Just
then
like we saw.
eventually you'll just see a chilled tank and and it'll just load. That's all you'll see. Just as what we just saw is what you will see on launch day. There is no visual indication on the mount itself. Now on the tower is a different question. If you see, like, just below the chopsticks on the right side of that tower, there's that
vent.
line that sticks out. That is the tower vent that still does exist, so we will see that activate. But as for the mount itself, there's no visible vent, because all that chilled down gas and liquid is getting routed back through the tank farm. So there is no indicator.
I've got a like from Everyday Astronaut. There we go. Notification. Tim Dodd, he's a good lad. He's always been a good lad. No, I'm going to make a point of that, because the internet is a crazy place. When you become kind of well known like Tim is, it can change, but Tim's not changed. He's a good lad. It's worth noting that. Sorry, is this? How long is this going to take to fill this thing? I mean, this is going to be like 30 minutes.
I said 20 to 30 minutes. It was my prediction as how quickly they would be able to load this thing. But here's the thing. We don't know if they're going to load it the whole way this time around. We may just see them stop. They are definitely, it looks like they're still going. But we'll see when and where they stop, and we'll have to wait and see when we start seeing, loading in the methane tank. I'm curious.
One question that I have,
yes.
Ryan, because if they were to load fully the methane tank, would that need an evacuation of sorts? Just like a launch? Because it's a lot of methane.
It is a lot of methane, but it isn't like a booster and a ship combined. I don't know if they would need that.
Also,
so maybe they'll only load a little bit of methane here. They may not do a full load of methane on the booster, but I wouldn't be surprised if they go for a full load of LOX today. I mean, it would be right away, but I wouldn't honestly be that surprised, to be honest. I thought if they were going to do a load of LOX, they would have stopped by now, but they clearly aren't stopping. They're going for it. So,
and just to give a sense of scale, so we were talking, it's going 1 ring and a half. Somebody was asking in chat about, like, how tall are these rings? This is 6 feet, 1.8 meters, basically like more or less like a tall person, so to speak. It's a tall person for me, okay? I'm 165 or 5'5" in feet and inches. So it will be tall for me, but basically like a tall person, right? And we're seeing already like, what, 6 rings by now? 5 above the launch mount plus 1 that's sort of below the launch mount deck.
Well, it makes sense if you think about it. It makes sense that they found a way to make more efficiencies in the loading process, because this is the future of this vehicle. This vehicle is... You think Falcon 9 launched a lot right now. The envisioned flight rate for Starship is beyond crazy. I don't know if they'll ever achieve what Elon's put out there, where it's like every hour we're going to see a launch or something like that. But, it's not terribly unrealistic that once they have all the pads, and maybe in 3 or 4 years' time, maybe 5 years' time, we might get up to 1 launch a day. Am I getting crazy, Ryan? Ryan, you like to calibrate me getting excited. So calibrate me there. Do you envision this rocket in like 5 years' time with all the pads available and it being on a decent run of cadence? Do you think it'll ever achieve 1 launch a day?
I think it will eventually. I don't know when, but I think it will eventually. It's just one of those things. Is like there's a lot of goals for the Starship program to hit. There's a lot of milestones they still need to hit before they reach any of those goals. And this next flight is definitely a big one for the program as a whole in order to help reaching those goals. but I definitely think that they'll do it. And I just got to say this. I saw Zach saying they wouldn't load methane right off the bat. Zach, I'm just going to tell you right now, the main methane supply line has been frosty since like 8 a.m. from the main methane tanks over at the end near Pad 1. So I'm pretty sure they're loading methane this time around. Or at least they're going to.
Yeah,
Just
and
gonna
people
say
are
that.
asking about frost on the methane tank. We have to remind again, you were mentioning this when we started, but there's also been like 2,000 people joining since frost started. They probably
Yeah.
saw that frost was starting and they joined in. So when they load the methane tank, there's still a transfer tube that goes from the bottom of the methane tank. You can see sort of like that ribbed section, sort of like on the top half of the booster, right? There is a common dome that separates the methane tank on the top and the liquid oxygen tank on the bottom. And in the middle, through the middle of the liquid oxygen tank, runs the transfer tube for the methane, so that it goes from the tank down to the engines. All of that tube needs to get loaded, and it's thick. It's like Falcon 9 sized. It's thick and tall. Within that liquid oxygen tank, you have to load a lot of methane until it reaches such a level that is now above the bottom of the tank, up there at the common dome. So leave them, let them load that thing. Give them some time.
Said it before
Yeah.
that this is really fun that we can watch this live. It's not something SpaceX is live streaming where we're just talking over SpaceX live
No.
stream. This is something we've got using our own cameras. You're getting so excited about the frost rings, aren't you? I know you are. But I'm going to
Oh, I
thank some
love this
people.
thing. I love
no,
this.
no, I'm going to do it. I'm going to thank some people to allow us to get these views. Because honestly, we won't work without the support we get from the community. And people go, yeah, Chris, that's a YouTube thing. People say, like and subscribe. No, it really is. It's genuinely mean it. So I want to thank Crafty Geek, who goes, any new prints of V3 hardware in the shop?
Hey.
Can't wait for full stack shot. That's the key, you see, full stack shot. But would I settle for a booster lift while we wait? Well, we do have some really good photographs from Colleen, Caesar, and Gage. I will talk to the store team and work out what we're going to do with that. Full stack will be the money shot, as they call it in the trade. So that'll be something we'll look for. But thank you, Crafty Geek, for super chatting that question about can I spend some money in your store? Crazy.
think-
mean, I'll never lose fact about that. Alex, dying to say something, so Alex, say something.
Yeah, because I checked, and there is one. There is
Oh, is
one
there?
of Booster 19 at Massey's, yes. There is already
at
one.
Masses, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
Like at Sunset and things like that. So there's already some of that, but hey, the best
You might
is
be
yet to
wanting
come.
Pad 2, though, yeah. I mean, you know what? When they installed Booster 19 on Pad 2 with its kind of like 10 engines, it looked a bit... I would really be excited about them when they lift it with 33 engines, 33 Raptor 3 engines, and then full stack. That's what would be really exciting to me, so I'm looking forward to that. It does look like it's got missing teeth when it was being lifted with its missing Raptors. It really did look like it needed to go to the dentist. But there we go. Store message, someone got something from the store. Texas Tank Watchers snapback trucker hat. That's a mouthful.
I just want to say, Chris, sorry.
I'll finish the sentence with you. It's impossible with you two on, because I'm like, I can just sit
No,
back
go
and just
ahead.
give you questions
You-
and just
you
sit
got-
back. It's great.
You got an awesome trucker hat. This load started at 11:05. 13 minutes ago. And the
Wow.
tank is almost half.
Well, we should time this. I mean, I assume they're going to fill it.
At this rate, I don't see why they wouldn't.
Yeah. So we can time it and get a judge from that. The funny thing is, my uninformed opinion would be, for a first-time operation, they might have done it slower. I don't know if there's any benefit for that. I don't know if it's even possible. I mean, I assume they turn valves on and it just fills. But is there a way of doing it slower? Because it's a first-time operation. If they're going to go full belt first time, not unless they have to do it that way.
I mean, to do it slower, you can run the pumps slower, run not as many pumps. I mean, there are easily ways to do it slower and faster. You can just control the pump speed and whatnot, the flow rate. But it does look like they are trying to load this as quick as they might want to load it on a launch day or during a static fire. I don't think they're messing around. They're loading this thing. So if my prediction is correct and they want to load this in between 20 and 30 minutes, that means we should if they're going to go for a full LOX tank, The LOX tank should be filled by 11:30, 11:35. So we'll see. Maybe they'll stop though.
Let's wait and see. John, this is a grok question here. How many cows would it take from the methane from the methane from cows, and then cow emoji, fart emoji, and then sick emoji, would it take to fill the booster V3 methane tank? No using ChatGPT, only mathematics. Good luck. Right, okay, chat. That's your question for today. How many cows worth of methane would it take to fill a V3 booster? Oh my god. Right, Jeff Royboat, that's his full name, has gifted a red team membership. Bideford, regular Bideford. Wow, mind blowing how fast. Thank you, NSF, for covering this. Thank you, Bideford, as always. You're always in our chat and always supporting us, as is Wilbur. Grateful is enough words. Well, thank you, Wilbur. We're grateful for you. I'm going through the chat panel because I did join late. I did get one from Anonymous saying, what testing are we expecting today? Well, technically we're watching it right now, aren't we? We're expecting some kind of tanking test. We aren't expecting a static fire, Alex, are we?
Yeah, it will be. I mean, they seem to be going all in with propellant load at the very least, but going all the way to like testing the engines, that is, I will say, highly unlikely. This week, at the very least, we may see, maybe, but today in particular, no, I don't see a static fire happening today. But hey, cryo, it's quite important. We were mentioning before how earlier tests, like Booster 18, for example, got blown up essentially well before even getting to this point. Like, it is very important for them to be able to test all of this, right? So it's exciting nonetheless.
It is, yeah. And a good question in chat. The options are spin prime, but again, I think without knowing, because it's even the days of overpressure notices have gone now, I think, because there's no residents left in Boca Chica Village. It's all SpaceX employees now, I believe. I think we have to basically just assume that today would be about testing the system, the propellant loading, the pad systems, and the booster. And if all goes well, then they can then look forward to potential either spin prime or static fire tests. So it's a case of observational data. Yeah. We'll just keep an eye on things, but it's impossible to know otherwise. SpaceX don't put a press release out every morning saying this is the testing we're going to be doing. It's always been the case with Starbase where it's observational data.
And Chris, we're talking about before, because we also had a question earlier. The test window is actually quite long. It goes all the way to 8 p.m. Do we think they may be able to do this like a couple of times of loading the booster? Maybe like now they do this and then they detank and then they go again later in the window, because they will have the time, right? So
especially if they want to tweak things. I mean, this is something where it's all about testing, and testing means you can carry out certain other objectives during these test windows. It would make sense to me if I was head of SpaceX propellant loading operations. Can you imagine? God help SpaceX if that ever happens. I would say, well, I know what we'll do. We'll have a good prop load. If all goes well, let's try a different way of doing it. Let's try it under different conditions. Let's see what happens if we do it this way. Again, without risking the booster. This is the flight booster. This is not a test tank. This is a flight booster. So they want to be careful at the same time. But I think the point you made about the previous V3 at Message won't pop. They've gone a long way across the scale now. They're now at pad 2 and now propellant load. And this is a big step forward. So whatever happens today, even if it is just a frosty tank for a while, then they detank and that's the end of the day. It's still a milestone as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
In fact, Wilbur, I didn't put your thing in the ticker. That's weird. There we go. It's now in your ticker. I'm making sure that when I just say thanks to people, it's also in the ticker because that's what I can click on. Patrick Bob's arrived. Patrick Bob has arrived. Oh my goodness. 50 gifted Red Team memberships. Patrick, you 50? Are bonkers. Yeah.
They already did 20 before.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and tips, and it's a lot of support.
I mean, Patrick's been on Raptor size doing 50s and like these crazy tips and whatever. Patrick, we do really appreciate it, but I also get a little bit nervous. Don't overstretch yourself. I'm sure you aren't, but don't, if you know what I mean. Because the support we get is thanks to the community support. It's not down to any one or two people. That'd be really irresponsible of us to sort of like rely on that. So. Thank you, Patrick Bob, but again, you've done more than enough. You'd have to do another one for the rest of your life and would still be saying, Patrick Bob, one of our top supporters. More questions. Here we go. Kariko wants to know, do you think they will try for a booster catch this flight, or do you think they'll opt for a soft splashdown? I think, Ryan, it's pretty much absolutely guaranteed they will be going for a catch on this flight.
Oh yeah, I would put it at a 99% that they're not doing it. I don't say 100 because SpaceX themselves haven't confirmed it, but I would be nearly certain they won't try for a catch at all because it's a brand new booster. It's going to be a brand new landing profile. I talked about it during the rollout stream, but the landing profile. Ooh, nice vent from the LOX tank there. Still waiting on methane tank frost though. I don't know if they're doing a slow load of the methane, maybe they're doing a slow load on that one and not the LOX, because LOX is a little bit more simpler to deal with than methane is, so maybe they're not going fast on that one. But basically, for the catch, the booster is going to have to target to the south of the pad, cancel out all its velocity, and then kind of scooch its way into the arms. It can't go straight into the arms because of the way the pad is oriented relative to where it'll launch from or launch towards. So they're going to need to test that whole maneuver out in the Gulf before they try to test that landing at the pad. And it's a brand new booster, plumbing, all of that. I think we got CH4 Frost.
There we go.
Yeah,
Frost
there we
in the
go.
methane tank.
There we go.
my
Methane
word.
tank Frost.
Wow.
But I just don't see them trying to catch this one. Booster 20, if this one goes well and the landing burn works and everything, absolutely Booster 20 will try to catch that one. I don't doubt that for a second if this goes well.
Right, remind me, for the purpose of my next tweet on the Everything app, when did we start the locks? And
11:05.
how long
About
until it's
20 minutes ago.
20 minutes ago?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Right, I'll give you another question while I do my tweet because I can't multitask in my life.
And remember, I can do my speech here about, we see that frost there on the methane tank. That means the full transfer tube, again, Falcon 9 size transfer tube, like 3 meters wide and what, like 40, 50 meters tall, right? It's full right now. It is fully loaded. And so, and now, of course, the load of that methane has gone up enough that it's now touching the walls of the main tank. And we see that frost appearing. The oxygen tank, I don't know about you, Ryan, but it looks like about 2/3, maybe 3/4 of the way.
Yeah, I'd say about a little over 2/3 of the way. And we are, 22 minutes into loading of that LOX tank, and we're about, or almost 3/4 of the way in. So, yeah, and here's the thing, and I will say this may not even be max flow rate that they can do with this pad. This is the first time they're ever doing this. So they might be able to do it even faster than this. And this is already loading all this. They're doing the methane tank slower because it's methane, and not only that, they're not going to load a full methane tank with this. I doubt they would ever really do that. There's no real need to do that. But and also because if they load that much methane, they might actually have to do. There's a lot of other safety concerns with that much explosive material, or explosive, potentially explosive liquid and gas in the system. So I had to try to word that right. But basically, I have this feeling based off what I'm seeing and based off the fact this is the first time. When I said they could load this thing in half an hour, I think we're at that point. I would not be surprised if they could load this whole booster in half an hour. Ship will probably go just as fast because you have to remember on Pad 1, Ship only had like one methane pump and like one LOX pump, maybe two LOX pumps on a good day, with only two like LOX subcoolers and one methane subcooler. On this pad's tank farm, they have Are we back?
Hey, are we back?
Hello.
There we go. Yeah, we're back. I hear our
okay,
voices now.
we're back. Yeah, there we go. We had a little technical hiccup there, but I don't even know where I got cut off at this point. But basically saying that this whole stack could probably be loaded in half an hour. So yeah. Wow, they're almost done with the LOX tank. Like, they started at 11:05. They started 25 minutes ago.
Yeah, and it's already almost loaded. Like it's what, 4/5?
This is more LOX than block 1 and 2. Remember this. You have to remember this LOX tank is bigger. Granted, the transfer tube inside is much bigger, but still the LOX tank's bigger.
Right, so anyway, while that was happening, and me tripping over wires on the floor, because whenever we lose the feed for a bit, it's because I've tripped over a cable. It literally is, every single time. That's the only reason why it happens. I did a, goodness me, 20 minutes and now here comes the CH4 tanking. Massive Part 2, Block 3, V3 flex going on. That actually is, you know, I'm doing it in a numpty voice, but it's actually true. It really is a flex. This is impressive. So, and also, I've just noticed the ASU is in the background there. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Because the ASU is going to cut down on tankers. Right, explain the ASU to people who may not know what that building's all about, that little mini tower to the right-hand side of the booster.
Basically, that ASU, or otherwise known as an air separation unit, it's going to take air from the atmosphere. So as we know, the atmosphere is made up of, you know, it's like 80% nitrogen, about 20% oxygen, although the percentages there are kind of and then there's a ton of different particulates like argon and a whole bunch of other stuff that's in the atmosphere. What it'll do is it'll take the air in and basically separates it out. So you separate the oxygen, separate the nitrogen, and maybe even separate the argon. I don't know if this one will do argon, but it'll definitely do oxygen and nitrogen. And then with the compressors it has and the cooling towers and the cooling tower it has and heat exchangers it has, it'll take that oxygen and nitrogen, it'll condense it into a liquid and then purify it so that it can then be routed into the tank farm and literally fill the liquid oxygen and liquid nitrogen tanks. So that will cut down on needing to bring tankers in. This particular version of this ASU should be able to do 900 metric tons of LOX a day. So you add that up with how quickly, so it could probably do a booster's worth of LOX within like 4 days. So then you kind of line that up with also the ship. So you're talking maybe a full stack every week, give or take, or something like that. The compressed, you might be able to get more out of it, but I think that's kind of where it is. I might be a little bit wrong on those numbers, but as far as I remember, that's kind of what it can do. So it's just gonna help cut down on bringing in stuff and and whatnot. Well, as of right now, they can only launch 25 times a year out of Starbase, so it's about once every 2 weeks. So that ASU alone should be able to supply all of the oxygen and nitrogen for those 25 launches. And then all you need to do is bring in a natural gas line, have natural gas liquefaction system, and boom, you can make all the propellant you need on site. But that's a ways away from them being able to do that with the LNG.
Maybe it's just me, but I keep seeing in our back room, looks like it's loaded about same amount for static fire tests. There's no chance they're going to static fire this right now, are they? Can you rule it out?
I can't.
Oh.
Here's the thing.
Just gotta watch the flame trench.
we can't rule it out. That's the thing. I don't think that is the engine chill right there.
Okay.
That is engine chill
that's a
from
lot.
because that's that vent we were talking about, that bunker vent we were talking about earlier. That could be the engine chill line, although we think it's routed back through, but it also could be vented out that. I can't rule it out. I can't.
Oh, tank
So
farm
we'll just-
is going down. I'm looking at the
So
vents we
they're
were seeing
hitting low.
before.
All I will say is, Carson, let's ensure we've got a camera in the best possible static fire preparation.
Ooh! What's
Just
that
in
bent
case.
out of the mount? That bent out of the mount.
Yeah, Ryan,
New?
let me just get that message to Carson first. Carson says yes, thank you.
Sorry.
It's always
Really
best to be
interesting.
prepared. Let me thank some more people while we're here, because I did get kind of like a little bit nervous that we were seeing a LERD that would be at least allowable for a static fire test. There's no chance that we know for a fact there's one happening. We're not being clever, not being sly or anything like that. We don't know.
Maybe they're just...
Hands on heart, we don't know there's
Yeah.
going to be a static fire test, but it's good to be prepared just in case there's one. That's the way
They
I'm
could-
going to phrase it.
They could also just be rehearsing, right? Like a rehearsal of when they actually do that. Maybe later in the week. That could be a possibility as well. Like I know, because I'm saying this because a lot of people are saying in chat, "Oh, static fire is going to happen." Like, we have no idea. We're just wondering, looking at this, because when they do a static fire on a booster, when it's alone on the pad, they fully load the liquid oxygen tank, and then the liquid methane gets just a little bit of that methane, right? And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. So it's like, are they doing this sort of like mimicking the conditions of that test, right? We'll see.
Now, I would say this too. While the amount of methane ring-wise what we would normally see for a DSS just activated,
Oh,
they're not going to. The deluge
DS
just activated.
okay. Let's see what happens.
So that was a test. That's all it was. No engine fire. That was a rehearsal. That's all that
I
was.
was like, SpaceX, surely not. Surely not.
I think that was just a. So they just baited us right there. They just
Wow.
straight up baited everybody.
Hang on. Let me do a Bandicam clip. You two can talk as much as you want. Go.
That
for it.
was fun, SpaceX. Do it again.
They just baited everybody.
Wow.
Here. Oh,
For a second, I
oh,
was like, "Are they actually gonna do a static fire?" After all the saying, "Oh no, it's certainly not gonna do a static fire, right?" Okay,
Right.
it didn't, but hey, they were close. They fired it.
Alex, I'll tell you what I did. I actually held my breath. I was like,
Yeah, right.
I did too. Just,
Same
I
thing.
think all three of us. I was like, DSS, deluge. I'm like, surely not.
oh, this is fun. I'll tell you what, I've missed this. Where we've had like
Same,
active
yeah.
vehicles on the pad and we're like, oh, is it?
Wow.
Wow.
I think that was just a full rehearsal for the whole thing. I think what they'll do after this is they'll look at all the data, and maybe they'll static fire by. Maybe I don't think they would do it tomorrow. I don't think they would go through tomorrow.
SpaceX, if you want to do it
Like-
tomorrow, I'm okay
And I
with
will
that.
say this. I will say this. They might have done a spin prime, but with the DSS and the deluge, there's almost no way we would know. So they might have done a spin prime and a test of the deluge. They might have. We don't know. So I don't know if they would do it tomorrow. They would probably spend the next day or two looking at all the data and everything. But I would not put it past them to put more closures out and static fire Thursday or Friday. I wouldn't put it past them. If this all went well and that was the spin prime, I wouldn't put it past them. But of course, that's just speculation.
Yeah, Ryan, you make me sound clever now, because I've gone Starship Flight 12, SpaceX just loaded and acted like they were going to do a static fire test with the deluge activating, etc. Heck, it could have even been a spin prime. Hard to see with this deluge. Either
might
way,
have been
that was fun.
spin That might
I
have been
totally stole that from you, Ryan.
I need to go back and look. There, stand by. Let me go back.
Yeah, I'm looking at the other. We'll definitely pull replays of this, right, Carson? But yeah, that's a bit of a nod here. Carson to pull
like-
stuff.
I'm looking at our Dune and CP11 cameras. The problem is the DSS plus the deluge. It would block any kind. We know what spin primes look like. It's just a bunch of It's just a bunch of O2 gas out
and
of
it will be harder with just 10 engines rather than the 33 engines, right?
They could have done a spin prime. It'd be kind of hard to prove it. Look at that. They're already detanking that too.
The good news.
Oh,
is,
yeah.
The good news for all the people going, DSS is going to ruin things for us. No, trust me, when the static fire happens, you're going to see it.
Oh, you're going to see a static fire.
You're not going to miss that. Yeah. Oh, my word. Right, so that was fun. Anyway, I really make a point of this. It's a Chris thing to make sure I don't leave anyone out who's supported us, because I think it's important. We've got all these questions from people. By the way, literally, you could be your first time here, asking your first question. It goes into the panel if you do it at NASASpaceflight. It doesn't matter who you are or how long you've been here or if it's SIP chat or not. If you do at NASASpaceflight, it goes into our panel. We can go through it, and we're going to do it a long stream, so we're going to get through as many questions as possible. Let me thank these first. That diabetic kid gifted a red team membership. Soundbeam became a red team member. Johnny, I can't wait for the first booster test fire on pad 2. We nearly had it, Johnny. Chris Bray with a tip. Thanks for the courage. I mean, I'll stop there for a second, because that's bonkers. Someone has literally given some of their hard-earned money to say thanks for the coverage. I mean, that is amazing. It really is something I don't lose appreciation for. It really is cool. Chris WNSF, we know who you are, Mr. Scotland, has become a launch director. Even though you're a moderator already, that's mad. Adrian, did someone forget to pay the phone bill? Oh, that was when the VMix crashed for 30 seconds. Yeah, we luckily Carson is very inept at fixing things like that, so it was only a short little dropout. But yeah, that was what it was. VMix apparently. I don't even know how that works. I don't know how to work Bandicam. Are we going to see an CSS crossover episode? Perhaps there's CSS in chat right now. Negative central. Oh god. Negative Spectralist, I think it is. That's a heck of a username you got there. Hey guys, awesome commentary as always. Can't wait to see this thing fully stacked and lifting off. Same. Also promising an update after letting you know a couple of thousand people on my proposal secret stream a couple of weeks ago. She said yes. Oh, that was the proposal one. I remember that. Basically, there was a comment in chat saying, wish me luck. I was going to propose to my girlfriend or something like that. The answer is she said yes. So congratulations. That's awesome. Thanks for letting us all know. We've got how many engines on the booster right now? There's 10 are on the booster right now. When it first lifted off the transport stand, the angle made it look like it had 9. But then when the angle changed as they were translating it, you could see it was 10. One was hiding behind other engines. So there's 10 Raptor 3s on this booster right now. I've got Lars, thank you, gifting a red team membership, and we've got Justin has become a Capcom member. That means you got access to our Discord as well, and KD5AHL, again, usernames being the way YouTube's gone with this way for some reason, has gifted 5 red team memberships. Thank you very much for your support. It means everything. It really is very much appreciated. A question here, Roman asks, if the third grid fin is slanted, meaning it's adjusted for some sort of angle of attack, does it mean it's going to create more drag during ascent? Who wants that one? Alex, do you want to have a go at that grid fin question?
I'm going to defer this to Ryan. He's probably more on top of that.
I could pick one of you. Yeah, damn it.
It would probably add more drag, but it's not. You think that's going to really do that much when you have 33 Raptor 3 engines, each producing like 250 plus tons of thrust? I don't really think it's going to make that much of a difference on ascent, so it shouldn't really matter that much. And I do want to address one thing. The vents we saw out of the bunker, I think those are drain vents. Those are not engine chill, because engine chill, as far as I remember at this point, is actually collected and routed back to the tank farm. So that might just be, I think that's just drain lines. So basically it's draining the lines just before you would get a static fire or launch.
Is that like what we saw, for example, at T-minus 40 seconds when they lifted the hole, and then we will see like venting from the Ola vent from releasing pressure and things like that?
Yeah, those would be drains. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the vents on the server structure do some more venting when they if they loaded the methane tank more, they might vent. Those would actually vent. But I think that's your like T-minus like 10 to 10 second like drain or whatever the heck it is. So this was basically, just to recap what we saw tested today as a whole. What it appears to be is this was a full wet dress rehearsal for a static fire, or it was an aborted static fire. That's all I'm gonna say. Or it was a spin prime.
That would be funny
It could be,
if
it
they
could
actually
be any
went
of
through.
those three things.
Yeah,
Because based off
as
the
Alex was saying, Ryan, as Alex was saying, that'd be hilarious if they actually were planning to go for a static fire and they aborted it.
Yeah, that
On
would
the
be
first go, on the
Yeah.
first tanking on pad 2, my goodness.
I think I proposed that question during the flame trench. I know EJ and Max are in the back channel, so I know they can hear me. But I remember asking them like, "Do you think if the propellant load goes well, they will just like go for it?" And we were all like, look, I also thought no, but today I was it was the closest I've been to yes. Because when I saw that deluge activating, I was like, "Oh my god, are they doing it?" Yeah, that was fun.
like in my head. I saw we zoomed back out. I saw the bunker vent. I saw the bunker itself start to vent. So I'm like, okay, either that's engine chill, and then I thought to my head, oh wait, no, engine chill is actually routed back through, so that might be a drain. But I didn't get a chance to say that because the DSS then activated, so I made a point of that, and I go, wait, no, and in that shot was the weir vents, the weir relief valves. I saw those activate, and I'm like, no, you're not. They're not going to, are they? And they activated the deluge, and I was like, it was just a sequence of events. I didn't actually get to explain anything because it all happened at once.
Can we also acknowledge the fact that when they first tested on pad 1, how long did it take just for them to fully load, like with actual propellants and things like that? It took them a long time. No, I meant like how many tests it took for them to actually do that, and how incredibly bad. What?
More closures have been published. A primary date of the 12th of March. So Thursday with an alternate for Friday.
What could that mean, Ryan? Translate that.
If this was a wet dress for a static fire, that could mean we could have a 10-engine static fire, or we could have a 10-engine static fire on Thursday. We might, maybe.
That works. I've got nothing planned for Thursday.
Not anymore.
Chat, how's your Thursday looking, chat?
It could be. It could just be another tanking test, but it could be a static fire. It's one of those things. It's back to Texas tank watching. We'll have to wait and see what they do. Maybe they'll say something. It's the first static fire on this pad. I want it to happen. SpaceX, stream it.
Chris,
I dare you.
I don't know if you remember, like when they were doing. Remember the full stack that they did with a crane and everything. And back in the day, I remember Elon was saying like, "Oh, static fire in 2 weeks." That was back in the day with pad 1. Now it's gonna be actually are gonna be doing a static fire probably within the week after the first test on this pad. It's below Carson. Scroll down.
Yeah, scroll down.
Carson's looking for his mouse.
It's also interesting because it's separated by 2 days. Like there's no closure tomorrow, for example. There's no behind the scenes.
Hello, Carson. That's your VMix.
Carson.
Oh. Are we still live?
Yeah, VMix is visible right now on stream.
Oh, chat can still hear us at least anyway, so I don't have to say anything rude.
There we
Hello.
go.
Well, that's a nice desktop.
Hi.
Why is it not? Here? Hang on a minute. Breaking news. Carson's background is not a rocket. That's not good.
Yeah, that's not good.
Anyway, more questions. Again, I'm going through as many questions as possible. A lot of them tend to be repeated questions, which is fine, and I'll just take one of them to answer all of them on those people's behalf. Daniel Firefly asks, how fast did it take them to fill the booster up? Are we breaking new records in filling? So let's go back to the timing of this. We had the 20 minutes, was it, for the LOX load, and then obviously not a full methane load, but to get to the point where they could static fire it, what was the timing, do you reckon, Ryan?
The timing from when we first saw frost to when they activated to when we saw the basically the bunker vent was 30 minutes.
Wow.
They loaded the LOX tank basically in 30 minutes, which means they can load the methane tank in 30. So I would assume that this entire stack will get loaded within 30 minutes now, which is kind of what I've been expecting the entire time. They nearly cut their load time in half. Now, granted, they could do it quicker. They might be able to do it quicker. But I mean, we'll have to wait and see. But I remember when they first started this program, they could only load. It took them an hour and a half to load, and I just want to say this: they loaded faster than Falcon 9. With like how much many more times the propellant, Alex? Like order of magnitude
10
more
times.
propellant?
Yeah, at least 10 times more. Yeah.
And they did it faster.
Yeah, because it's about 450 metric tons of propellant on Falcon 9, and this is more than 4,500. So yeah, it's actually more than 10%, 10 times more now.
Yeah. That's a nut. That's insanity.
One thing that I wanted to point out, because we were talking about the closures before, is that it is interesting the fact that there's sort of a gap, like a day, that they're not like the road closures are the 12th and the 13th, right? Which means tomorrow they don't have any testing scheduled. And that is interesting for the fact that it allows them to be able to take the rest of today and tomorrow to check the data from today, and then go ahead and do the actual, firing on Thursday. Like, I think that's a big indicator there, where it's like they have the time not also to check out the data, but also to go out there. They have the time to look at the booster, look at the ground systems, how they performed and everything, visually inspect them, physically be there and look at them. Man, it's quite crazy that just on the second test here on this pad, they're going to be probably doing that static fire test.
I mean, again, this does play in to the latest timeline Elon gave. Now, Elon's been giving some timelines like 6 weeks launch, which was about 6 weeks ago now. And then it was saying launch in March, and obviously that's not the case anymore. But the latest one was 4 weeks to launch, which was like the first week of April, which was more realistic. I think we're currently, from the words we're hearing, is mid-April. But it's more realistic. And this is probably a very good positive sign that they're not going to hang around. They're going to do like days and days of like kind of prop load testing, and prop load it a bit more, then do a bit more testing, then do more testing. They're literally saying, right, okay, let's fill the booster up. Let's pretend we did a static fire. That all goes well. Let's press forward for a static fire test. Then the booster's done. They still have to take it back and receive the other engines, and then bring it back out and repeat again, this time with a 33 engine test. They still need to install the engines on ship 39, take that back out to masses, and static fire that engine, the engines on that vehicle. The question I've got, Ryan, is, aren't we missing the thrust ram testing? What's going on with that? I thought they'd stay at masses and do some thrust ram testing on the after the bit of the ship before they install the engines. They're not going to do it this time?
For ship, it doesn't seem like they're going to do it. But then again, it's not really like 100% certain that they won't, because the stand is still getting built. If they don't do it, then they don't do it. But if they do it, then they do it. It's kind of one of those things. It's like, I hope they do. I want them to thrust sim it, because I don't think they should be skipping any steps, especially not on this flight. But then again, SpaceX may also see they may also see 39 as far more of a glorified nose cone to Booster 19, because Booster 19 is the real important thing to get right on this flight, more than 39. But I mean, who knows? We'll see if they do. If they don't, they might go straight to a static fire, and that'll be that.
Yep. And speaking of the static fire, the booster with the 10 engines, and it was something that came into the back of my head. A question from J Volt asks, a static fire on the pad with this engine configuration, wouldn't it produce a crazy amount of asymmetric thrust? Alex, I mean, the way they've placed the engines, these 10 engines, I can't tell if it'd be really wacky on the thrust ratio, the thrust kind of like, you know what I mean, right, Alex? What any impacts of that, the way they've positioned the engines?
I don't think it would be a really like I don't think the asymmetric thrust will be quite bad or anything at all. Like there's so many places, like it's not like it's super imbalanced anyways. Like they are, I wouldn't say it's evenly distributed, but it is also not completely random at all, right? In fact, if it were random, it would probably be even more evenly distributed. But like what I'm saying is that it's not like all of the engines are one side and then, right? There's a good spread, and it's only 10, right? It's not like it's gonna rip off the booster or anything like that. I don't think it will be really that bad.
Yeah. Ryan, people are getting very excited about Flight 12 because I got a Flight 12 question for when it's actually in space. The question is from Craig, saying, given Flight 12 will reach up to 350 kilometers in altitude, will the ship need to deorbit burn to land in the Indian Ocean, or will it land in the Pacific?
You just set a higher suborbital ballistic trajectory, that's all. Just because you're in a higher altitude doesn't mean you're at orbital velocity. You could try to set this thing up to have your apogee at like 3,000 kilometers, but you're still gonna plummet to Earth on a suborbital trajectory. That's still possible. It depends on how much of a gravity turn you do, and how much velocity you have is dependent on your apogee and where your perigee is. So just because you're at a higher altitude doesn't mean you're actually in orbit. You know.
Just look at SLS core stage. It goes into like, I think the apogee is like 3,000 kilometers. The perigee is within the atmosphere, and it re-enters. It is true that in that case it re-enters over the Pacific Ocean, but you can in theory just adjust your ascent burn so that it's over the Indian Ocean instead, right? Especially because Starbase is further west, right? And so it helps that as well with the trajectory tweaking and whatnot.
There's your obvious signs of detanking.
Yep.
Very, very clear. Which brings on to a question from Chris W. himself. Scotland! Since they've just baited us, do you think any further testing could happen today? So they have a long window, don't they, Ryan? I mean, the window goes until, was it 8 p.m.? Yeah,
it goes to 8 p.m. They could, in theory, test more today. I don't think they will. I think they'll detank. I think they'll detank everything. They'll take as Alex said, I think they'll take a look at the data. They'll see how everything went, how the deluge worked. I mean, they don't really need to look at the deluge unless they've tested that a lot, but it's more of how the tank farm worked, how the booster worked with the pad, and just combing over, making sure everything went right. And if everything did go right, then they'll go for Thursday. And I think they'll try to static fire. If they think everything went well, I think they'll go for it. And considering it's only 10 engines, and they almost fully load the LOX tank, I wouldn't be surprised if all those 10 engines are at max thrust. They do a max thrust static fire to test not only the deluge, but the engines themselves. And it could be a really, really cool sight on Thursday. I mean, I am incredibly excited for it. I can't wait. I am already really, really excited. I've been up like 24 hours at this point. I worked all night. And I have a ton of energy, and at some point I need to try to get some sleep to go to work tonight. But this has got me so much adrenaline because I'm so excited for his booster testing. But, you know, I think they could do it. They have a lot of experience, and they know what they're doing. They've taken it slow. I mean, have they really taken it slow? They went this quick, this fast? I don't know. I'm just saying words at this point, but, you know.
It's kind of it's a programming note though, already, because about this actual test. We're actually going to be covering this until the road reopens. When the road reopens, you saw the insert there with the roadblock down Highway 4. That's our indication that the testing's over when they open the road closure. Not just to SpaceX employees, because that can happen, but to everyone, the general public. That means that's the end of the test day. That's our indication. The programming note is, by the way, we've got replays. Replays! let's talk about replays before I talk about what I'm talking about programming-wise, because can we see from that closer-up camera any sign of a spin prime? Is it even possible to see it?
I kind of doubt it, because you've got all the mist from the DSS, and not only that, the deluge, all the mist from the deluge and the actual water. It's really, really hard to tell if we had one. The only camera that might be able to see something would probably have been one of the Dune camera that was staring at it, to try to see if they did it like right after the deluge activated. But there's so much mist there, it was probably blocked, to be honest.
Very good. Yeah, the programming is, the idea is we had coverage to cover all the way through the test window, and if that was the case, we were going to stay live on this dedicated stream all the way through, then the Raptor side that we normally do on Starbase Live at 2 p.m. Central Time would be moved into this stream. We'd have an hour of Raptor side on the stream itself. If it looks like the way we're going to have it, where the test day may end pretty much within the next hour or two when the road reopens, then we will do a normal Raptor side on Starbase Live at 2 p.m. I think that makes sense. Either ways, you're going to get a Raptor side. I think it's only fair. And speaking of Raptor sides, one of our regular Raptor side supporters, Patrick Bob's back again with the 50-50 red team memberships. What the heck, Patrick? My word. So, by the way, if you did, and you're probably one of them, because I don't think there's any grey left in chat right now, gained one of those red team memberships, do say thank you to Patrick, because that's a month of membership for free. And it's not just your name in green, there's actually membership content in the community area of our channel where you'll see memberships, and that's where you've now got access to. And I tend to put at least some content in there every single day. I try to, at least, and sometimes twice a day if you're lucky. Depends how busy I am. But either ways, it's extra content as well. It's not just your name in green. Well, thank you, Patrick, for allowing all those people. It must be thousands now. It must be, if you count them all together, it must be thousands. Bonkers. Anyway, I am just keeping an eye on the actual back room communications channels, because we are going to hand over, let Ryan sleep for being up all night fixing planes to allow people to fly all over the world. Without Ryan, no one would be flying, and get some sleep. And Alex has been talking for how many hours now, Alex?
I think we've been here for like a couple of hours at the very least.
9:10. We went live at 9:10.
Oh yeah, 3 hours. It's been.
Yeah, it's been 3 hours. Yeah.
The thing is, Alex, you talk more words per hour than most of us. So technically, it's like doing a 6-hour stream in my words.
I can talk for longer if you want to. I'm planning to stay here. So
you're welcome to. Yeah, all we're going to do is get EJ and Max in for the next part of this stream, which will be the T-tanking and keeping an eye on the roadblock thing. While we're waiting for EJ to ping me to say handover time, I'm going to thank some more people, because we had Wheaty became a red team member. We had Astro Ellie. Is that Ellie? Ellie Birmingham Ellie? If it's you didn't need to. You're already one of those members, but you become a Capcom member anyway on your own account. Well done. Thank you very much for your support. Dino has gone, love all you do. Are we currently using rain spinner lens cover adapters that spin? What the heck? Hang on. Are you all currently using rain spinner lens cover adapters that spin at high RPM to remove dust and water off the lenses? If not, here's a donation towards trying it out. Well, thank you, Dino. I didn't know that's a thing. Self-cleaning lenses on the cameras, on the bot cameras. I don't know the first thing about the bot cameras to start with. I will pass that on. If there's such a thing, that is awesome, because we do manually wipe them. Yeah, we have to manually wipe them. Poor Gage gets the messages saying, Gage, B2, which one of our cameras, needs a wipe because he's getting a bit dirty. So
it used to be Jack, but now Jack is going to be cleaning up cameras out on an asteroid, right?
Jack is too busy capturing materials, finite materials from asteroids now. Yeah, he's moving up in the world. Revhead has gifted 5 red team memberships. Again, and look at this, Edge has gifted 1 red team memberships. Same appreciation for all of you. Doesn't matter if it's 1 or 50. The fact that you've done it, and it's gifted as well. It's not like a benefit to yourself. You gifted somebody else in the chat, in the community. That is an amazing thing, really is. So thank you to you all for doing that. It's very much appreciated. I'm still not seeing EJ. Tell me he's ready. So, I've seen him in the communication. EJ, will you type in the back room? Because I don't want to introduce you and then go, Chris, why you introducing me? I'm not ready. He's typing. EJ is typing.
I guess
I am
guess
ready,
ready.
friend. I am ready, friend. There we go. Cool. Right. So that's enough of my Yorkshire mumbling. I did see some Lancashire people in chat. Yes. Oh, if we get a Rochdale football fan in chat, we're going to have a conversation because we're both fighting for the title of our league. Anyway, moving quickly on. Let's introduce EJ. Hello, EJ.
Hello, how do you copy?
We copy you 5x5, my fine friend. And we're also going to join by Max. Hello, Max.
Hello, everybody. It's been quite the exciting day so far. That all ramped up pretty quickly.
It has indeed. I'm going to get off because you don't want to hear my numpty voice for much longer. So you got now Max and EJ with Alex as well. Ryan's going to go to sleep. Thank you, Ryan, for joining us on this one, Ryan.
Yeah, I am glad I stayed awake. I was hoping SpaceX would do something before like 1 or 2 p.m. so I could at least get a couple of hours in. And oh boy, did they did it all in 30 minutes. Like, it literally started at 11:05 and it ended at like 11:37.
Crazy.
Just so you guys can have something else to talk about, the box fan vent and the methane reclaim vent, which is that stacked next to those two methane reclaim tanks, those started at 8:35 a.m. So you can kind of take that to figure out how that the chill down of the tank farm and everything like that. So. You all have fun. I'll probably see you all on Thursday when we stream this again. And, yeah, I'm going to get some
with
sleep.
fire.
Yeah.
Yep. And you'll hear from me in 2 hours' time because we're going to do a wrap side either on Starbase Live or if this stream is still going, we'll pop into this stream. So either way, we're going to do a wrap side in 2 hours' time. Until then, take it away, EJ. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Chris. I feel like I'm coming in late to the action here.
You and I
Hey, you
both,
never know.
actually.
I mean, we'll stick around. We'll see. I'm ready to tank watch, guys. We haven't tank
Just
watched in a
saying.
long time now, have we? Yeah, I know, Alex. We could do something else. We'll see.
Tank watching season is finally back upon us.
Oh, it feels great, man. Feels great. Okay, so Alex, so run us through here. What has happened thus far? To fill me in and
Oh,
make
yeah.
just in case anybody else like hasn't just popping in, like if they they had to come in a little bit late. I mean, Max and I are second shift. We were sleeping. So what's been going on? What have we missed?
Well, we had a lot of tank farm venting. So they closed the road, right? They cleared the pad. We had a ton of tank farm venting here from the subcooler area and pumps and whatnot. And we were sort of expecting to see any sort of kind of propellant load. We stayed there for a while until finally, about an hour ago, like it was a little bit over an hour ago, like 11:05, we started seeing frost on the liquid oxygen tank on Booster 19, and then it started rising, and it looked like a time lapse, but it was not a time lapse. Like it was just going so fast that you could see that level of the frost going up live. Now this is a time lapse. This is an actual time lapse, but this is essentially what we saw in sort of fast mode here, fast mo, I guess, and so yeah, we saw then frost on the methane tank, and suddenly we were like, no, they're not going for the potential static fire or anything, and they didn't. But they were really like rehearsing it. Like it looked a lot like what you would see on the day of a static fire test, like we saw back in the days of Pad 1, right? Where they loaded the liquid oxygen entirely, the liquid methane, it was just a little, right? Just enough to test the engines essentially. And then they fired up the detonation suppression system on the mount, the water deluge on the flame trench. And now we're seeing detanking here in process. There's still a lot of frost because those tanks get really, really cold, and it takes a long time for that frost to melt. If you remember when they caught Booster 12 and even 14 and 15, it took hours for their frost to melt, and they had flown and burned the propellant, and they still were frosty for quite a few hours. So, yeah. And EJ, I was saying before, because this is another thing as well of Pad 2 that we didn't have with Pad 1. When they fired that deluge that we saw on the flame trench, they have now pumps to recapture that water and put it back on the deluge tank farm. which means they can run that deluge multiple times in a short amount of time
Wait, they
within
can
the same window.
They can scavenge the water from the deluge? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah. They
Huh.
have pumps at the bottom of the flame trench that can essentially suck in the water again and then put it back on the deluge tank farm. And that was one of the limitations of Pad 1, where if they fired the deluge, they were not able to test again the system, at least for a static fire attempt. They were able to fire multiple times, but the second time would be sort of like catch attempts and things like that. It will be less amount of water. It wouldn't be, the full amount of water that you would see for an actual static fire or a launch. But yeah. Now they can do all the things.
I mean, yeah, I suppose that makes sense because, unlike the kind of, the OLM from Pad 1, it's kind of like a milk. Should we call it a milk stool? I guess we could call it a milk stool, right? Like,
basically, yes.
Right? This pad is just a big bathtub in the ground, right? It's sealed up, so like any water you pump into it, it's just gonna sit there, right? Because you don't want the groundwater coming up, right?
Correct. It's an entirely dredged out and enclosed system there at the bottom. It's completely unlike Pad 1, where the engines were firing just completely against the ground and the exhaust was being dispersed in all directions. That's not the case here with this being a bi-directional flame diverter. All that exhaust is going to be contained into a small area, but because they have dug out into the ground now, if they have no way of actually pumping that water out, the water is just going to pool around the flame trench. And while that could look kind of cool once the engine's light, it's rather impractical if they want to drain the flame trench for any work or prevent corrosion on any of the I guess as parts down there as well. So being able to do that would not only help to be able to reclaim all the water, but also just to dry out the area once again. But they won't have that issue, I don't think, once they light up all 33 Raptors on board Super Heavy for the first time. So we had a bit of a jump scare there. We thought they might try and push it and maybe light one or two, or probably not all 10, but one or two. But that was a great demonstration of what we should see leading up to that first ever fire test out of here, which is really, really cool. But yeah, totally different design. It is a far departure from what we have become used to at Pad 1. So we are just getting used to it all over again, which is kind of exciting.
Yeah, dude, and I'd like to add, guys, that pumps at the bottom of flame trenches are not that's not that out of the blue. Like this is a new design for SpaceX with Starship compared to the OLM, which is what Max was talking about. There are usually what's called a sump pump at the bottom of most flame trenches. In fact, I don't know, like who has been covering this for a long time. If you guys cast your mind back to the CRS-3 mission, this was a SpaceX Falcon 9 mission. First of all, if you've been watching this whole time, you keep it up with space, good for you. We're long time, right? At this point, it was a long time ago. I remember when it happened. But that showed, and I would call it inexperience at this point. That showed what happened if you don't clean the water out of the flame trench and go to fire a rocket. If you remember CRS-3 mission, Falcon 9 launched from Complex 40. And they didn't pump the water out of the flame trench, and it shot soot up the side of the booster during ignition.
Yep.
Right? You remember that, Max?
I sure do. I sure do.
All right. Good stuff. Yeah, and it actually is kind of I would say that's foreshadowing, right? Because the booster is all sooty on the way up on CRS-3. Guys, if you go look at CRS-3 launch, you do an image search, right? It looks like it's what we would know now as a reused booster, but this is way before they started doing that. But that was because they didn't clean the water out of the trench. So most trenches do have pumps, but Alex, it's super interesting that the sump pumps that most trenches have just pump the water out. They just pump it into a retention pond. It's cool that they can scavenge it. I think that's really, really neat. I'm not sure how they're filtering that water, but,
and
whatever.
we've seen it in action. Like, we've seen it where I know Max has been taking over the Starship updates, and I know that there's been scripts that have done for him where it was like, they've done 5 deluge tests in a day or something like that. Like they sometimes have done that sort of thing, right? Where because they can recapture the water, within 20 minutes or 40 minutes later, they can do another test, and then another test, and then another test. Like, there's been days where it's been like that, and it's just so fun. And that's why we're saying, like, who knows what's going to happen today? Like, I do think that probably they're not going to test again, and they're going to go on Thursday with a static fire test, but they have all of the tools right now to just say, okay, booster is detanked, there's no more propellant, right? Like, maybe in an hour or so, they have already detanked completely the booster, and they're like, let's try it again. Chill down, booster loading and everything, fire the deluge. That's one of the things that they could in theory do, which also allows them in the future to do multiple launch attempts in the same day. If they have a long enough window, they will be able to do that as well. And it's one of the things of this pad that they will not be, or at least they were not able to do back in the day with pad 1. And that's really important, because the more chances that you have to be able to retry again, to be able to launch again, that's also more attempts that you get at having a high cadence of launches.
So, I mean, Alex, that begs the question. Do you think they're gonna do anything else today? You know, like that, I mean, I gotta ask.
That's one of the possibilities. Like, it's what I said. I personally don't think so, but it's on their, like, it's on their toolbox, if you will, right? Like, it's something that they will be able to do if they wanted to. And so that's why we're still live. Like, who knows what they're gonna do? It's open-ended, sort of like their hot staging ring. But
Oh, jeez.
We've been hanging around with Sawyer too much.
I was going to say, I didn't know Sawyer was here.
But it's true. Like, one of the things that I said, I think it was on the Flame Train with two guys, where it was like, I'm open to whatever they do, right? Like, if they want to try again today, cool. We're here live for that, right? Like, that's the whole thing. If they want to keep testing, sure.
No, yeah,
do it again.
please,
It would be cool.
please. I mean, SpaceX, if you guys are out there, like, if you want to do more testing, I just want to let you know we're cool with it. Like,
I mean, they have just under 8 hours left for their scheduled closure. So, I mean, they could, in theory, do something. Maybe if they want to test to see how much they can recycle in one day. It's not out of the realm of possibility. But again, they have just under 8 hours left in their road closure window. So anything can happen at this point.
now, Alex, I gotta wonder. You know, we've been watching. I mean, we've been keeping up with Artemis 2, and there is an Artemis 2 press conference. You know, telling us what's going to go on. That's on Thursday at the time of this cast. It's March 10th right now. That's on the 12th, right? You know, with the wet dress rehearsal and stuff, right, with SLS. Now, keep in mind, guys, I know the Big Orange is a different vehicle. I get it. It's not super heavy. And believe me, I'm going somewhere with this, okay? Like, part of their wet dress rehearsal was making sure that the vehicle could be in a stable state. Like, they got it to 30 seconds, and then they got it to a stable state, and then they recycled the vehicle. Do you think, like, SpaceX could be doing something like that right now? I mean, we did see some tank venting probably about, 5 minutes ago, right? But we're not seeing, the propellants are boiling off. There's definitely methane and liquid oxygen. There's a lot of liquid oxygen in there, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that they're trying to put the vehicle in a stable state to recycle it? I mean, I know this does look like, they're just letting the propellants boil off, but if you were going to recycle the vehicle, do you think it would be different, or do you think they're, they're letting it drain?
The thing is that even though it's cold, it's getting warmer actually, because just for people to understand, when they load propellant on the vehicle, they load them subcooled. And if it stays too long in the vehicle, it warms up to boiling temperature. So this is a bit to going too deep into physics, but when you boil water, right? You warm it up, you boil water. In Celsius, it's 100 Celsius. I don't know in Fahrenheit. So you warm it up to 100 Celsius, right? And if you keep warming up that boiling water, it's not going to go higher than 100 Celsius until it boils off completely. And then the gas, if you keep heating it up, then it's going to go up in temperature. But as long as it's in boiling point, it's going to be at 100 Celsius. Now, translate that to liquid oxygen, for example. Liquid oxygen, because the outside temperature is whatever it is right now in Boca Chica. I don't know, it's like maybe 20 degrees or something like that Celsius, right? But the liquid oxygen, its boiling temperature is, I think, minus 180 or something like that. I don't know exactly to like the decimal or anything like that, but it's around 180 degrees Celsius below zero.
So that's minus
Right?
297 Fahrenheit. It's minus 183. Yeah.
Okay, so the subcooling, what it does is that's the boiling temperature. That's the liquid oxygen in its normal state. If it were on the ground tanks, in the storage tanks, what they do is they pass it through a subcooler system to lower the temperature roughly to minus 200. So about 20 degrees lower. In Fahrenheit, that one I know a little bit better. It's, I think, 330 degrees negative Fahrenheit. So minus 330 Fahrenheit. So you're lowering the temperature, but every single time that liquid oxygen, because you have these heat sink, the exterior, right? The outside trying to warm it up, it's constantly trying to go back up to minus 180. And right now, because of the time that has passed while it's being on the booster, it's probably already at boiling temperature. It's already probably at minus 180. So that means if they want to recycle, they need to drain back. It's sort of contaminated, if you will. It's already warm up. It's sort of like if you have boiling water, right? And you don't want the boiling water. You want the colder one. You want the one that's being on the fridge, for example, right? You want the one that it's cold. What do? For example, if you had like a pot of water, boiling water, right? What do? You empty the water, and then you put the cold one back. And so that's what they will have to do if they wanted to recycle. So when they recycle, they empty the booster of that propellant, and then they load it back in with the subcooled propellant. And so that's very important distinction here, that it's not that if you let it sit, sure, it's going to be cold, but it's going to be at the minus 180 degrees, not the minus 200. And so if you try to load again, that 20 degrees difference, it's quite important for what they want to do. On Falcon 9, for example, it improves the density and performance, I think, by 12%. And 12% is a lot.
That's a lot with rocket science.
in rockets.
Yeah. It's very rare you're going to see an increase in performance in the double digits because, with rocket science, they're beholden to thermodynamics and the tyranny of the rocket equation, right?
I know.
What I like to say, Alex, is it's like, thermodynamics is like playing Tetris. You don't really beat it. You just kind of get better at it over time. Like you never win.
I know I went into the deep end with physics and whatnot, but I wanted to sort of put in perspective the problem of letting these things to get to boiling temperature, because you're essentially letting warm up and become the boiling liquid oxygen basically, instead of the subcooled liquid oxygen. Now, once it's in space, because this is also another thing. Once the ship, for example, is out in space, there's no subcoolers or anything. It's also designed to be able to function, I guess, with boiling temperature liquid oxygen and liquid methane. But on the pad, when you're trying to actually do pad activities, you want it to be subcooled, right? And so that's really important.
Okay, so Max, I know you're here. Alex is on a roll. I'm gonna let him go on a roll. So Alex, if we wanted to get that liquid oxygen out, how do we do it? How would you do it?
The same ports that fill the booster are also for drain. In fact, if you were to look at the quick disconnect port, it says F/D. That means
like my
fill
report
and
card.
drain.
Oh no, fill and drain. That's good.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
No. But yeah, so it's fill and drain, right? And so when you want to drain, you just run the whole thing, but in reverse. So you run the pumps in reverse and everything. Now the thing is, it doesn't run at the same speed. So we saw it going filling goes in like 30 minutes, but the draining goes slower for one very important reason. When you fill the booster, the ground tanks empty out, right? And so they empty out, and there's a whole system on the pad to be able to pressurize back those tanks, because if you just empty them and there's nothing to sort of fill back, right? The emptiness, they collapse. It's sort of like sucking out with a straw, right? And trying to it doesn't work that way.
I've seen Mythbusters.
Exactly.
I
Oh,
know,
God.
Pop,
Yes.
Pop like
Yeah.
that tank. Well, that
That's-
tank did
that's
pop.
really-
It did the opposite of that, right?
Implosion.
Yeah.
So that's what will happen to those ground tanks, the propellant tanks on the ground, if you didn't have that system. So there's a whole system on the pad to be able to backfill those tanks is the procedure. But you don't have that on the booster. So if you were to drain the booster, now it's the opposite, right? Now it's the booster, the one that is getting drained. You don't have a system to be able to then fill back up as fast as they do, for example, on the pad. So that's why the draining is slower than the filling, even though the filling is like 30 minutes, right? But that's why they have all of these, all of these vaporizers and everything. They have a huge system, very heavy system. Of course, the booster cannot do that. It's not like you can carry that into space or anything like that. And so the booster, in that case, it takes a lot longer in order to be able to drain back so that you don't turn the booster into a crumple, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't want to do that. I mean, that'd be funny, but it'd be funny, but
No,
I don't think
want
the
it.
SpaceX engineers would appreciate that.
We
okay,
already
so,
had that with SN3, remember?
Yeah.
No, I try not to. I try not to.
I mean, SN3 was funny, but SN4, who remembers that? Tank watching back in the day. If it was methane, they'd be igniting the flare. Oops.
Boops.
Yikes.
Yikes, you bet concur.
We don't need any more of these.
No, we really don't.
Yeah, that happening right now would be bad. We don't want that. Okay, so, I mean, Max, you guys see on the screen like the tank farm is still very active. It's doing something. It's chooching over there. Max, do you know what that thing is doing? Like, what is it still doing?
I'm sorry, Chuchin?
It's chooching. It's got a lot of cheech coming out.
It's Jesus, DJ.
It's got a lot of cheech.
Like your vocabulary is phenomenal at times. I have to relearn it.
It's EJ.
So
Don't worry about it.
I mean, the tank farm still has to be active to be able to drain all the propellant out of the booster still. But I wonder, because they have so much time left in the window, I wonder if they're going to try and perform some sort of recycle at some point today. We'll know, obviously, once the checkpoint is opened up there on the road, which is in the top right of your screen. But I don't know, to be completely honest. I still have to relearn all of Pad 2's tank farm as well so far. So, but it's because this is the first time that we've really seen it in action with a vehicle on the pad. And despite all the testing that we have seen up to this point in the past, there wasn't a vehicle on it. So there wasn't really there wasn't any good solid reference point to go off of for how it's for I guess any timeline. So
That's not new to us, right? Like,
it's all new. It's like learning Pad 1 all over again. Like, this is all brand new to us, and we haven't had this literally since Booster 4 or Booster 7 on Pad 1, right? So yeah, this is definitely unique. Like, we see it coming and going in spurts. Like, now you can see the venting calming down on the left hand side of the pumps there. But yeah, they have a lot of time left in the window, so who knows if that tanking and maybe it was a spin prime was all that they wanted to do today. But I would not rule it out if they wanted to perform some sort of recycle just to demonstrate how good the tank farm really is. And to this point, considering how fast the booster filled with prop just over 30 minutes, I think I think it's safe to say it's going pretty good so far.
Yeah.
I still can't believe how fast that thing filled.
Dude, it's
I was getting ready
I'm
to
so
come on
scared.
here, and I was just like, "Whoa." Dude, you could. It looks like Alex, you said it, dude. It looked like a time lapse. It's just going up. Nope. No. That's in real time. Just the frost line just going up the side of the booster. It's very rare, guys. Nobody tanks this fast. SpaceX wants to do rapid reuse, and in order to do that, if you're going to do rapid reuse, the more time the booster's on the ground, that's not doing that rapid reuse thing, right? So SpaceX is pioneering tanking the vehicle in like a half hour, which is this vehicle holds the greatest amount of fuel, and the shortest fueling time. It's quicker than Falcon 9, Alex, right? Like, almost.
Yeah. And it's 10 times, more than 10 times the amount of propellant.
That's
So,
wild.
yeah.
I mean, also, like, there doesn't seem to be a lot of methane at that time of what we think was a spin prime test, there didn't seem to be a whole lot of frost on the methane tank. But don't let that fool you. They have an entire Falcon 9 size transfer tube that also had to be filled in order for us to see any frost on the methane tank as well. So there wasn't a small amount of methane in there whatsoever. Don't let that fool you. Right. So yeah, I think all in, a version 3 stack is going to be somewhere in the realm of 5,500 to 6,000 tons fully fueled, which is absurd. Wow. Yeah, and mind you, they want to fill all of that within a period of probably 30-35 minutes, which is about what SpaceX does with Falcon 9, which mind you is like what 8-9 times smaller in terms of capacity. It's insane.
Super Heavy is taller than an entire Falcon 9 stack. Like
correct.
An entire Falcon 9, like the whole thing.
Yes.
Right?
That is correct.
And just for some reference, Max, you said it was about 6,000 tons. Guys, a shuttle stack is 2,000 tons.
Yeah.
So the Starship with Super Heavy is 3 shuttle stacks worth of mass. That's, yes, any unit but the metric system. You heard it here.
Yep.
That's absolutely bananas.
And SLS, I believe, is going to be around 2,500, somewhere in that realm. I think I don't have that number off the top of my head, but I think it's somewhere around 2,500 to 3,000.
Sorry, I was being distracted by Blue Origin suddenly dumping some rocket factory pictures.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Hey, don't leave your stash to yourself. Show us, man. Like, tell us about it. Like, how can we see this? What are we looking for?
It's an X. Dave Limp shared pictures of their factory.
What?
GS2 and GS1.
Oh, mama,
production.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Dude, that's so many GS2.
Give me the good stuff.
Suddenly. Yeah, I'm so easily distracted by rocket hardware. There we go.
Dude,
yeah.
No, that's fair.
Yeah, so in the background,
Dude.
there's 2 Glenn Stage 2 stages there. I don't know how old this picture is, but this could be like for the 6th and 7th flight. Oh my god, I said the thing. Jesus. Anyways.
Don't acknowledge it.
Moving on. Yeah, moving on. There's, I think, a GS1, a Glenn Stage 1 engine section at the bottom, I think, might be. Mm-hmm. And then there's some other engine sections as well. The second picture shows tanks as well. I like this. Thanks to Dave Limp, this is the CEO, sharing, production updates. That's good. That's what we want to see. Hardware, look at that. Compare this to like a couple of years ago where most of that was empty, right? And now it's full of hardware. Look at that.
That's a lot. That's a lot of tanks.
Yeah.
I mean, GS2s are something Blue Origin is not short of whatsoever. I think for an example, they just fired, as confirmed also by Dave Limp, GS25 or Glenn Stage 2 serial number 5. And mind you, New Glenn itself has only flown twice so far. And to our knowledge, they think the only booster that is capable or is going to be capable of flying again is Glenn Stage 1-2 or the second ever flight ready stage that they have built, which flew on Flight 2 and has since been confirmed to fly on Flight 3. So Glenn Stage 2 hardware is not something that they are exactly short on, and I believe they have their factories or their facilities over at Rocket Park here, just outside of the Kennedy Space Center. The building where the lobby is with the Blue Moon lander mock-up, that is where GS2s are manufactured. And I think also the same is said for GS1 skirts, which holds the landing legs. Sorry, the aft module. Excuse me. I think Glenn Stage 1 is produced in the factory, maybe about a quarter mile down the road. But unfortunately, we don't have cameras in there. We hardly ever see any videos or just media published from inside there at all, unless they are ready to share something. But as far as we are aware, the Glenn Stage 1 for Flight 3 is still over in the hangar at Pad 36. Still yet to see what the status of that is or when that might roll out for a static fire ahead of flight. But hopefully Dave or Blue or Blue will share something soon. But it looks like frost levels are almost completely gone from the methane tank here, guys.
Yeah. It'll take a lot longer for the frost on the oxygen tank.
Oh yeah.
It's a lot bigger. It's still a bit like you can see a bit condensation though on the methane tank. It gets so cold and it's such a huge rocket that even the frost takes a while to just go away.
Correct.
The actual level of the liquid oxygen tank, it's probably like already below the top of the chines. The smaller chines, I mean, not the big ones.
Now, actually, you know what, Alex? That's a good thing to get into. There's like fins at the bottom, chines, fins,
Yeah.
drakes at the
Shines.
bottom.
I think shines.
They're different. They're different lengths. Why are ones smaller on one side and the other? Like let's in case anybody's new to tank watching, let's bring them up to speed.
Well, the length themselves, I'm gonna say I'm actually surprised. The long ones are the ones that are not on the wind stream. But so the thing is, the booster as it is coming down, right? It's coming with the sort of the left side from what we're seeing here down, right? Looking down, essentially. It's gonna be not fully horizontal, but it's coming in a really high angle of attack, essentially. It's gonna be coming in quite less vertically, let's put it that way, right?
Not flying, but falling with style, right?
Exactly. And so that side of the booster will be sort of catching the air, right? And so you see it's also like different clocking, as we call it. Basically, the angle between the center line, where you see, for example, that pipe, that raceway going up, and the angle to the chines, it's wider on that side than on the other, where the long chines are located on the other side of the booster. And so that allows it to...
the ones that are in the foreground here are like almost like little wings, right? Like...
Yeah. And so that allows it to sort of catch the air, if you will, right? And it allows it to be able to first have more drag, which slows the booster further down before the landing burn. That's important because that means you have to slow down less, I guess, will be the way. And also it allows it to use its own body to glide further out, which means when it does the boost back burn, after stage separation, it flips, right? And then it starts the boost back burn. If you don't need to boost back as much, then that burn can be a little bit shorter. And every second, or even just a fraction of a second that it can be shorter, it means the landing burn can be longer or the ascent burn can be longer. Either way, you have more margins, for example, for your landing burn, which is very important to ensure higher landing reliability, or a longer ascent burn, which means you can push the ship further out with a higher speed and higher altitude, and that means the ship has to do less work, aka it's got more payload capacity, more payload performance, right? So that's one thing. I am surprised though, personally. I'm not sure, maybe my brain is doing weird things with aerodynamics, but I will have thought originally the longer chines will have been the ones that are the ones that are in the air, essentially. The other ones will be protected from the airstream, right? Because they will be sort of behind the booster. So no, hang on. they will be protected by the booster itself, because like the shock wave will go up and around, right? And it will not touch that part of the booster. Whereas the one at the bottom, because of the angle of attack, they will actually be sort of impinging on the shock wave. So these will sort of catch the air again, and it will produce more drag. It will also get there more lift as well, to be able to sort of glide out to the launch site when it does that weird high angle of attack reentry. It's super cool. We've already seen it with the older version, and it was already cool. It's gonna be even cool.
Right. So, long story short, the more that super heavy booster is flying through the air, the more time it can slow down. Less landing, less fuel for the landing burn, more fuel for the ascent. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
and so I was surprised that the longer ones are the ones that are in sort of leeward, if you will, if you want to call it that way, and the other ones are the windwards, right? Because I will have thought that they will want to have the most area, right, on the windward side. But hey, look, it's they're the engineers. I'm not. I just know physics. I don't know how to actually implement it in real life, I guess. But yeah.
I mean, I got a garage. I'm sure we can figure it out.
Yeah, let's build a rocket, EJ.
Yeah, I'm in.
Here in my garage, just my brand new super heavy booster.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun to roll down Highway 4. Dude, I am brain rotted to no end. You are not going to throw a meme past me, okay?
That is a 10-year-old clip. That is not brain rot.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm old.
We're old.
What do you want? What do you want from me, man? Okay. All right. So, Max, we're sitting here. It's, almost 1 o'clock out there in Brownsville. We were seeing tests about, a little over an hour ago. What did we see? I mean, I know that, you and I were watching from the peanut gallery. I mean, I was sleeping, I'm not going to lie. Bring us up to speed. What have we seen so far?
So from what we've seen to this point, we saw obviously tank farm activation earlier in the morning, and then we saw a rapid load of both liquid oxygen and liquid methane aboard Booster 19 here. They loaded the LOX tank all the way, if not almost all the way, and then they loaded the methane tank just enough to what we have seen similar to Pad 1 static fire testing of super heavy boosters as well. Here's actually a really good time lapse to show just how quickly I think this is played back at 100 times speed, but still, I think the propellant load time for version 2 boosters and version 2 ships was around 50 minutes or so, and this all took place, mind you, in just over 30 minutes. Granted, they did not fill the methane tank all the way, but that is a lot of propellant to load in just over 30 minutes. But they loaded the booster to what we would normally see concurrent with static fire testing, and then we suddenly saw the DSS, or the detonation suppression system, miss. There we go, below the launch mount. And then we peculiarly saw the activation of the deluge system, which kind of gave us all a bit of a jump scare, like, oh my god, static fire testing, like right now, and there's the deluge. So we were all like, static fire? Hello? Like, so fast? But there was no engine ignition from what we could see, and it's honestly difficult to tell through the mixture of gaseous or potentially gaseous propellant there in the flame trench and the deluge water as well, if there was even a spin prime test conducted. But that is our current leading theory of what took place today. But regardless, there was no engine ignition, but this looked to be a wet dress rehearsal, I guess you could also say, for a static fire test coming up. Could be as soon as the end of the week if all goes well, I guess. Cross your fingers, cross your toes, cross everything you got. So that is essentially the TLDR rundown of what we have seen so far today from this morning up until now. They are well into detanking operations right now. As you can see, frost levels on the booster are lowering and decreasing. But they still have until 8 p.m. tonight for their road closure slot. So we could be in for some sort of recycle just to see if the pad can do that so fast, or they could be done for the rest of today. So, but we are here for the long haul, and until this exact road closure is lifted and that roadblock is no more, we will have coverage continued. But as far as we can tell, they are going to be conducting a plethora of Pad 2 testing today.
There we go. This view is a lot better now with the sun behind the camera. Because this morning it was in front. It was like, it doesn't look good. But now it's cool.
This would also be an epic angle for a static fire. Just saying.
I'm not sure you'd be able to see anything.
Not with that attitude, sir.
I mean, it's not my attitude, it's physics attitude, man.
What even are physics anyway?
Yeah, don't worry about that.
Laws are never mind. I'm not gonna finish that statement. Never mind. Anyway, moving on.
Oh dear. Have you had coffee yet?
I don't drink coffee. I drink Red Bull, and yes, I have had one.
Okay, you get another one. Get another one.
Another one.
Another one.
Another one.
All right. So, actually, if we look at this shot here, is Super Heavy missing a grid fin here? Like I see two of them, right? Like okay, don't get me wrong, guys. I know it has 3, but why? Why does it have 3? Who wants this one? Alex, Max, which one? Who wants it?
Max, you want to take it?
I can try, although Alex might be much better at explaining. But essentially, SpaceX doesn't need 4 grid fins, at least so they think. So as part of the redesign from version 1 and version 2 boosters up to version 3, they have since downsized, they didn't downsize, they removed the amount of grid fins that they want to use on super heavy boosters from 4 now up to 3. But these are about 50% bigger than the ones than we are used to on version 1 and version 2 boosters. Their locations are also peculiar because obviously you can see it's very asymmetrical with there only being 3. And the one side that is lacking a grid fin right now is not going to be in the direct airflow. It's going to be on the leeward side of the booster of the angle of attack when it is coming in through the atmosphere. So it wouldn't have much bite through the air and bite or control authority anyway once it's coming through the atmosphere. So to compensate for that, they the grid fins that are in the direct airflow are a lot bigger to have a lot more control authority, and essentially the ones that are on either side serve to serve as controlling pitch and roll, and then also the one on the one that is not symmetrical with the one on the right hand side of your screen, good lord, will essentially serve as a rudder in that direction to make sure that the booster stays in control. So that is just part of the redesign from version 2 to version 3, and it looks interesting, I think, is the one way to put it. But again, it is a far departure from what we have become used to with version 1 and version 2, and it certainly had mixed reviews when we first saw renders because obviously how it looks. But seeing it in person, we know rockets are not meant to be aesthetic. It is always function first, function over form. But still, I think because it is the way it is, it's really beginning to grow on me. I'm not going to lie, even though it is missing a whole bunch of teeth with only having 10 Raptors currently installed at the bottom. But really, SpaceX really only needs 3 at this point for the boosters given flight profile going forward.
Yeah, and EJ, I'm sure you're probably going to enjoy what I'm going to say here.
Absolutely.
Because the reason why they can do this is because the flight of a booster is just out and back, basically, right? Like, and by that I mean to expand a little bit more on that. When you do a ship flight, right, from the point of view of the ship, yes, at the beginning it goes out, right? Maybe east, northeast, southeast, whatever direction it goes. But then when it's gonna be landing, it's got to point in such a way, like you have to do all of these sort of rotations and everything. We saw that on Flight 11, right, where they did this sort of weird hack, hitting a living cone of sorts, like on the shuttle, right? You don't need that with a booster because the booster goes out and then back in the same direction, just flipped, right? Like, and it already does the flip when it does the boost back burn and everything, and then it turns engines first. You don't need all of that stuff with booster. Essentially, you don't need to like go around the launch site and glide and everything. Just do one simple direction, which means you don't need as much maneuverability left and right. You need it up and down, the pitch, basically, right? So the yaw, you can just have the rudder, the fin that is facing away from the tower. And that means that you can simplify the grid fin system. I remember this, Elon explained this a long time ago to Tim Dunn on one of the factory tours that they did. I think that was like 2021.
Yeah. That was a great video.
My God.
It might have been like 5 years ago when he talked about, being able to reduce the amount of grid fins compared to what they had at the time. And it's true that the booster flight, the path that it does, the trajectory, doesn't need as much left and right adjustments than it does, for example, for pitch. So you have the T shape there in order to be able to help you with that. The ones are 180 degrees apart, the catch fins, right? The grid fins are 180 degrees apart. Those act as your pitch, right? And it allows you to also do a little bit of roll as well. But you have two full grid fins now being able to actuate the pitch. If you look at the configuration of the previous one, you actually got, I think, like less than a quarter or maybe like a third of a grid fin for pitch control. So for grid fins, but you only had like a third or maybe even like a quarter of each fin was able to do pitch control. So these are now full pitch control with two. So you have the equivalent of 2 grid fins pitch control, and it's larger grid fins. So you have even more control, which means it allows them to be able to do even higher angle of attack during re-entry.
So that means that
it's
the
just
odd,
bonkers.
yeah, that's crazy. That means the odd grid fin out here is doing roll and yaw, right? Is that one combined?
More
Is it
yaw, but
combined?
yeah.
Okay.
But again, it doesn't need that much left and right, which is the important thing.
But
right? Compared to a
at
ship,
some
for example.
At some point, though, it may, depending, especially once it comes here to Florida, and if Starship is ever approved to fly on polar trajectories here on the Space Coast, because
But-
oh god, he went butt. There's an Alex
Put the
butt.
glasses on, Alex. Let's go.
Actually, bring it.
Yeah.
Come on.
The thing is, you can compensate that by rolling. So the reason why I said that the booster just goes out and back, even with Falcon 9, for example, when you see, for example, a polar launch trajectory, and there's even a really good a time lapse that SpaceX posted. I think it was from a transporter mission, and it's polar launch, right? The booster, it goes out and then comes back, but it's on the same line. It doesn't go left or it doesn't go after it goes downrange. It doesn't go that much left and right. It's the second stage that does the curve around Florida.
That's
which means
true.
when it boosts back, and Super Heavy will do even less in that case because the ship does more of the work in this case than on Falcon 9's second stage. So that means when it does a polar launch, it's still gonna be even less of a sort of west and east sort of movement, if you will. In that case, that's
So you're
why
talking
I was already but.
It still has to do some, but that will also come into a great use. Say if we run into a high amount of wind shear here in Florida, and there's a lot of left to right wind motion up top, that the booster has to correct for coming back to either pad A or pad 37. So like you were saying, it isn't in the grand scheme of things, it does not have to do that much, but it will have to do some, just based on the nature of whatever flight path it has to take, but also to compensate for things like wind direction or some variation in engine performance, whatever during flight. So, but it doesn't, in the grand scheme of things, it shouldn't have to do that much.
You're talking, Alex, you're talking about like cross-range capability, right? The booster doesn't have much cross-range, but Starship during ascent is going to have cross-range. It does.
No, it does, but in the forward and backward direction through the gliding that I was talking about before.
So
when
that's downrange.
it goes out, but
Downrange
but
capability.
not
Okay, I got
cross
you.
range. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I know what you meant. Yeah.
Okay, all right, cool.
Downrange, uprange, cross range, left and right. Okay. So that's what
start.
I meant. That it does, it is able to glide in. But think about this. It is true that, for example, in the case of the booster, it still needs to roll, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you remember, for example, Booster 15, remember that crazy catch of Booster 15 on Flight 8?
That was awesome.
Was already a year ago.
I was there. I saw it. I was there.
It was coming in with a bad roll angle, and at the last minute, it rolled in the right direction.
It's nuts,
And when
dude.
you look, for example, at Falcon 9, even those do the same as well. I saw a recent landing burn where it was off on its and Falcon 9 doesn't even need to be off on the roll, but it always lands on the same orientation. I think it's because of guidance or something like that they do that. And once it lit the engine, it fired up the RCS thrusters, it tweaked the grid fins, and it rolled in the right direction that it normally does for a landing. It's like, okay, that was cool, because I thought that Falcon 9 always did, because in the past, they were always doing the same orientation, right? But in that particular landing burn, I learned very late, this is Falcon 9 500th and something launch. And that landing in particular had that roll after the landing burn had started, which is rather unusual for Falcon 9. So even that can do it. So, it's really crazy the way that they do the landing for the booster and the ship. Of course, it's super crazy because you have to think the ship when it lands, when it's coming into Starbase, it's going like the belly of the ship will be essentially visible in this way. If it were to do the belly flop in this tower, it will be coming in from pretty much to the left, essentially, in this view. There we go. From the south view that we see here, it will be left and right, right? So in order to be able to be belly out, because it's caught sort of back, going back into the tower, right?
It's like approach on a runway.
Yeah, basically. So what it needs to do is do this sort of arch around Starbase and being able to eventually position itself looking south for the belly flop to work and then sort of back up to the tower. It's crazy, and we saw that on Flight 11. I really want to see them do that again.
I mean, it almost reminds me of like a heading alignment maneuver from the shuttle. The shuttle would basically stall at like 30,000 feet over your landing site and then just basically turn around to just bleed off altitude and then come in for a landing. Eventually, while it's basically falling from the sky, right? You'd turn obviously to get lined up with the runway. Now this is a little bit different. It's like a backwards heading alignment, Alex, because it's got to fly not over the tower, but it's got to fly around the tower and then circle back and land, but it has to do it facing backwards. Starship, when it comes into land, the nose is going to be facing out to sea, and it does that flip, and then it's going to have to come in backwards towards the catch arms. That's what?
Yeah, pad two booster catches are going to be nuts to watch, at least at first.
Just decided I really need that in my life. I don't know about you, Chad. Yep, I just decided that right now.
Inject it straight into my veins,
please. Yep.
The funny thing is that you see that crane that's laid down there.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That crane, it was up yesterday. They laid it down for this testing, of course. That crane has been helping, or at least it's supposed to be helping, with getting a roof for Tower 2. So the funny thing is that part of that roof, it seems to be for protection, just like those. You see that cladding on the tower there, right? That's for protection against landing burns, because when the booster comes in, because it's coming in at a high angle, it roasts the tower, right? It's more for landings than for launches, by the way. Like launches, because the rocket is basically going straight up, it does a bit of a pad avoidance maneuver, and a little bit of the tower does get roasted. But all of that going up, like a third of the tower, that's not for launch. That's for the landing, because that's how in sort of the angle that the booster comes in. But why would you need to do that on the top of the tower, though?
Ship catch.
Yeah, so
that's a good point.
That's the thing. Yeah, because the ship flip is going to happen like several tower lengths higher up, right? But when it's doing the belly flop and it sort of flips, it's still going down, and then the Raptor exhaust, it's like what, 150 meters long, right? So it has a chance of perhaps roasting the top of the tower.
Hey guys, it looks like the roadblock. There's a lot fewer vehicles there at the roadblock now, so it looks like they may be getting staged to reopen it somewhat soon. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Which means that testing for today would be confirmed concluded, but there are still vehicles there, and there is still some frost on the vehicle, so we could still be a bit of time away from that. Oh my gosh, it's windy there, isn't it?
What car is that next to the Cybertruck?
The Camaro, yeah.
Oh, I like it.
Ooh, Alex likes an American muscle car? Let's go!
Right.
Come on, I like cars too.
Do you?
Yeah.
Do you actually? I did not know that.
I played racing video games for a long time in my life, yes.
What the heck? Where? What?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
right.
That's Alex just gained like 100 points of coolness today. That's so awesome.
Nice. You see, here at NSF, we like all forms of mechanized transportation. I mean,
Yes.
trains,
Trains
rockets,
are cool.
boats.
Rockets, planes.
If it's got an
Planes.
engine, we like it.
Yep, and if it goes fast, we like it. Yep, that's the rule. I mean, that's kind of a unifying thing for space nerds. You know, we like things that go fast. It's really
hey,
really
even the boss likes horses, right?
That doesn't count.
yeah. Those don't have
That
enough
doesn't
horsepower for my taste. Just saying.
Yeah.
Not enough horsepower.
Nope, not enough horsepower. It doesn't even have one. Seriously, a horse does not have 1 horsepower. I'm not even kidding. Go look it up.
Explain your theory, EJ.
It has to do with basically how they were figuring out a unit of
That's-
measurement to measure power.
That Cybertruck is telling a secret to the other car.
Oh,
It's like, hey,
Cybertruck.
Hey,
Never seen
hey,
one of
I'm
those.
telling you. It's like telling him secrets. It just looks like that. Sorry. It was funny.
So, guys, yeah, just in case you're just tuning in, it looks like the roadblock might be close enough. You may have missed the show, but
Opening up, EJ. Opening up.
they may be closing down the roadblock to open it up. Yes, that is words. Those are words. Those are words. Anyway,
Those is words.
those is words. I'm good at this. I swear. I am a professional commentator. No, anyway, it looks like we may be done for the day, but I mean, we'll see. We'll see. That truck the Cybertruck and the other truck next to it need to move. If they go, that's a pretty good indicator. But we don't know. We don't know for sure. But just in case you missed anything, Alex, what happened today? What did we see?
Well, basically, except for a static fire, they exercised the entirety of the pad 2 tank farm systems, the deluge system. So first, close the road, clear the pad, tank farms pulled up, then we went into propellant load operations, and 30 minutes later, they activated the deluge. Like, it was that fast. As soon as we started seeing frost on the vehicle, like, I counted like maybe 32 minutes between seeing frost on Booster 19 and the deluge firing. So we don't know. It's really complicated, right? Because there's the detonation suppression system and also the water deluge itself activating. We don't know. They may have even done a spin prime and we couldn't know. Because first, it's a lot of water underneath the engines, and also it's just 10 engines rather than the 33. The 33, maybe it will have been more visible, like it will have been a lot more, right? When they do a spin prime, they flow the propellants through the engines without firing the engine, and so you will see this sort of big cloud of white smoke coming down from the booster. But again, if down there what you have is just water from the deluge, then you wouldn't see it. But it's definitely a lot harder when there's only 10 engines. So they went down there essentially pretty much to the T0 of a test, simulating what they will do, for example, during a static fire test without actually firing the engines. And it was super cool. It impressed us all because, first of all, load operations really fast on pad 2. Second, we thought that they were about to static fire the thing. When we saw that deluge firing, it was like, wow, hang on, are they gonna fire the engines? They didn't, but oh my gosh, we were close, right? And so yeah, now we're seeing this detanking. There's still a lot of frost to melt off from the booster, of course, because they loaded like 3,000 tons of liquid oxygen and another 200-300 tons of methane, probably.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. So there was a lot. It was very cold. The actual level of the liquid oxygen is probably now sort of at the top deck level, sort of right at the bottom of the booster probably. But the frost takes a while to be able to melt off completely. But yeah, that's where we are right now. We were watching the road closure, right, EJ? The cars, they were sort of going around.
Yep.
That Cybertruck telling a secret to the other truck as well.
Yeah. Some super secret squirrel stuff.
Yeah.
Super secret scroll stuff.
Yes, moose and squirrel. Sorry. Yeah, so it seems to be winding down here, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. But we're keeping up with the coverage. But so, actually, you know what? I'll get through the support here, and then Alex, I have another question for you, if you don't mind. All right, so
Yeah, sure.
we had Marco with a $7 super chat. This was from a little bit ago. This was right when I popped in. Marco, I'm sorry it took me a second to get to it. I was kind of on a roll here with learning about the booster from Alex. I always try to pick his brain so you guys can hear it too. Sorry, Alex. All right, so when do we get an NSF cam inside the booster tank? I mean, if they wanted us
SpaceX?
to,
Yeah, cough, SpaceX.
yes.
Are you listening?
Elon,
Cough, cough.
if you're out there, dude, hit us up. Hit us up. We'd do it. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they want to show that, but we're here. I'm pretty sure Das would relish the challenge of getting a LOX tank cam to work. Pretty sure he'd be like, oh yeah, I can do that. And then retire to his shed for a week and then come back and be like, yep, got a LOX cam. That's what he does. So,
That sounds like the most DOS thing ever. And
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly how it would happen if it ever did.
It would be like, where are you? You'd be like, no, I'm busy. It's like, okay, all right, sweet. So, okay. So, Alex, we saw the deluge system fire, right? That's just
Yeah.
below the pad. Now, we had the, pad 1 had that booster bidet where it kind of shoots up the business end of the booster, so to speak,
Yeah.
right? I mean, it isn't for cleaning. It's, that was kind of you had the DSS and then the deluge and then the sound suppression. This pad has something not exactly similar, but you have your water systems that go downward here, and then you have water systems that go up. The sound suppressor goes up, but we didn't see that today, right? We didn't see that thing fire. We just saw the deluge, right?
Yeah, we saw the deluge for the flame trench, right? There's multiple parts of the deluge. One is the flame trench, right? And then the top deck of the launch mount has its own deluge. I will not expect that deluge to be fired at any time during ground testing, though, because that one is only for when the rocket lifts off and it starts roasting the top of the launch mount. That is when that water deluge should be. There we go. Yeah, the one on the top.
Oh.
Is essentially like a beef up version of the OLM of the one on pad 1. Remember the plate?
Yep.
What you said, the booster bidet and
The
everything.
booster bidet, man.
Yeah. So instead of being on the ground, it's on the top deck and it's shooting out the water so that when the rocket lifts off and starts roasting, instead of roasting, it's actually hitting the water. And so that water is protecting the top deck of the OLM, which is really important because on pad 1, it got
Yep.
roasted every single time. So now it's very important for reusability for that launch mount to not get roasted. And so that's why it fires. And in fact, if you look back at that testing when they did the full, flame trench and top deck deluge system test, you can see there's a delay. There's, the fire, the one for the flame trench, and like 10 seconds later, the one on the top deck fires. Why? Because the deluge on the flame trench fires up maybe like T-minus 10 seconds, right? And then a few seconds pass, then the engines ignite, maybe like T-minus 3 seconds or so. We probably get to know the timings better once SpaceX releases like a countdown or something like that ahead of Flight 12. But say it's roughly just like on pad 1 where it was like T-minus 10 seconds, T-minus 3 seconds, right? Deluge activates, then T-minus 3 seconds, the engines ignite, T0, everything releases, right? The rocket starts lifting off, then the deluge on the top deck activates and protects the top of the launch mount against the forces of the Raptors, and that's very important. You see the same, for example, at LC-39A, where at engine ignition, there's no rainbirds. Actually, the rainbirds activate after the launch happens, and I think that happens also at Slick 4 East at Vandenberg. When it doesn't happen, for whatever reason, it's at Slick 40, the rainbirds actually do activate before the rocket lifts off. I guess it's just the way that different pads are sort of designed and things like that. But that's essentially what happens in other launch pads, where you don't activate the top deck deluge until the rocket actually lifts off, which is a bit smart, to be honest, because if you have a hold or on a board or things like that during engine ignition, well, you still have more water, right? Don't waste any of that.
But also, one of the more unique parts of Pad 2's redesign as well is the relocation of the BQD, or BQDs in this case, because they went from 1 to 2 from Pad 1. If you look at their location compared to where they were for boosters for version 1 and version 2, where the booster will perform its pad avoidance maneuver or early gravity turn, there's nothing there anymore. Where that is where the old BQD or booster quick disconnect used to be. So that will no longer be getting roasted on liftoff, at least right away during the pitch over, which is always good, because if they want to turn around the pad quickly, that's one less thing to worry about in terms of being able to get any hardware operational again within X amount of time, because it was always a weeks, if not months, period to get Pad 1 refurbed and ready for the next flight before it was ready. So those being there, the BQDs being where they should be directly out of the way of the booster the booster pitch over maneuver. Good grief, I can't talk. I'm too excited. So yeah, Pad 2 is it's a clean slate, and we cannot wait to see how it performs. But I think we're all still chomping at the bit to see how the exhaust is going to look out of the flame trend for a static fire, though, at least.
Yeah, I know I am. I want to see this. I want to see this. There's a good question.
That's a replay of the test that they did.
Dude, look at that. Yeah,
see, it runs for a few seconds, and then the top. On. Exactly. See?
At the point the top turns on, that's T0, right? That's separation.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you can imagine the rocket lifting off now.
Yeah, right when the geysers start going up, when the water starts going up, that's when the booster would lift off. So actually, there was a good question in chat from 76i. I'm gonna pop it up here. Would they use the top deck deluge to protect the pad during landings and catches?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, we saw the exact same thing with Pad 1 and booster catches over there. They would activate the deluge again, albeit at a much lower flow rate, because you're only having to protect against three Raptors and not 33. But probably to some extent, yeah.
Cool. That was a good question.
Chung.
Man, dude, my favorite part about that footage is the guy. Yeah, the guy in the roller.
That's amazing.
The guy in the compactor. He's like, nope. All right. Yep. We got to put her into reverse here and
put her in reverse, Terry.
There's a tidal wave coming at me. Let's just back up. I'm just gonna stop what I'm doing here and just back this thing up. I'm sorry. That's my favorite.
Beep.
Probably just sat there and looked at it and went, wait, what? Oh. Okay.
Like that one meme from
like, I'm out of here.
It's like SpongeBob. Yep. Backing up.
I mean, yeah, I'd throw her into reverse if I saw a tidal wave coming at me. I'd be like, okay, I'm just gonna back it up now. Oh boy. All right, what else do we got? Dark Silver. Can it launch in the rain? I mean, yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Good stuff. So, okay, we're talking. You know what? I think we're still talking about the water system.
That.
Dude, that is the guys. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. I know this gets said a lot,
That's
but
crazy.
These cameras do not do this justice. How big that geyser actually is?
No,
no,
not at all.
Now, keep in mind, Highway 4 is right next to this pad, and it is a public road. Not right now, it's not. The road is closed still, but it is a public road. You can get up to this thing and see it up close, and I think until you do that, it's kind of hard to picture the scale here. Those geysers are easily 10 stories up in the air. Picture a 10-story building or 10-floor building in your mind, like an apartment block or something. It's easily that height. It is hard to grasp the scale of Starbase, but it is cool.
I would love to see a graphic of sorts with the size of the deluge as a whole going off compared to the size of a Falcon 1 for some reason. I feel like that would just tickle all the right parts of the brain.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Oh boy! So if you haven't been keeping up with us here, there's a shot of the roadblock. The roadblock is still in place there, but we did see what we believe to be some type of a deluge test and possibly a spin prime. We don't know for sure. It looked maybe like it, but yeah, it seems like testing may or may not be winding down just a little bit here. But I don't know. They might go for it again. We're going to sit here and we're going to stay live until that roadblock, till those cars at the roadblock move.
It's crazy how much more SpaceX has learned and how much more improved Pad 2 is. At the very first test, already fully loaded a booster like if it were to fire. And did the deluge testing and everything. Like, oh my god. I remember all of the times that we were here looking at Pad 1 testing, right? With Booster 4. Remember Booster 4?
Yep. Yeah.
And-
I try not to, honestly.
Hydraulic power unit.
Yeah.
29
and then
engines.
Booster 7. Yeah.
Cryo, spin. Sorry. I can't. Dude, anytime somebody says Booster 7, I just think of the Adrian song. Cryo, spin prime, static fire, spin prime, cryo test. It's like,
Boom.
Okay. Oh, dear. Was anybody around for that? That was really funny. Or I could just be laughing alone in a room by myself. Like, that's fine. It's funny to me. Okay. It was good? All right, cool. All right, thanks for the validation, Eric. I appreciate it. So, it looks like the booster is detanking. Max, we see those frost lines going down, right? That means that the propellant is boiling off, correct?
Correct. Either boiling off or they are literally pumping it out of the booster to reclaim it and put it back into the tank farm for a future use. But frost is decreasing on the booster a lot so far. And based on the level on the amount of cars that we see at the roadblock right now, tank farm vapor picking up a lot. We may not be too far away from the road reopening, just given how far the frost has fallen and how little propellant may be on board the vehicle still, if any, because that frost can hang around for a long time, even after the propellant has been offloaded from the vehicle. But yeah, tank farm is very venty. Very venty. That's kind of now it's winding back down again. Interesting. I wonder if that was like a purge or something from maybe prop is offloaded from the vehicle entirely now. I'm not sure. But yeah, we are just waiting to see how much lower that frost line is going to get. We assume all the way, and then we are obviously waiting also on the cars they're leaving or opening up the roadblock there. To obviously sign that Highway 4 is open, and then testing would be completed for the day. So interesting to see, but I think we should also note that a new road closure popped up for this Thursday from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. local time in Starbase. So either more tanking and more spin prime testing, or that could be the first static fire test of Booster 19. We're not sure yet. We'll have to wait and see how both the vehicle and the ground systems behave today to warrant that. But based on everything we've seen today, prop load happened without any pause. We didn't notice any sort of like bugs or hiccups or leaks. And then they went right into whatever test they did with the DSS deluge and possibly a spin prime as well. So, yeah, dude, it's been a very eventful day so far.
Now, okay, we're not sure exactly what's going to happen, officially, it's representing NSF actual, like, we're not sure. Max, what do you think? Spin prime or full static fire on Thursday?
Yeah, correct. Like full disclaimer, we have no idea. Like we are going off of all the tools and images that everyone else can see. We don't know for sure, but something tells me we could be on for a potential like 1 or 2 engine static fire on Thursday. I could be completely wrong on that, and it could be a second spin prime, or assuming today was a spin prime, but there's a non-zero chance that Thursday could be a static fire. I'll say that.
Okay, so we're getting a little bit into the weeds here with contingencies. So, this booster, it I call it the Snaggletooth booster because it only has 10 engines on it. And the full 33.
Snaggletooth.
It's a little bit of a Snaggletooth booster. Looks like a hockey player after they got into a fight. So there's only 10 engines on it. If they do a static fire, are we firing all 10? We firing 3? What do you think?
Ooh.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because I firmly believe that those engines, the engine placement isn't random. I really don't think that. A lot of people have been asking me that. I think they're in those spots for a reason to test. If I had to guess, it would be to test booster plumbing, right? So do we see all 10 of them fire?
I mean, we very well could. I'm not going to lie. My gut tells me we're not going to see more than 3. But the fact that they have engines on all 3 rings of the engine section, meaning that they have some of the innermost 3, they have some of the middle ring of 10, and then they have some from the outer ring of 20. So they have some engines at least on all 3 rings. So they very well could fire all 10 just to test the structural integrity of the thrust puck so far. I don't know. But my gut tells me that they'll want to start off more cautious and firing maybe 1 to 2, maybe 3 engines tops at once. Similar to what we saw with Booster 7 a long time ago, where they fired where they fired 1 engine at a time for a long time, and then 2, and then 3, and then more than that. So likely we're going to see maybe 2 or 3 at the most, but they could just say F it and fire all 10 just based on how happy they may or may not be with what they saw today. I'm not sure. It's very interesting nonetheless. But I think 2 or 3 tops. But mind you, there has to be more than 1 test so far because it only has 10 of all 3 engines that it is going to have for flight. So they're going to have to fire multiple times either way. It's a question of how many times that they're going to fire in this current configuration. They might start out with 1 and then 2 or 3 and then fire all 10. I don't know.
I think that incremental testing would probably be more the case here. But then again, I thought we'd be incremental testing than today. It's like, tanked it, 30 minutes tanking, boom, all right. Done. Yeah, for real. Like, wait,
I don't think any of us were expecting a DSS or deluge activation today, let alone a spin prime test, which may or may not have happened. We can't honestly tell, like, for sure, just because of how clouded out the view was from under the launch mount. But a lot more happened today than I guess we thought was possible. So that being said, based on what we've seen versus what we expected, we very well could be on for some sort of static fire by the end of the week. That could age poorly, and that could be terribly wrong. But based on what we've seen today, there's a non-zero chance. Do you think they'll fire all 10 the first time, EJ? What do you think? I'm curious.
In my super expert armchair Kerbal player with 10,000 hours opinion, I would go incremental. I would probably just do 1, then do 3, probably 3 centers, and then work your way out. Like, with that kind of stuff, especially with Raptor 3, like, okay, all right, I'm going to nerd out for a second here. Do we have we ever, Chad? I'm actually going to put this one out to you, and I'll let the hive mind of the internet kind of help me with this. Do we have much testing about Raptor engines clustered together? Because it's
Raptor 3. No.
Yeah, Raptor 3. Yeah.
No.
Have we? I mean, we know the test stands. We have McGregor live. If you guys want to, we have streams of SpaceX's test stands, right? When they test the engines, you hear about it on that stream with the distinctive, like, have we seen clustered engines together? I don't think so. When you cluster rocket engines together, I mean, like I said, it's not like Kerbal or Simple Rockets which is Juno, right? You can't, just add another booster, it's fine. No, in real life, you really have to worry about temperature getting too high with a bunch of engines sitting next to each other. I mean, an immediate example of this would be the Saturn V during the Apollo program.
I was just going to go there.
right, Max? What did they do?
They had a cluster of all 5 together at one of the test stands at, I think it was Stennis. Was it Stennis or Marshall? I think it was Stennis, right?
So the first Saturn V was tested at Marshall.
Okay.
And every other Saturn V was tested at Stennis. The reason why they did that, very much because they were going fast like SpaceX does, is because they didn't have Michoud and Stennis were not ready. So the first Saturn V was fabricated in a shed at Marshall Space Flight Center. I'm not even kidding, guys. It was in a shed. They like windbreak style. I mean, it wasn't a windbreak style. It was a climate control building, but still, yeah, they couldn't even put it all together. They had to, they made all the pieces, and then they had like trouble putting the thing together, which is super cool. That was, I mean, for, if anybody's interested in historic Apollo tank watching, right? So they had the clusters of engines, right, on the 4670 test stand at Marshall, and then the B1 and B2 test stand at Stennis, right? Have we seen anything like that with SpaceX? I'm not sure.
Not with Raptor. We know that they have fired old Falcon 9 boosters on the, what was it? Not the milk stool stand, but what's it called? The stand that they don't use anymore at McGregor.
The tripod.
The tripod, thank you. They used to fire old Falcon 9 boosters over there, and then I say old. They used to test Falcon 9 boosters there, and they have also fired flight-proven Falcon 9 boosters as well, or Falcon 9 engines, I should say, together in clusters of 9. So it's not unlike them to do it, but they have not done that with any sort of Starship testing yet. They have not built a jig or like a pseudo bottom, like super heavy aft section where they can mount 33 Raptors on like a test stand at McGregor and fire them all at once. They have not tried that yet. As cool as that would be, I don't think the locals around McGregor would be happy with that. As unhappy as they may or may not be already, given the testing cadence already. But yeah, I think. So we haven't seen that so far, and this is actually the first time that Raptor 3s have been mounted to a flight vehicle at all. We have only seen singular Raptor 3 engines on test stands, both with the sea level variant and then also the vacuum optimized variant. So having more than one on a vehicle, let alone a flight vehicle, this is the first time that we have seen that. So which is why. It might make the most sense to take a more cautious approach and fire one at a time, right? Oh, here's a great clip. Yes.
Oh, the tripod.
Yes.
Blast from the past, man.
There should be audio with this, maybe. I don't know. I could be wrong.
Even if there isn't, we can just bask in its glory.
Yeah, dude, look at that.
Yeah, they used to just put a whole Falcon 9 up there and just say, all right, go. So that, a little bit of a history lesson here. That tripod was left over from another aerospace company that folded in the 90s, in early 2000s, called Beale Aerospace. Beale Aerospace was a commercial flight endeavor just like SpaceX, and they were using McGregor for their testing, and they did unfortunately go under, and SpaceX bought that test stand like wholesale, like cheap, very, very, very inexpensive. And that's why they ended up testing there, because it was a good price for the test stands. Because they weren't exactly in high demand in like 2007. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. It was a much different world back then. But they used to test Merlins there. They have tested Falcon 9 boosters there and engine clusters, and they also then moved on to testing Raptors there as well, which is where like some of our favorite clips ever have come from. And remember the first time we saw a demonstration of the electric TVC, or thrust vector control, on Raptor 2 was staggering, because the footage looks sped up based on how fast it was able to gimbal, but that's just real time. Yeah, but they don't use it anymore, unfortunately. They have since moved to using their own bespoke vertical and horizontal stands. I think they're all vertical actually now, though. I could be wrong. I should know this. I cover this in the Starship update every single week with our minute there. I know, tragedy. I'm a disgrace. All
right.
I'm a disgrace. But yeah, they haven't used the milk stool, or the milk stool. I keep calling it a milk stool. Milk stool.
You all
Good
right?
grief. No.
There's not smoke coming out of your ears, is there?
Bame's not having a strong collarbone.
Yeah, okay. All right.
But no, the tripod is not used anymore from what we can see.
So, yeah, they did end up demolishing it. So the that's the thing, guys. Like, you know, Max, you asked, like, to bring this all kind of full circle. You asked, did we, you know, are we going to see multiple engines? I don't know. I would probably start incrementally. Like, the other thing I was going to say about the Saturn V, guys, is that even with clustered engine test stands at Marshall on the 4670 test stand, and then the B1 and the B2 test stand at Stennis testing all Saturn V's before they flew, they still had heating problems with 5F1s all clustered together. They ended up wrapping the engines in asbestos. They just put asbestos blankets all over the Saturn V engines. If you look at footage, some like remastered footage of Saturn V's launching, the engines look like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man because they're wrapped in asbestos. That's the only way they could keep them from burning themselves from the inside out. And because SpaceX doesn't have a lot of data on how well Raptor 3s, that is, work in clusters, I'm sure some information carried over from Raptor 2, right? But because they don't have a lot of information regarding like thermodynamic, thermal analysis, not thermodynamics, thermal analysis on the outside of the engines operating in a cluster, I think they'd start with 1, then move to 3, then maybe 5, and go from there. But yeah, getting engines operating together is not just like, oh, just add another engine. All right, it's not that simple, right? I mean, rocket science really is. But yeah, so good stuff. Good conversations, chat. This is good questions. So Alex went to get a bite to eat, so he's eating. He posted the Homer Simpson, "I'm so hungry," in the back channel. So, it's time to go to the bullpen. And who do we have for the relief pitcher? We have Sawyer, Sawdog Rosenstein. Sawyer, what's up, man?
Now pitching number 18, Sawyer Rosenstein. Number 18. I'm
Number
good.
18.
How are you, EJ?
I'm good, man.
Great.
I'm good. Brrr, Evil Empire. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. That was the old Bob Shepard impression from the old Yankee days. But
no, it was good. You know what? I'm a Red Sox fan. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it.
You gotta honor the broadcasters as we broadcast here this crazy testing day that we've been seeing. My goodness.
Yeah, it is. It was a little bit of a show there, huh? For a second. What'd you think of that, Sawyer?
I was surprised. I was doing something. I'm like, oh, cool. They're starting to fuel it up. The next thing I know, I look back. I'm like, it's halfway full, and then all of a sudden, it's doing the testing. That was beyond surprising how quickly that went, and that normally they'll sit around and kind of just hold the tank there and see what's going on. Nope, not even waiting, holding, testing it, just right into the test of the DSS and the deluge system. That was wild.
Yeah, I mean, it happened real fast, right? And, we were talking about this a little bit before, but Max, this really shows that SpaceX ain't playing around with that full rapid and reuse stuff, right? Like, this was quick, even compared to Pad 1, which was faster than anything that I've seen, right? We've watched all kind of rockets tanked out. This thing went real quick.
I think we're all used to the fact that it took SpaceX a long time to make sure that Pad 1 was where they wanted it to be to even support a launch at all. But Pad 2 was built with the lessons learned from Pad 1, both in terms of being able to be refurbed a lot faster and also to be able to support multiple launches in much closer succession because of its new design and not being able to be as roasted as badly. And not to mention the actual fitment of the booster with the hold-down clamps and then also the BQD or BQDs in this case compared to Pad 1. They're operating on a lot faster timeline than I thought they were going to. This does not seem... This is going to sound kind of bad, but it's not intended to be so. With how fast they're being able to move, this doesn't seem cautious. So either they're throwing caution to the wind, or the pad is just this well engineered, and they are ticking off all the boxes that they want to the first time, which is both surprising and it's not, because it's surprising because it's a brand new vehicle, it's a brand new launch pad. This is the first time that we are seeing both sides of that equation being tested together at the same time, but also not surprising because both this booster and the pad were built from lessons learned from 11 previous Starship full stack flights. So But safe to say that we were not expecting the testing that we saw earlier this morning, or I should say in the early afternoon there. No, it was still morning. Between being able to load prop as fast as they did, the DSS deluge, and all of that. Maybe a spin prime in there as well, but we couldn't see or verify it. So, yeah, dude, it's been quite a day so far.
And it's interesting with that speed and kind of throwing caution to the wind, because this is something I can almost guarantee we'll be talking about Friday, is the OIG report that came out today about its analysis into the lunar landers for the Artemis program, which includes SpaceX's Starship with the HLS variant. So yeah, EJ, you'll have some fun stuff to read for Space News over on your Twitch later. But
yeah, we'll probably do a deep dive into that. Sawyer, I'm not even gonna I'm not trying to presume, but it probably says it's too big and complicated to get done in time. That's my guess. But who knows?
It seems like it was kind of done before the whole reorganization of the plan, with Artemis 3 now being next year in Leo. But, I mean, they have to get a human-rated Starship into orbit for NASA to be able to test rendezvous and docking operating with by next year. They are on that time crunch now. And to be able to do that, you need to have a vehicle that can safely deliver an uncrewed version into orbit. Right now, they don't have that. So I feel like they need to get that speed up if they have any shot of doing that at all. So this is kind of a must-do situation anyway.
Yeah, I mean, SpaceX is really under the gun. I mean, so is Blue, for what it's worth. Like, with Jared Isaacman wanting to push those deadlines up for, twin landings in 2028. I mean, guys, I know it's the beginning of 2026 right now. It's March 10th when we did this cast, right? Like, if you're watching on the VOD. Hi, VOD viewers. You guys rule. Thanks for watching this far into the VOD. Appreciate it. It's the beginning of 2026. 2028 might seem like a long way away. That's not a long time in spaceflight, right, Max? That's not a long time.
That's basically tomorrow, essentially, for all intents and purposes. I mean, like, you blink, like, it seems like you just blinked, and last week was 2020. It's not. It's been spoiler alert. It's been 6 years since everything kicked off. Then, so in 2 more years to get to 2028, that's like next week in spaceflight terms. That's not a lot of time at all.
Crazy. We got Matt's Mike Alpha Tango Sierra gifting 10 red teams in chat. Thank you, red team memberships. It's the kind of stuff that keeps us going here. Matt's, thank you. We love you, buddy. Appreciate it. Oh boy. So, in case you're just joining us, guys, we did see a little bit of testing earlier in the day. It's about, almost 1:45 out there in Brownsville right now in the afternoon. At 11 a.m., around 11 local time, we started to see some action with the booster, with Booster 19 on the pad. Now, we didn't see any static fires, but we're not even sure if we saw a spin prime. All we know is they tanked this booster. They filled up the LOX tank almost completely, probably about 80 to 90% full, and then maybe 10% full in the methane tank. Now, they could have been just testing, like, all right, just fill it out and drain it, So first of all, they were testing with real propellants. So that was real methane and real liquid oxygen, which, obviously you want to check the plumbing systems on the pad to make sure it can actually fill the thing up. That's probably important, right? But they seem to have put the booster into a static fire configuration. Every time we've seen static fires in the past, Max, right? Like, it's a little bit of methane and a lot of liquid oxygen, right? And then the pad suppression system, not the sound suppressor, the pad deluge did turn on, and then we haven't seen much since. So the roadblock still is in place, right? But we're just waiting it out to see if there's any more action. You guys can see on the screen the booster is still a little bit frosty, but the propellants are slowly boiling off. But the tank farm is still very much active. So, I mean, we're gonna stay until the roadblock goes away. But we did see some action today, just for the people that haven't seen it. And we do have another road closure, Max. Right? When is that?
It came up. So literally, this new road closure was posted like right after the, I guess, quote unquote T0 that we saw after the test today. That is this Thursday from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. local time in Starbase. So that could be just more tanking tests. That could be another spin prime, assuming there was one today, or there's a non-zero chance that could also be the first ever static fire of a version 3 Super Heavy booster. We're not sure. We don't really have any way to tell which one is going to be, one way or the other. But there's a non-zero chance that it could be a static fire attempt. Yeah. Also safe to say, from that angle that we were just on, the frost. I think it's safe to say that there's no more propellant left in the vehicle, given how thin that frost has become. But it is obviously still very, very cold inside. But that is melting away rather fast now. So maybe. I think just based on what we've seen so far and based on timelines we've become used to, we can maybe expect the road to be open in maybe the next 40 or so minutes.
But
give or take.
It's worth noting they have the closure until 8 p.m. So they still have another 6 hours and 20 minutes left. And you saw how quickly they were able to tank that thing. As Alex was pointing out, it takes so much longer to detank a Starship than it does to tank a Starship. So we're not saying that they're done for the day. It is possible they could do it all a second time. Seems like they have the propellants to be able to do it. They have, obviously, the time to do it. So who knows? They might try and utilize as much of the window as possible. So you're just going to have to stick around and watch with us, because we're waiting to see what they do, too.
Yeah. You know, there might be more action today that we'll see. That's why we're here. Yeah. Man. I'm like... I don't know about you guys. This entire stream, I've been trying to get my tank watching helmet back on and get back in the game, so to speak. Here, I'm like, I gotta remember how to do this. It's been so long, right? I mean, when was the last time we tank watched? Ship. You know what? The ship that will not be mentioned. Is that the last time we did it?
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Max, you remember that? We were there together for that one.
Yeah.
We sure were.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen a booster at the pad since early October of last year, which was right before Flight 11. So this has been a long time coming. It is very refreshing to see. We are glad to see the tank farm working with a full flight vehicle again. It isn't a test tank. It isn't. It is not non-flight hardware. This is literally the booster that they are going to use for Starship Flight 12, being Booster 19. So actual flight hardware on the pad. We haven't had that in 5 or 6 months. So it's welcome back.
Wasn't that venting?
Venting noises. That sounds like, oh, you know what? There was just a vent on top of the booster there. Yep. That looks like depress.
Right by the hot stage ring.
Yep, that looks like depress.
That's a lot of... Wow, that's depressing. Oh,
Jesus Christ.
Sorry, this is your fault.
This time.
Yeah, but it's your fault. You perpetrated this.
Also, the cowbell vents there, right below the common dome. So yeah, that both LOX and methane vents are going. So that is that looks to be a full depress of Booster 19 being underway, which could signify that they are done testing for today, and the road could be opening. I shouldn't say. Oh my God, I should not say should be, but could be opening up in the somewhat near future, maybe 30 or 40 minutes or so, maybe less. But yeah, that looks like the booster is full on depressing at this point.
We don't know. You'll have to stick around, folks.
Oh, geez.
I'm trying to scare the people away. We like people.
I'm not trying to scare you. I'm just making observations, Sawyer. I promise.
I'm lonely. I like having all of you in chat with me. This is nice. Anyway,
I mean,
sorry.
No, it's good, man. Don't worry about it. Sawyer, you might that's the thing, dude. We love hanging out with you guys, but it's possible. I mean, because okay, the one monkey wrench in this whole thing, like you said, Sawyer, is that they still have some time. They still have some time. They have 6 hours and 6 hours and 18 minutes now left in the road closure. They could be bringing this booster back to a stable state to test tanking again. It's possible. It's not like there's not enough fuel in the tank farm to do something like that. It's totally a thing. So you might not be wrong. We'll see. I mean, usually depress means, we're done, but they could be testing booster recycle right here. I mean, that's something that you have to test. You're gonna have launches that you're gonna set to go, and then I won't say the S word, but and then they don't. So testing recycle, testing tanking, like this is all data right now that they're going to need to help understand, how Starship is super heavy in this case, how it's behaving, right? And to come up with contingencies. It's like sorry, you like flying flight sim. It's like every plane has a pre-flight manual, right? Like there's pre-flight checks. There's a whole manual on how to fly an aircraft, right? You got to go through a lot of training to learn how to read the manual correctly, right? But there is a manual for it. How do you know what the manual is? Has SpaceX written the manual for booster block 3 and ship block 3? No, you got to figure it out. So we might see some action again, Sawyer, right? Like you have to go through all the checklists, but how do the checklists get made? Right?
They get, unfortunately, a lot of them get made in blood, but yes.
Oh, jeez.
But you learn as you go. That's kind of what it is. And we've seen that, obviously. See Flight 7, Flight 8, Ship 36, Booster 18. Anyway, you get the point. So they got to figure it out. This is the first time also this pad has ever had the propellant running into a vehicle. It's the first time a Block 3 vehicle has received said propellant. And it looked pretty smooth. It's one of those things where, again, like we pointed out, if you have the time, might as well. Just like, again, Artemis 2. They had the time, so they did the recycle test once they were fully tanked, took it down to right before the terminal count, recycled back. Why not? Get some more data, more better.
Yep. Guys, the reason why I bring this up, and I know what people are going to ask, right? Like, they've flown Starships before, right? Like, don't you think they would have figured out the manual from there? Yeah, that'll carry over in some way, shape, or form, but you got to remember, this is a new pad, new booster, new ship quick disconnect. Everything is new. There's not much with this pad that's, save for like the chopsticks in the tower, right? That it has in common with pad 1, Max, right? Like this is a totally new system.
Completely and totally, both from a vehicle and a pad standpoint. Launch mount's way different. The BQDs are different. The deluge is different. The flame trench is different. The vehicles are different, both booster and ship. The ship quick disconnect is different and cleaner. Chopsticks are shorter, a more updated mechanism to use them, so it's faster. Literally, it's brand new from quite literally the ground up. And also the tank farm as well, with those massive and very, very, very powerful pumps to pump propellant into the vehicle. But that being said, because it's all brand new, it's untested. It's untested to this point. Well, not anymore. That they had their first test today. So they do have data. They have flowed propellant into the vehicle, and we are looking forward to seeing if SpaceX does end up posting anything about the test today to confirm what happened and what might be next. But Pad 2 finally has its first test with a vehicle on the books.
Mm-hmm. Even the tanking, it was so fast. You guys, at around 11 local time, they basically like moved a insane amount of commodities into this vehicle in like 20 minutes, maybe. Like it was just like
I think from the booster being completely empty and the first signs that we saw prop load underway to being at what we presume to be static fire levels was 32 minutes.
Yep,
which is absurd.
I just did a quick short for looking at it and timed it out. 32 minutes.
That's insane. That's absolutely insane.
And that's what I mean. That tanking procedure is very different than super heavy block 2 on pad 1. This is a totally different ball game.
And mind you,
that thing up and sent it like real fast.
And mind you, I think that was somewhere in the realm of maybe 3,500 tons of propellant in total between the methane and the LOX. From what we could see, this looked very, very similar to what they do on Pad 1 for static fire testing and making the booster as heavy as possible while also reducing the risk of having as little propellant on board the vehicle as possible. And the way they did that, why they do that in the first place to make the booster as heavy as possible is to make it easier on the hold down clamps when all 33 engines are firing at once. They are not designed to hold the booster in place for a long period of time under full thrust or really much thrust at all. So I think it makes it a lot easier on them when the vehicle is just heavier. And so obviously to do that, they load the LOX tank up all the way, but because of that, they to limit the amount of combustibility that might be possible in a worst case scenario, they load as little methane on board the vehicle as possible. And that is always why we see a very small sliver of frost on the tank. But that being said, the methane transfer tube alone on the version 3 booster is about the size of a freaking Falcon 9 rocket. So that is a lot of propellant that they have to fill just in the transfer tube alone before we see any frost buildup on the actual main methane tank itself. So I think all in we saw somewhere in the realm of 3,000 to 3,500 tons of fuel on board the vehicle today. And all of that being loaded in about 32 minutes. That's absurd.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So I actually got a question from Teddy West right in the chat. Sawyer, I'm gonna pop this one over to you. Teddy's asking, on the previous flights, did they have a post-flight farm conditioning, or was the tank farm still active? Why is the farm still active? Did they need that for offloading the ship?
If I remember rightly, there was still always some kind of tank farm activity afterwards. Because just like the booster, when you think about it, you also have those colder propellants running through it. And in fact, that was one of the indicators that they were getting ready to load the methane and the liquid oxygen into the vehicle, was we started to see some of those lines in the tank farm get frosty. So it's not a surprise that there's still some of that kind of, vapors and venting from when they got everything super cool there. If they go again, you want to obviously keep it super cool. So it's possible they could go again with it. If not, this is totally not unusual to still see the tank farm active and chugging away at this point.
There's actually some people are asking some really good questions in chat, so I'm going to keep that rolling if you guys don't mind. So Stevenson's Rocket here also. I like trains. Great name, Stevenson's. So, Max, I'll throw this to you. Could Thursday's closure be for the booster to go to the dentist and get some extra teeth?
No, because that is not a transport closure or transport window. So it is a distinct test window from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. So there's going to be more testing at the pad taking place of sorts. The nature of which we're not entirely sure of. We can really only speculate. But that will only come once SpaceX is satisfied with the current round of testing that they have done so far, before they will have it rolled back to Megabyte 1 and have the rest of the Raptor 3s installed, before coming back out for a full static fire test with all 33 Raptor engines. So no, that is going to be for more pad testing. The rollback, assuming all goes well, could be maybe sometime next week. We'll have to wait and see when closures actually pop up.
Yeah, is it bad that in my head when I saw the engine configuration, my first thought was, this is the Jack Hughes of boosters right now?
Yes.
Yep. I said it a little bit earlier. I'm like, it looks like a hockey player.
Yeah, Jack Hughes, who, for those who don't know, he was on the U.S. Olympic team, also plays for the New Jersey Devils. Lost a couple of his teeth, so it's befitting.
I mean, Sawyer, I'm not about to tell Jack Hughes what he should do, but I think he should get a gold tooth for the tooth that got knocked out. I'm just saying.
So there should be one golden painted Raptor. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. I like it. Yeah. Yes, that's a good idea. We should do that too.
And that should be Raptor number 67.
Get out of here! Just get out of here! No, Carson, can I demote him off the show?
Also, it is going to take the gold medal for the most powerful rocket ever launched. It's going to take the medal from itself, which has the silver, which has the version 2, currently the more powerful, and then also version 1 had previously held the title. So right now, the 3 most powerful rockets that'll ever been launched will be Starship V3, Starship V2, and Starship V1.
A lot of starships. It's almost 3 starships. Okay, I got more questions here. This is from Chris W. What do you got for us, Chris? All right, here is the thing. If they're quickly filling a booster, how quickly can they fill up a stack now? You know what, Chris? I don't know. I'm going to guess fast. Boys, what do you think?
I think it's going to be in the realm of between 30 and 40 minutes for both booster and ship. because they will be able to fill both or all 4 tanks, both LOX and methane, on both the ship and the booster simultaneously. So I think if all goes well, I think it's going to be somewhere in the realm of 30 or 40 minutes, which is, mind you, about as long as it takes to fill a Falcon 9 rocket, which is like an 1/8 or 9th of the size in terms of capacity. It's insane.
Yeah, my guess would be maybe at least for the first launch, it'd be slightly longer, like 45 to 50 minutes, which is still mind-boggling when you think of how much propellant that is, that we're still talking under an hour for all of this anyway. It's unbelievably fast, because you're also adding in the ship and the booster. That's a lot of propellant, man.
Yeah, crazy. All right, so we got another question here. This is a good one too. So this is Country Cook. What do you got for us? Cooking up something good, I hope. All right, so yeah, now I want Cracker Barrel, man. All right, is there any concern with a static fire attempt without 33 engines? Maybe unexpected vibrations if it's not properly balanced. So, fellas, I don't mean to be the like, oh, I'm going to answer the question, but see, I think personally, Cooks, I think that is on purpose. I think you might be onto something. I think those engines are placed in a very specific configuration to do like edge testing on like how the booster is going to take certain engines firing and certain engines not firing. Specifically, I think it has to do with the plumbing on the booster, like how propellants are going to get moved around in this thing when you're firing 10 engines or firing 5 or firing 3. I think they're there for I think they're in that, kind of hockey player, looks like you got a tooth knocked out configuration for a very, very good reason. And I think that might have something to do with it. Sawyer, what do you think? Do you think there's a method to the 10 engine madness that's on there?
It's SpaceX. There's always a method. And of course, like SpaceX, they're not going to tell us what that method is. If they do a static fire, you were talking about that earlier. My thought is they would maybe do a single engine static fire first. Just test the system, test everything through. And it's also worth noting, unlike Pad 1, with the way this is oriented, you cannot get a dance floor out there. So it's not like you can add engines out at the pad. You would have to roll it back to load up all 33 engines again. So I'm sure there's a reason, but I don't know if we would see all the random 10 ones that they have up there actually fire.
You know what, fellas? The more I'm thinking about it, the less likely a single engine fire seems. And my rationale behind that is they already do that in McGregor. Granted, that's not mounted to a vehicle. That's just a singular engine on the test stand. But
see, that's what I mean. They got plenty of testing data, Max, on one engine firing. So,
yeah, right.
I mean, maybe skip the single and then just go right to a 3-engine static. Yeah.
Maybe one for each ring. Like one of the inner 3, one of the outer or middle 10, and then one of the outer 20. I don't know.
I was going to say, because they only have E1 and E3 installed on that inner ring. They don't have E2 in there, so it wouldn't be able to test the center 3, so to speak.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's fun. It's fun to theorycraft, guys. Like, to be 100% honest with you, like officially, like this is just me, Sawyer, and Max talking. Like officially, we're not 100% sure if they even did a spin prime today. But it's fun to kind of sit here and think about the incremental testing. I don't know about you guys. I love doing that. I love putting myself in their shoes. Like, okay, what do you want to test now? What would you test? How would you do this? Well, how would you do that? Right? And that really, so Country Cooks asked this question. That's really why I wanted to put it up there, because this is one of those questions where you put yourself in their shoes. What do? Your booster plumbing is completely different. If the V3 booster's plumbing is completely different than V2, to the point where you probably can't, like, if this was any other rocket, I wouldn't even call this, like, if Starship is the name of V2, this would be like, Super Ship or something. Like, this bears like no commonality except like maybe it's made out of stainless steel with the previous super heavies. So putting yourself, like, we're seeing a new testing regime kind of unfold in front of our eyes here. So kind of to think about like what they're trying to do and what they would be looking to test, it's a fun thought exercise, right? Because this booster is completely different. You're basically starting from scratch. in the testing regime. You know?
Yeah, correct.
By the way, it looked like earlier that one of the sheriffs was going to pull out, but it also looks like another sheriff pulled in.
Yeah, it looks like a couple of Cameron County sheriff's officers like replaced a couple of the SpaceX security that was there. But I don't. That's kind of peculiar. It might mean nothing. That could literally just be a personnel swap, or it could mean that the road's staying closed for a lot longer. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. That's just an observation.
Yeah, it'd be weird to do a swap at 2 p.m. I don't know if that's a usual kind of rotation time for when SpaceX has their employees come and go.
Right.
Or Cameron County.
So, actually, so I'm double streaming this over on Twitch. You know, I'm not trying to plug my stream, just giving you people context, like giving everybody context. I got a question from over in Twitch chat that, you know, Spoiled Fruit over there asks, you know, could they just hang the booster off of the chopsticks and install engines when it's to the side of the pad? Like, you know, they don't have a dance floor for this that they roll under like what we've seen before. Like they had a service gantry that went under the first pad's launch mount. Like, I suppose, you know, what's stopping them from, you know, lifting the super heavy off and just installing boosters right there at the pad? Max, do you think they do that? Yeah.
I mean, it's not a clean environment, and with how much more open the engine section is on version 3 boosters, you're just asking for stuff to get in there, and cause issues. So I think that SpaceX wants it to be in a much cleaner environment. They're not in the version 1 or SN days anymore. Like Starship cannot be classified as an experiment anymore. SpaceX has their own clean areas to install and remove engines now. So yeah, I think FOD would FOD or foreign object debris would be. Oh, is the road opening?
There's cars
lights are off. Sheriffs are moving.
Cybertrucks lined up for sure.
Guys, the sheriff shifted his car into reverse.
This
Breaking
just
news
in
stinger.
breaking news.
Breaking news. I'm sorry.
I swear to God, Carson, don't do it. Don't do it. Do not do the stinger. Do not do the stinger.
Also, can I just...
Oh, he did the stinger.
Also, could I just point out, by the way, if they did do it while hanging off the chopsticks, isn't that kind of an OSHA risk of like, yeah, this thing's just dangling midair. Let's stick some engines on it rather than on a secure stand in.
Yeah. That's also it's a very valid point as well. Yes.
I wouldn't do that. Yeah, that you know, I thought I'd ask the question, and now the more and more, like, once again, putting yourself in their shoes. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Yeah, that's probably not a good idea. And guys, it seems like the road is open.
And that does essentially confirm that testing is complete for today. Because once the road is reopened, they cannot close it again, as far as I'm aware. I could be. Is that right? Or am I wrong on that?
If they open the road, why would they close it again? You know, you have it closed down.
Yeah. Okay.
The closure is gone, by the way, from the website.
Oh, good.
Here you can see.
Okay, so they are done. That is it for today. They are done.
Yeah, they still have the one on listed for tomorrow, it looks like. Listed as a primary now as opposed to a backup. And then we have the one on the 12th as well that we just got the notice of earlier. So
wait,
interesting.
They put another one in tomorrow, Sawyer.
I'm looking at this now. Beach access status, because they had a backup dates of the 10th and 11th, with the primary originally being the 9th. Obviously today is the 10th. And then there's the one tomorrow. So this is new. This is brand new. We saw the one for it pop up right after they did the testing saying the 12th. This says the 11th. That's tomorrow.
Dude, we might see some action tomorrow. I'm here for it.
Baby.
I want more tank watching. I don't know about you guys.
More Texas tank watching. Also, yeah, where's the one from the 12th now?
Wait, what the heck?
What the heck?
What the
SpaceX
heck?
going to space? Did you miss this, guys? This is SpaceX.
Oh, wait. Carson, scroll down. Apparently it's below that.
I think we've established that the 12th is further down.
Turns out the 12th is after the 11th. Go figure.
12th and 13th as a backup.
Wait, what? Since when, Sawyer?
I know. Shocking.
Huh.
So, but that's two primary dates then. So there's the beach access closure on the 11th, and then the full-on... Is that a full-on road closure then for the 12th with the backup of the 13th, if I'm reading that right?
Correct.
Huh.
Yep. Har.
Interesting.
All right.
Har.
Well, I
More
think
testing.
I think we're going to be spending more time with you guys, chat, tomorrow and the day after. I think,
And the
Yeah,
next day,
buddy.
And the next day. And the next
and the next day, and the next day.
And the next day, and the next day.
You finish
then-
those errands.
Yeah.
And then Friday we have the flame trench too, so we would have testing, flame trench.
Oh boy, this is
Welcome back, Starbase testing. Let's go.
This is
Heck
gonna be a
yeah.
fun week, man. Oh dear.
Well, I'm sure there's still a lot that we're going to be having to talk about with this over the next couple days, and even just from the testing today. And I know that we're going to have the whole idea of people are probably wondering, wait, what about the Raptor side for today? Well, we still have that Raptor side coming up. Don't you worry. As soon as we finish things here, we will have that Raptor side for you over on Starbase Live, which, in case you didn't know, we have Starbase Live, our 24/7 live cameras over at Starbase, where you can see all the action going on all the time. So keep an eye out for that. Basically, whenever. We also have cameras over at McGregor Live if you want to see them doing that engine testing, like, well, not tripod testing anymore, but any of the other Raptor testing they do over there. And then, of course, we have Space Coast Live, which is our 24/7 watching all the activity there, including everything we're able to see with the Starship pads, and when we see those sections of the pads, of the towers rolling by, heading over to 37 for Starship over there.
Okay, so I think it's time to put a bow on this one, this round of Texas tank watching. But like Sawyer was saying, plenty of action, and we got plenty of more Texas tank watching streams for you this week. You know, pending these road closures, I guess sticking. We'll see. So there was a lot of people to thank. I'm just we were just the closing pitchers here, Sawyer. Like what we were saying, like there was the morning crew that jumped in. We had Alex, we had Ryan Weber, we had CB, we had Carson, all the Starbase Live operators. Gage had his camera out there. Chris B, yeah, CB.
I was actually trying to get something to eat, and they opened the pad right as I finish.
Huh?
That's so unfair, SpaceX.
What did you have to eat?
I just had a warm mug of hot cocoa, basically.
That was your
Alex,
lunch?
Alex, that's a liquid.
Well, with muffins and things like that, I sort of let them soak in a little bit of the cocoa, and it's really tasty.
All right.
Marshmallows or no marshmallows in the cocoa?
No, I don't.
What? Why? It's the best part.
That's not
all
a
right.
thing in Spain. I'm sorry. That's an American thing.
Well, that's a shame. Anyway,
It should be a thing in Spain, just saying.
okay. So, and obviously we're going to close out the crew here. Sawyer, thanks for jumping in. Do appreciate it. Popping in at the last second.
Yeah, absolutely. Give Alex a chance to get a bite to eat and get to talk about, Texas tank watching again. I love it. Glad to be here. Thanks for having me back on.
Absolutely. Max, do very much appreciate you coming in here and hosting and commentating on the stream with me. It's a good time.
Pleasure as always, EJ. Yeah, that was a fun morning. Pleasant surprise, I think we can all say based on what we saw. But based on just the closures that we have seen and the evidence in front of us, there is a lot more to come. So stay tuned, and we should hopefully be back with you tomorrow or the day after.
Yep. Alex, you're here now, so I'm gonna thank you, despite you having marshmallowless hot coffee or hot chocolate. I'm still gonna thank you. Thank you for being here.
Look, it was the fastest that I could make it. Like,
Yeah, that's fair.
without making a lot of other food. Anyways, thanks for having me as always. It's been fun. It was a very surprising and very gratifying.
Yeah, it's fun. It is fun to tank watch again. It's very fun. I really enjoy it. Guys, I am EJ. I stream over on Twitch. I've been your host with the most, your master of ceremonies for the last, actually about 3. Man, was that 3 hours? That was 3 hours. How? Oh,
Yeah,
dear.
and the stream started 5 hours ago.
Whoa. That's crazy. Anyway, I do stream over on Twitch. We will be discussing more space news and tank watching over there. Twitch.tv/EJ_SA. Anyway, guys, our time for tank watching today has concluded. So we will see you guys in the next one. Thank you very much for watching. Carson, on the pulling the buttons and levers, roll us out, buddy.
And here we go.
There's the deluge. Here's ignition.
Roger, roll, Atlantic. Doubling up.
Did it just do a Kerbal?
Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, you know. Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, it sure looks like a perfect flow.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
We did have an observation. 343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers can fly!
Bingo! Right in the center. Where's Jacqueline? There it is!
That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No!
Oh my God.
Yikes, you bet. We don't need any more of these.